Hello, everybody. We are live. It is Thursday, April 16th, 2026. It is at 10:37 a.m. And back by popular demand, we are going to be talking yet again about the Melania Trump Epstein speech, Trump, Les Moonves, Paulo Zampoli, Amanda Ungaro, modeling contracts, H-1B visas, immigration, deportation, and all these other things, okay, by popular demand. So this today is actually my third video on this topic. I absolutely did not expect to be going into 4+ hour streams. I don't know how long today is going to be, but definitely didn't even expect to do 4+ hour streams. Yesterday was almost 5 hours. It was 4 hours and like 58 minutes. And of course, there were what's today? Thursday. So the first day I went live on this was Tuesday. There were, of course, some things I had already obviously known. I already had Melania on my Epstein web. There was some stuff that I already knew, but I really would not call myself familiar with this aspect of the web. Of course, I've heard of Jean-Luc Brunel before. Of course, I came across his name in the Epstein files, but I didn't realize how close models who had been recruited by Jean-Luc Brunel, who had been brought to the United States on Jeffrey Epstein's plane before the person was the age of 18. So basically, what would we call that, as a child? I did not realize that those same women were or at least one of them was so close to Donald Trump still to this day, to Melania Trump still to this day, at least as of last year. I had no way to know. Actually, I did have a way to know. I shouldn't say that. I had a way to know, but I just hadn't found out. I did not know. So, if that's not clear, sorry, I'm thinking like 1,000 things at once because I have so much stuff to get to again today. But basically, yesterday, I was like, look, I'm really interested in this topic. It's shaping up to be a lot more, I don't know, twisty and turny than even I anticipated. And truly, I always thought Donald Trump was a creep. And before y'all even get started on me, I am a bipartisan hater. Okay. I don't like either side. I also always have believed Joe Biden was a creep. So before y'all get started on me, I'm equal opportunity. Okay. And of course, I've always kind of thought Donald Trump was a creep, especially ever since that grab him by the what leaked audio. That was all I needed to hear to never vote for the man. I know some of y'all didn't care about that. That's fine. That's your right. God bless America. You don't have to care about that. All that being said, I always thought and believed, in my opinion, Donald Trump was a low-life creep. I always thought he was just kind of like a nasty, dirty man to women. I never anticipated finding how close he actually was in proximity to a global human trafficking ring. Okay, never realized how exactly close. Now, in my defense, Donald Trump and his supporters, many of them have been in my chats, for example, have done, I think, a pretty good job of denying claims that he was ever directly involved. Even just a few days ago, within the past week, his wife, the First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump, clonked out in her Louboutins to come and tell all of us that it was despicable, deplorable lies that she had any connection to Epstein. She said that the emails that surfaced in the Epstein files, particularly one that she had sent to Ghislaine Maxwell back in 2002, was just a tribal email. I think that may have been a Freudian slip. I think she meant to say trivial. Who knows? So imagine my surprise yesterday when I was finished with my almost 5-hour live stream and, I had a snack, took a rest, whatever I was doing, and eventually, checked the comments from yesterday's live stream because that was going to determine if I was going to do another episode, another day, another show on this whole Melania, whatever world. Like I told y'all, I have other stuff I could be talking about. I have other topics that I would like to cover. I had no anticipation or plan to spend this long on this topic, but I told y'all yesterday I'm going to be looking into it myself anyway, because now I'm interested. And I told y'all yesterday, if y'all want me to do a part 3, a third video on this, leave it in the comments. So yesterday I get off my live stream and I go to the comments, and imagine my surprise. When one of y'all, sorry, excuse me, I did not take a screenshot and I wasn't able to go back and find it before. I had a lot of stuff to do this morning before the live. It's only 10:30. I've been going live closer in the mornings. I think I like morning start times better. But imagine my surprise when one of y'all commented, and shout out to you if you're the person that commented it. They were watching the video from yesterday. They were kind of in the replay crew, and they were like, I'm trying to pay attention, but my ADD, I'm paraphrasing, but my ADD is like so excited for you to get to Trump model management. As you know, if you watched yesterday's show, I didn't talk about Trump model management. In fact, and indeed, it would come as a complete and total surprise of novel information to me. Now, does it really come as a total surprise? No, not really, because I know Donald Trump had beauty pageants or whatever. I don't know if he would call them that, but he was like, Miss Universe, Miss America, whatever the one he owned was. I do know that he had a reality show, The Apprentice, that, was kind of like talent, adjacent. So does it like completely surprise me like that he had a modeling agency? No, but it was a surprise insofar as I don't think that little detail really like stuck in my memory if I ever knew it. I don't know if that little detail, that little detail that Donald Trump, the president of the United States of America, not only used to, or maybe still does, rub shoulders with elite model managers, and like not elite the company, but he also rubbed shoulders with elite model management, the company's founder. He rubbed shoulders and has in his administration right now a former high profile model manager, Paulo Zampoli. Paulo Zampoli's baby mama is really why I started this series at all, because I wanted to say, hey, look, this is what Melania Trump is probably trying to get out in front of. We're like 10 hours in at this point into this story. And I never so far on my own research even made the connection that Trump also was a modeling manager. Donald Trump, even as recently as when he ran for president the first time, and he was doing campaign, you know how you have to do like campaign finance, how candidates for office have to do campaign finance disclosures, like they have to disclose where they make money, how they, all that stuff. Well, in the 2016 election, when he was doing all that federally required stuff, he apparently reported, according to some news sources that we're going to look at today in today's live stream, he reported that Trump was still, when he ran for president in 2016, still making millions of dollars a year off of his model management company. So in the last 2 days, especially yesterday, we went over the creative immigration visa process that some of these women will go through when they are becoming models in the United States. There was some extensive speculation that was backed up with some, I think, meritorious evidence. But again, just to be very clear, I'm going to make a lot of disclaimers again today. I made a lot of them yesterday and the day before. I don't know these people. I don't know even the people who are criticizing these people. I am a member of the public just like you. I have absolutely no insider information, and if I did, I wouldn't be sharing it because I'm not the one that's trying to break news, okay? I ain't trying to break news. I'm just trying to comment on what's already public. But yesterday we spent quite a lot of the 5-hour live stream, quite a substantive part of it, talking about the process of immigration, how, maybe there's some immigration fraud or something going on with these models, but to me, it's whatever. That's not really my concern at this point. My bigger concern was what kind of what we want to say incentives it creates for the people who hold the H-1B visas. These are the employment visas. I think it kind of has a built-in conflict of interest that allows for abuse of foreign workers. And that really was what I was focusing on. Like, so for example, in the granular level, we talked yesterday about how it's speculated. Now, just to be very clear, Melania Trump, the first lady of the United States, who can barely speak English, let's be honest, she certainly can't fully read English. She was reading wrong. She's called a trivial tribal. She called circulating, calculating. And that doesn't imply to me that she just was, oopsie, misread the word. The fact she didn't catch it and go back and fix it to me indicates she doesn't have a very strong command of the English language, which is not an insult. Me personally, I speak one whole language. She speaks at least two or three. Some people speculate up to 6 languages. So shout out to her. I'm not even trying to say like, oh, she's dumb because she don't speak English good, but it does kind of make me wonder why she doesn't. If she's so good at all these other languages, and she's so brilliant and she's so smart, and she's over here now, not on an H-1B visa, but an Einstein visa. We spent a great deal of time yesterday talking about her immigration to the United States and how she necessarily, did it. Now, there was some speculation on some of the sources that we read yesterday that Melania immigrated and worked in the United States illegally. I am not making that claim myself. I'm not even speculating that because the truth is I've never seen Melania Trump's immigration papers. There's a lot of stuff that maybe to me and you would seem shady and maybe we would think should be illegal, but it isn't. And if you have, Donald Trump as your husband, I would imagine you have access to some very good immigration lawyers. So we spent a good deal of time yesterday talking about that. But my real concern was kind of like, okay, so for like the Amanda Ungaros of the world, the people who aren't going to become the first lady, but Amanda Ungaro surely and certainly did become an ambassador to the United States, but it didn't stop her from being deported. I really do think that in order to understand what's going on here, like all this stuff that I'm saying, unless you have already extensively studied this world, you probably do unfortunately need to go back and watch my sort of like part 1 and part 2 of these videos. I think it would have been episodes 12 and 13. It was the episode I posted on April 14th and the episode I posted on April 15th. And now today's episode will be the third one. But I want to tie up at least one loose end from yesterday, and that is the Amanda Ungaro interview. And then we're going to move into talking about the Donald Trump modeling agency. Okay, so those are the things that we're going to be talking about today. I have briefly watched a couple of the videos and the links that I do have for us to view together today. However, some of these things are going to be a pure reaction from me as well. It'll be me basically just finding out at the same time as y'all. So it's a little bit of a mix. Some of it I've seen already, some of it I haven't. For example, the first thing we're going to I can claim anything. Just don't ask me to back it up. Right. And I want to, so the first thing we're going to talk about today, the first thing we're going to do today, watch together, is going to be Amanda Ungaro's interview. She recently sat for an interview. Like I said, she was deported back in October of last year, and she has been threatening in the past week or two publicly online on social media to expose what she knows about the Trump administration, about Melania Trump, and about probably in particular Paulo Zampoli, because that was her ex or whatever. But she has been deported and she's originally from Brazil. And so she claims that she came over to the United States at 16 years old. The story does change. Sometimes it is 17 that's stated, but I think I think what I've been able to ascertain, I believe what it is she came on Jeffrey Epstein's plane, 16 years old, and then the same year, 2002, she met Paulo. Paulo was also a modeling agent. And so, I did have this video up. Here it is right here. It's her interview. I do want to watch it. It's only like 4 minutes long, so it isn't extremely lengthy. Like I said, after that, today's whole entire episode most likely again will be about this whole saga. So buckle up, get your snack, definitely get your hydration. I did not drink enough water yesterday. I do have my last remaining refrigerator Starbucks beverage, not sponsored. Oh, there's some allegations resurfacing. Okay, interesting. I'll have to see what that's about. So, yeah, this is the topic for today. Y'all voted resoundingly in the comments and said, do a part 3, do a part 4, do a part 5. I'm loving this deep dive. I'm loving this. People were saying, some of y'all were saying, I was wanting to dive into this myself. I haven't found the time. It's such a deep, dark, twisty web. Yes, it is. And, yeah, no, I'm a Burnett. I hate it, by the way. Like, this is probably the closest to my natural color I've ever been in my adult life, and I absolutely loathe it. I hate it. I despise it, but y'all are being very nice about it, so thank you. The thing about it is the ends of my hair is very straggly. My mom and my sister both were like, please, oh my God, for the love of God, get a trim. And I'm like, trims are a scam. I don't believe in trims. It's going to take away my psychic abilities. They do have to tolerate a lot of my shenanigans. Imagine being my mom. That would be so funny. Anyway, so I don't want to cut my hair, but the more bleach you put in it, the more scraggly it gets at the end. So yeah, we're doing Burnett right now. I don't like it though. I know y'all like it. Thank you. But this is pretty much like basically like my natural hair color. It is a little lighter, but the room I'm sitting in is very dark. So, believe it or not, my hair is, actually a little lighter than this, but like if I go close to the light, you can kind of see how it's a little lighter. Oh girl, she needs to. Anyway, I just took my rollers out. Okay, anyway, so I'm just trying to get away with like not cutting my hair. I haven't cut it in 3 years, believe it or not. And it's, like this long or whatever. I want that like Lord of the Rings. That elf from Lord of the Rings. I don't remember her name. Galadriel. I want that hair. I want it to be like down to my like ankles, but it grows real slow. And I bleach it from time to time so the ends fall off. Okay. The setup for these lives is also spot on. I don't know what that means, but thank you. Everyone looks their best in their natural color. Yeah, I mean, according to y'all, I don't like it. If I could get away with platinum, I would. But I can't. Kelly said, I hadn't seen my natural color since 1993. I don't even know what that should look like no more. I hear you, Kelly. It's very strange to get used to. Okay. So I do want to just say again, y'all, there's many reasons I have to make these disclaimers, but the top reason is I don't want anything that I'm saying to be misinterpreted. I just want to say what's out there in the public. Couple things are going to be my opinion. Couple few. But I'll be sure to try to make it extremely obvious when we're talking about stuff like that. Okay, so without further ado, here is that interview. I have not watched this. I just saw it right before let me give them a like over here. I did just see it right before I logged on for the day. Before I started today's live stream. So I haven't watched it, but the title is Full Interview. Amanda Ungaro describes Epstein flight. So, this is what I wanted to do. Okay. Yeah. I had lost my train of thought talking about my hair. I wanted to start back at the web real quick and just to give y'all an overview for the people who haven't seen the first 2 episodes so that y'all can have somewhat of an idea what's going on. This won't take too long. This is just going to be a short little reminder. Okay. So one thing that I remembered after yesterday's live, we learned yesterday in the live stream that there was we already knew this. There was a star-studded guest list to Donald Trump and Melania Trump's wedding in 2005. But one thing I learned yesterday was one of the star-studded guests was Les Moonves. He was formerly the head of CBS. He was the head of Paramount. He was mentioned tangentially in the recent America's Next Top Model docuseries, the first one that came out in March, Les Moonves. Well, he was also at Donald Trump's wedding, and I'd already had a Les Moonves section on the Epstein web, so I just went ahead and added Trump there. But Tommy Mottola is right there next to it, and this is my Jeffrey Epstein web that I made myself on my own computer. This is just notes. This is not facts. Some of these links that I have on here are just wacky conspiracy theories. As you can see, as you move over here, we're like aliens and shamans and torture and twins and cannibals. Oh my. But this is really where we were yesterday. We were in the modeling section where this blue square is. So this guy, okay, so the lady whose interview we're about to watch, this is her right here. This is where she is situated on this web. Amanda Ungaro. Here she is in a photograph, which I cannot verify the authenticity of. It was posted on, mainstream websites or whatever. So we'll just go with it. This could be an AI picture, but it's very common knowledge that these four were often seen together for decades, at least for the last 1 decade, but probably way longer. Now, here's Amanda right here. There's the president of the United States, Donald John Trump. There's his wife and current First Lady, Melania Trump. And this is a man by the name of Paulo Zampoli. Currently, Paulo Zampoli is the special envoy of global partnerships in the United States of America. So he gets on planes and flies all over the place and does global partnerships work on the behalf of us. Okay, so this man is our servant, by the way, our public servant, and our tax dollars are what pays for him to jet set all over the world. He has taken selfies and pictures with some of the world's most powerful individuals, possibly some of the most powerful individuals in the world who ever lived. We're talking not only Trump, but Bibi Netanyahu. He traveled just the other day to Hungary with JD Vance on the presidential Air Force Two, and he was formerly an ambassador. Now, you might think, wow, where did this guy go to law school? What are this guy's credentials? What gave him, the ability, the qualifications to not only be a U.S. ambassador, but to be flying all over the world as the special envoy of global partnerships in the United States? Well, it wasn't that he went to law school, from what I've been able to ascertain. It was that he was a model manager. Huh? Yes, model manager. Now, we talked a little bit about his backstory. This is one of Trump's, to this day, very close colleagues, confidants, business associates, and it appears as though he really trusts our president right now, really trusts this Paulo Zampoli guy. Okay, so Paulo and Amanda were an item, a couple for many years. They were together for so long and carried themselves out to such a degree that people have credibly thought they were married. They thought that Paulo married Amanda and that was his wife. Well, back in 2022 or so, they break up. Like I said earlier in the video, Amanda is originally from Brazil. She flew, like I said a minute ago, at 16 years old, maybe 17, on the Lolita Express, that's Jeffrey Epstein's plane, with her model manager, a man by the name of Jean-Luc Brunel, to the United States from Paris. So when she's 16, 17, she flies to the United States with this guy right here. He's now dead. He was found dead in prison, just like Epstein a few years ago. She flies, she meets this guy that very same year. She meets Paulo Zampoli the very same year, 2002. And again, I am just telling y'all what I read and what was in the public record. I obviously wasn't on the flight with Amanda in 2002. I don't know if it's obvious or not, but I wasn't on the flight with them. I don't know if she came over here in 2002. I don't know, but that is what is reported. That is what she says. She came over here that same year. She meets Paulo, who at the time was, I guess, a model manager. But we talked a little bit about Paulo's backstory. Paulo was born into a pretty wealthy family, and he is originally not from the United States. He's originally from Milan, Italy. That's his hometown. And that is where his dad had built up a toy empire, we'll say. In the 70s, I'll give y'all a little bit of lead time here. What was the most, can't say Jaws, and it's not a scary movie. Okay, so not Jaws and not a scary movie. The most popular franchise, the most popular Hollywood story brand of the 70s and 80s. What was it? What did everybody rush to oh, we got to go see it. We have to go. So there's toys, there's planes, there's action figures. What was it? Got it, Lady Goldberry. Star Wars. I wasn't even over there in the 70s and 80s, and I know this, okay? Y'all were obsessed with Star Wars, obsessed with Star Wars. And the way that the toy industry works, not as y'all know, it's copyright. Not everybody can just make a Star Wars toy. You have to get Star Wars franchise permission to make or to sell Star Wars toys. Not to sell them. If you want to buy them yourself, you can resell them. But, the licensing agreements. So we found out yesterday that Paulo's father, the toy store, the toy empire owner, Paulo Zampoli's father owned a toy store. And he had the licenses for like Hasbro and something else and Star Wars. And so yeah, he was from Milan. Maybe he wasn't from New York or, I don't know what's much bigger of a city than Milan. I mean, he acted like Milan was too small of a city for him. He was like, I got to get out of there. But his dad was very successful. His dad died when Paulo was fairly young. He lost his parent pretty young. Paulo was a teenager, maybe 18 or so. He was under 20. Paulo went to school, college. He eventually took over the toy business, but he didn't like it. Now, we're going to talk about, like I said, it's going to be another long live stream today. Settle in. But one thing we're going to get around to is a little bit more into who was in Paulo's circle during that time. Not Jean-Luc Brunel. It was John Casablancas. Put a 1 in the chat if you remember his name coming up yesterday. John Casablancas. Okay, so John Casablancas was, I think, a little bit older than Paulo Zampoli at the time. And it was John Casablancas who said, okay, well, you don't like the toy business too much. Why don't you do like what I do and manage models? John Casablancas owned, and I believe still owns, I don't know, he did own at the time, Elite Model Management. Now, we talked about Elite Model Management yesterday, and just to remind y'all, they are all tied up in the Epstein files through various different links, in my opinion. And I'm going to tell you what I think those links are. If y'all don't agree with me that it's links in the Epstein files, then you don't have to. I don't want to get sued. I'm just trying to kind of give y'all an overview here. So, America's Next Top Model briefly comes up in the Epstein files. We can start there. They did have as a grand prize for several of the seasons, the grand prize of America's Next Top Model was a modeling contract. And who was the modeling contract with? It was with Elite. Now, it wasn't every season. I think there's like 20 something seasons of that show, but on some of them, it was Elite. Now, Elite Model Management, again, was at the time and could be today, I'm just talking about the time, owned by John Casablancas, but he sold it at some point. And some Trumps bought it, but no relation to Donald. Okay. That's what they say, so we'll go with that. But there was a little bit of a bidding war for Elite Model Management. And while some Trumps did buy it, Jeffrey Epstein wanted to buy it alongside Paulo Zampoli. Okay. So Elite Model Management also comes up because Tyra Banks was signed to Elite Model Management at age 16. That launched her into being a model. She became a supermodel. Elite Model Management is, I'm not going to say single-handedly, but like primarily, substantially responsible for our understanding and conceptualization of what a supermodel really is. So you think a supermodel, you think Giselle, that was an Elite model. You think there was a few more. Tyra Banks was one of them. There's a few more that are like, oh, golly, they really launched everybody. And there was a list we read yesterday. Y'all can go and watch from yesterday. But not only Tyra Banks, but we kind of get Diddy a little bit linked in over here in the modeling aspect because his baby mama and partner for many, many years, over a decade, was Kim Porter. She also started modeling at a very young age, and she also was an elite model. She was signed to Elite Model Management in the late 80s, early 90s. We also found out yesterday that Kimora Lee Simmons, who was Russell Simmons' wife and baby mama, was also auditioning for the Elite Model Management. So this kind of dips in and out into the Diddy world, into the pop culture world, into Hollywood, and all of that. And oh, girl, Paulo Zampoli, because this is where we entered into the web. This is not the only way that this web obviously could be set up. It's really infinite. But I wanted to start there because just a few days ago, today's April 16th, like I said, but April 9th, Melania Trump makes this speech in front of the White House, in the White House foyer or whatever. Foyer. What was it? The grand hall entry room of the White House. And she's basically says, stop lying. It's defamatory and slanderous with all these lies. She doesn't actually tell us which lies are lies, but she does say one thing specifically and unequivocally, and that is she did not meet Donald Trump, her husband, the president of the United States, through Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein did not introduce her to Donald Trump, and then she clicked off. She stomped off. Okay, that was basically the whole speech. She also said there are lies and rumors calculating on social media, but she didn't say what they were. The main thing she seemed to be really upset with and really concerned with was that she did not meet Donald Trump through Epstein. Well, then people start spouting off online. April 9th, April 10th, they start saying, okay, yeah, you didn't meet him through Epstein. You met him through Paulo Zampoli. Okay. Melania supposedly met Donald Trump, her husband, not through Jeffrey, but through Paulo. Now, Paulo did want to purchase Elite Model Management at some time. Again, remember, Elite Model Management was owned by the guy that got Paulo out of the toy business and into the doll business, if you know what I mean. So, and by doll business, I mean model. Okay, nobody sue me, please. Thank you. They are definitely tribed up. That's what I'm saying. Trivial. No, she said tribal. She didn't even say trivial. Because I would count trivial as a mispronunciation. Tribal is just not the right word. Okay, anyway, so Melania said she met through Paulo. And then again, we have many pictures. Come on, girl. We have many pictures of them together, Paulo and Melania here with Donald. And then Paulo's girlfriend, baby mama, ex, Amanda Ungaro. Okay. So that was kind of just the overview. I wanted to remind y'all, or if you weren't here yesterday, you are more than welcome to pause this and get a sense of, what's really going on here or on my notes. This is not facts. This is just notes from online. I haven't independently substantiated or verified every single thing. This is just notes so I can keep stuff, remember where it is, just to be very clear. So with that in mind, let's move on to Amanda Ungaro's interview that she just did. So why did she do this interview? Well, she got deported. She went from being an ambassador for the United States, an ambassador for the United States on either it was Dominica or Grenada. I can't remember which one it was, but one of those, like a small island. And she was an ambassador. She's from Brazil and all of that. She was an ambassador, and she left Paulo Zampoli. She left him, or they broke up in about around 20. Oh, it's 11/11. Make a wish. In about 2022, they break up. She moves from living with him. She moves eventually to Florida. She gets into another relationship with another man. She eventually remarries this man who is also from Brazil, but he is in the United States on a green card, which is permanent resident. And Amanda, she never was able to procure her permanent visa. Her visa expired in 2019. And because her visa expired in 2019, she was reportedly, I didn't go and check the visa status myself, but this is what's being reported. She was reportedly in the country then illegally, which I do, see how that's an issue, especially if like you're married to a guy who maybe like they're saying that Paulo has his citizenship but then again, she wasn't married to him. That was the other thing we found out. It was like he was actually maybe scheming. He didn't marry her because he didn't want her to be able to have a safe, like a safety net of her own way to have a citizenship or to a path to citizenship. He wanted to dangle it over her head. Now, we did see some other conflicting information to that yesterday that would indicate that maybe the reason he didn't marry her was because of tax purposes, which I think that's legal. I don't think anything's wrong with that. Like people can decide if they want to get married or not. And one of the benefits of getting married is, getting married legally has benefits. But I guess for tax purposes, it can also have, if you're an ambassador, cons or whatever consequences, like not good things. So I don't know why he never married her. Maybe he just didn't actually like her. She ends up getting deported because in 2020, like, I don't know, 2020, maybe she left him in 2018. I don't know. 2022, she finally permanently leaves him or whatever. But then she gets with this other guy who's a doctor from Brazil, and they kind of start this medical spa type clinic where they do, I don't exactly know, but I'm imagining, kind of like Botox or microdermabrasion or hair removal or something, like a medical-esque beauty spa clinic type of place. And they end up last year getting investigated. Amanda Ungaro and her new husband, who again is a permanent resident, I think he has a green card. They end up getting investigated for operating without a medical license or something. They both end up getting arrested. And when Amanda gets arrested, she gets put in jail in holding. And then I think she got transferred to a ICE detention facility. It's kind of like, this is all like literally went over all this already. I'm just giving y'all the, as fast as I can, brief overview, even though it is getting a little long-winded, but this is a crazy sprawling story. So I just want to make sure everybody understands what's going on. And for the people that are watching now, I don't want people to have to watch 10 hours worth of a live stream before they can just jump in. So I'm just trying to kind of keep that middle ground, doing the best I can over here. Thank you for your patience. But so Amanda ends up getting arrested, and I guess Paulo hears about it. And the story goes, Paulo, because he's like high up in the Trump administration, pretty much pulls some strings at ICE and gets this lady held in a detention center so she can't bail out, and then gets her deported. Now, him and ICE and the rest of them are saying that's not what happened. We would never do that. Whatever. It's up to you if you want to, who you want to believe. Okay. I'm not even sure exactly like who I believe. I am leaning toward he was mad that what he perceived to be his property left him. This is what I think, just based on public records. And even though there are conflicting public records, I think he innocent until proven guilty. But this is America, and we are allowed to say our opinions. This is my opinion. Y'all can form your own opinion. It's not a fact. This is a belief. This is not a fact. I could be wrong. But I kind of think Amanda was trafficked into this country as, a person who has the status of, like, if she were an iPhone, it would be iPhone 16. Okay. So I think she was trafficked into this country, maybe not by Paulo, but by the time Paulo met her, she was already in the country. So I think he was like, oh, cool. I'll be able to own this person basically as a slave. And she'll never be able to leave me. And if she does, I'll have her deported. And then she did leave him, and then she did get deported. I think that's probably what happened, something along that lines. He probably would vehemently disagree with me, but I'm allowed to have an opinion. And if he comes out and makes a public statement and provides receipts, I reserve the right to change my mind as well. So Amanda, you imagine, her only child, she doesn't get to see him. She's not getting to talk to him. She's being held in an ICE detention center. She gets deported back to Brazil. She self-deported because she was afraid that they were going to keep her for longer or whatever, you have the option to self-deport. So she self-deports. I think she's pursuing legal action against this Paulo guy. But it really all comes down to custody. She really wanted her son, and he's only 15. He's several years away from being old enough to make his own legal decisions. And interestingly enough, after she gets to Brazil, the little kid, the Giovanni, he went over there, 15 years old. He went to be with his mom. But of course, he'd grown up in the United States, and anybody who has grown up in the United States and then tries to go to Brazil, or Brazil's actually a great place. I've never been, but it seems like perfectly like nice and fun and stuff. But like, even if you grow up in the United States, say you grow up in Florida and you have to move to Wisconsin, it's like, whoa, like even that is like a culture shock for somebody 15. He's trying to get into a good school. They probably didn't want to disrupt his education. So he ends up coming back to the US, and he was supposed to go back to be with his mom, but Paulo doesn't put him on the plane. Now, Paulo would say, Giovanni just wanted to stay here. It's in his best interest because he needs to go to school here and whatever. But Paulo, again, is 15, and technically he was supposed to be with the custody of the mom. So she's like, you know what? I freaking had it. I've lost everything I'm going to lose behind this man. He's controlled my life since I was 17, and he won't let it go. So she starts doing interviews. Amanda Ungaro starts doing interviews. And in these interviews, they start to trickle out. It starts to trickle out like April 7th, April 8th. There's like little hints here, little hints there. Then April 8th, the news drops that an interview with her is going to be coming out this weekend. And that was, Saturday. That's April 8th. April 9th, 1:00 in the morning. So I would venture to wager. April 8th, Amanda Ungaro didn't even go to sleep yet at night. She's up tweeting. And she's like, I'm about to expose everything, Melania. I kept in touch with your family because of you. I know your mama. I know your dad. And I'm about to expose everything. I know what you are. I know who you are. That was 1:00 in the morning. It had just turned April 9th, 1 hour ago. On April 9th, it was the exact same day Melania makes her first emergency speech ever. So I am fully convinced the reason for Melania's emergency speech has something to do with this story, this Amanda Ungaro story. I am 100% convinced they, meaning Melania, she was trying to get out in front of something having to do with this aspect of the story. And you can't talk about Amanda Ungaro without talking about modeling agencies, how modeling agencies are using visas to exploit and extort young and all ages of people. You can't talk about Amanda Ungaro without talking about Paulo Zampoli, who links right in. Can't talk about him too much without getting to Trump and John Casablancas. It's Epstein is all over this. You can't talk about Amanda Ungaro without talking about Epstein and the Lolita Express. You can't talk about Amanda Ungaro without talking about without implicating the Jean-Luc Brunel. I mean, it's like, this is just a little webbing. And I was like completely oblivious to most of this because it's just so much going on, for one. And number two, I think it has been intentionally obscured from us. Why? I don't know, because most of the media hates Donald Trump as it is. Even the right-leaning media in the last couple weeks has been pretty much opposed to Donald Trump and his antics and tactics. So, I mean, all this stuff has been out there publicly to some degree or another. There have been other content creators who have stumbled across this stuff, who have done deep dives into this stuff, who have tried to make this public, but for whatever reason, it just didn't come across my desk. It's so true. Buster said, we've been inundated with so much shocking stuff that I'm really worried about the little things slipping through that I am missing. It's hard to keep up with everything. And if we're being honest, that's one of the reasons why I had a little trepidation or apprehension, as it were, from doing like 3 full days of just this topic, because there really is so much stuff going on. I almost feel guilty for spending this long on one topic. but y'all are loving it. So we're going to keep doing it. It's like I said, something I would be looking into anyway. So if I'm going to be spending hours doing it anyway and y'all get something out of it, all the better. But I'm just being very clear. Again, this is just me publicly investigating in a live stream public matters of public concern. I cannot independently substantiate anything any of these people say. And me personally, I am very aware. I don't know what happened. I'm not even trying to tell y'all what happened because I don't know. But I'm hoping that looking into these public sources will help us to get a better idea of what's going on. I do deep condition, girl. I know I do. They just, the ends of your hair. My hair is also very fine. I mean, it's like cotton candy. It's not like hardy. You know what I mean? Okay. It's like everyone else is in on it except us. I don't know. It's crazy. It's because no one else is really covering it, sis. I've been trying to find someone covering it. So I do want to say we're going to get into her videos. I have been, we're going to get into one of her videos. It's one of the links that I have to talk about today. But there is a creator who has been talking about this. And she was even mentioned in the tweets yesterday. Her name is Becca, Bekah. Becca, and her last name is Day, or at least on, I don't know if that's her name or last name, but on YouTube, Becca Day. She has made many videos about this and she goes deep. She dives deep. So shout out to her. Thank you to her. I've actually relied on her content before in a BJ Investigates when she was covering the Corey Gamble being present at Kim Porter's death scene. Becca, y'all are going to recognize her when you see her. I also think she did some Whoa Vicky coverage. So we're always kind of overlap, not always, but we have in the past from time to time overlapped in our topics we cover. So I didn't put that all together. I didn't really know who Becca was, like when we were reading through yesterday. So I do want to give her flowers. I do want to give her credit where it is due. She was making these videos before Melania Trump came out and made a speech. Like Becca has kind of been onto these people. So if y'all want to check out another creator who has already covered this stuff, even before Melania made her speech, Becca Day is one of them. Who is the Victoria girl though? I don't know, girl. I don't know who Victoria is. Okay, so without further ado, this is the O Globo interview that she did. I think O Globo is a Spanish news source, if I recall correctly. They did do a feature of Amanda Ungaro that came out Saturday. And there is a write-up interview. I did not know until right now that there is also a video interview. It is only 3 minutes and 53 seconds long. So it's only about 4 minutes long. I don't know if I'm going to get copyright struck or whatever on this. I do want to just say this is a reaction and commentary video. I am going to be, for copyright reasons and also just for commentary reasons, pausing it throughout the 4-minute video. But if you want to check out this video without my commentary, you can do so. It's posted on a channel called It's Not Satire. And it's called Full Interview, Amanda Ungaro describes Epstein flight. English subtitles. Okay, so this may just be an excerpt of her interview, but this is, I believe, Amanda Ungaro describing how she was transported as a teenager to the United States of America on Jeffrey Epstein's plane. It's in Spanish or maybe Portuguese, but it does have English subtitles.
Video. I've added English subtitles so you can watch it unedited.
Quando eu cheguei no avião, tinha mais ou menos quase 30 meninas no avião. Aí eu achei uma coisa muito estranha. As meninas
okay, wait, I gotta rewind it because I was trying to figure out if that was Spanish or Portuguese. I think it was Portuguese. Okay. She said, when I got on the plane, there were almost 30 girls on board.
Tinha mais ou menos quase 30 meninas no avião. Aí eu achei uma coisa muito estranha.
I found that very strange.
eram mais parecidas com
The
meninas
girls looked more
estudantes
like
do que
students than
modelos.
models.
Bem novinhas, mais ou menos entre 15 e 16 anos.
Very young, 14 to
14.
16
Quando
years
a gente
old.
entrou no avião, nós fomos os últimos a entrar e estavam todas as meninas lá. E eu fiquei meio assustada quando eu vi todas as meninas. Eu falei, gente, que é isso? Onde que eu tô?
Okay.
Aí depois...
So if you're just watching and if you're just listening, you're not able to watch. She's sitting here on a couch and looking beautiful. And she's saying, when we first got on the plane, we were some of the last people to get on this plane, Jeffrey Epstein's plane. When she says we, I'm assuming she means Jean-Luc Brunel, her modeling agent. She said, we get on the plane, there's like 30 girls and they're all like 14, 15, 16. We're some of the last people to get on the plane. And I was freaked out. I'm like, what is this? Where am I?
Não se preocupa, deixa eu te apresentar o Jeffrey Epstein. Aí veio o Jeffrey, conversou comigo. Oi, tudo bom? Meu nome é Jeffrey.
All right. So we did read this interview yesterday, at least portions of it, because some of it sounds familiar. She says, then Jeffrey Epstein came over and says, hi, how are you? Oh, okay. So she's like, I'm scared at the time. She's like, 16 or whatever. And she's like, I'm scared. And I'm like, look, I'm freaked out. And her modeling agent is like, don't be scared. I'm going to introduce you to my friend Jeffrey. And so he brings her over, or brings Jeffrey Epstein over to her. And Epstein is like, hey, my name's Jeffrey. How are you? What's your name?
Você se chama? Quantos anos você tem? Da onde você é?
How old are you? Where are you from? I answered.
Que acabou minha interação com ele.
And that was the end of my interaction with him.
Fez as mesmas perguntas.
Then Ghislaine Maxwell comes over and she asks the same questions. Where are you from? How old? Da 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 da. And she's kind of like, hey, hi, whatever.
Eu vi eles interagindo com as meninas.
They were interacting with the young girls, sitting on Jeffrey's lap.
Jeffrey Epstein. Mas depois disso, durante o voo...
She didn't interact with anyone else during the flight.
Entendeu? Eles foram para a parte do fundo do avião.
They went to the back of the plane. She stayed there with Jean-Luc Brunel.
Que a Ghislaine
Ghislaine was very comfortable with these girls.
Conhecia as meninas, sabe?
Like she knew them.
Não parecia que era tipo, a gente se conheceu a primeira
They didn't just meet for the first time on the plane, she said.
Eu falei assim, da onde que são todas essas meninas? Tipo,
interesting.
Quem é esse cara? Não, é só um amigo.
She said, so I'm like, where did all these girls come from? Who is this guy?
Não, elas são modelos. Eu falei assim, não tem nenhuma com cara de modelo aqui. Então, mas ele não falou muito e eu também fiquei na minha, porque eu era muito tímida com 16 anos, entendeu?
She said, so I asked my modeling agent, Jean-Luc Brunel, who are these girls? Where did they come from? They do not look like models to me. What is this? Jean-Luc Brunel really didn't say too much to answer her. And she said she didn't push back too much either because she was pretty shy when she was that age.
Dos primeiros a sair do avião. Quando a gente pousou em New Jersey.
Then they landed in New Jersey. I thought she landed in New York. Must have been, well, I guess it was a private plane. I don't know where they landed. It was sitting here. He was in front of me.
Daqui, ele na minha frente. Daí o Jean-Luc pega e fala assim, jogou uma bolinha que estava enrolada num plástico, que não dava para ver o que era. Ele falou, coloca dentro da sua bolsa. Daí eu olhei aqui.
Okay, this is interesting. She said, then my modeling agent, Jean-Luc Brunel, and I'm pretty sure Jean-Luc Brunel was working for Elite Model Management. I think she was an elite model, but I'm not 100%, so just take that with a grain of salt. She said Jean-Luc Brunel gave her a folded up bag, like a what'd you say, balled up a bag? Hold on, it's in front of me. Hold on. I'm just reading the translations, by the way. A small ball. A small ball wrapped in plastic. Okay, wait, hold on. This reminds me of, and said to put it in her bag. So her modeling agent gives her a small ball and it's wrapped in plastic. And he says, here, put this in your bag. I have never watched a single episode of Euphoria and I never will. It's just not, I'm not the target audience for that. But I couldn't help but see a trailer for the show recently. And do y'all know the actress Zendaya? She's the one with Tom Holland or whatever. She's in the show. And in the show, basically, they have her smuggling substances from Mexico, from south of the border. And she is forced in this trailer to take these small balls wrapped in plastic. It almost looks like little mozzarella or little burrata. You know those like little balls you can buy? It almost looks like those little like cheese, but it's wrapped in plastic and she's like having to swallow them down. It's like obviously like supposed to be substances. But when she just said he gave her a small ball wrapped in plastic and told her to put it in her purse, I just was like thrust back to that scene of Zendaya trying to stick all those down her throat. Yeah, she swallows them to smuggle. Yeah. So this lady is like, okay, we're in 2002. My modeling agent has me on this plane with Jeffrey Epstein and all these girls. I don't know who they are. I don't know where they came from. They seem like they know each other, but I don't know them. I'm like one of the last people on the plane. I meet Jeffrey Epstein, but that's pretty much the end of our interaction. And then I also met Ghislaine. Then they all go back to the back of the plane. I don't know what they doing back there. They probably have like a bedroom back there or something, and they're probably doing God knows what. And she's like, so yeah, we're on the plane and we're going to land in New Jersey. We land and my modeling agent, he gives me this, he threw me a small ball wrapped in plastic.
Estava enrolada num plástico, que não dava para ver o que era. Ele falou, coloca dentro da sua bolsa. Daí eu olhei aquilo e falei, mas o que é isso? Daí ele falou assim, só coloca dentro da sua bolsa. Daí eu joguei de volta.
So he's like, put this in your bag. And she's like, what is this? She said she couldn't see what it was. And she's like, what is this? And he's like, put it in your bag now. And she's like, and remember, she said she was shy at this age.
Não sei o que é. Entendeu? Daí ele jogou de volta, ele coloca dentro da sua bolsa agora. Eu falei assim, eu não vou colocar uma coisa que eu não sei. Daí já na hora...
Okay, so she said she was shy, but she didn't have any problem standing up for herself. She said, I'm not putting something in my bag that I don't know what it is, buddy.
Que era drogas. Eu falei, de jeito nenhum.
She realized it was probably substances. She said, no, I'm not putting that in my bag. She said he got really angry at her. So this part we did not cover yesterday. This wasn't in the interview. He told her to put something in her bag. She said, I don't want to. I ain't doing that. And then she realized what it probably was. And she's like, oh, hell no, I really ain't doing that. But her modeling agent got very mad at her, angry at her.
If you want the full context around this, including how this connects back to Melania and the wider timeline, I've broken that down in a separate video on the channel.
Foi a minha primeira vez chegando em Nova York. Eu não lembro realmente da reação.
Okay, slay. She said, this was my first time. I just wanted to get off the plane. This was my first time coming to New York, and I just wanted to get off the plane.
O que eu queria era só sair do avião, porque eu não estava me sentindo à vontade.
I didn't feel right.
Eu sabia que tinha alguma coisa
I knew
estranha,
something was
mas
strange.
não sabia o que era.
But I didn't know what
Nem
it
se
was.
passava na
I had
minha
never
cabeça
heard of
nessa época.
Epstein.
Nunca vi o Epstein no escritório em Nova York. A única
The only connection
que
later
tive
was with
depois,
Ghislaine.
assim, que foi com a Ghislaine Maxwell, que foi nas Nações Unidas quando eu trabalhava, e o Paulo tinha essa organização que chamava...
She said, I didn't know about no Jeffrey Epstein. I did not know who that was. I had never heard of him. I met him on the plane that day. She said, the connection to Epstein came later through Ghislaine Maxwell and something to do with the United Nations. She said Paulo, her ex, her baby daddy, had this organization. It was called The Oceans. That was the only time.
Agora, sobre o Jeffrey Epstein, o Paulo nunca citou o nome na minha frente.
As far as Jeffrey Epstein is concerned, Amanda says Paulo, the baby daddy, never mentioned Epstein's name to her.
Falar na agência.
If you want the full breakdown, including how this connects back to Melania, that video is on the channel now. And subscribe. I'll be following this as it develops.
So shout out to him. Again, that is a channel called It's Not Satire. And I did subscribe. And he's got some other breakdowns. So I may go and check those out as well. I definitely want to, I don't know him. I never heard of him in my life. I just came across that video because it showed up on my feed, but I do support and encourage people to support people who are actually covering this and are adding to the story and are putting this information out there. So I do appreciate that. So that was some interesting information that we did just find out about Jeffrey Epstein, Jean-Luc Brunel, apparently, allegedly. I mean, they're both dead and gone. They're not here to talk for themselves. And Ghislaine Maxwell's in a federal detention facility. So Amanda really could say anything she wanted to say. I mean, that's not like, I don't know how they would even combat it. But this importantly doesn't yet implicate Paulo Zampoli. This is just Jean-Luc Brunel, and he's dead. He was found dead in his prison cell. So that brings us, hold on, let me get my links here. I am going to have to go take a restroom break shortly. Because I was trying to make up for the water I didn't drink yesterday by drinking water today, but now you know how it goes. Okay, let's see. I want to show y'all this Becca video, but I don't want her to copyright strike me or something. Let's see. I'll just play the first. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. So here's Becca's video. It's called The Disturbing Background of Melania Trump's Modeling Agent. Okay, so that's who we just talked about, Jean-Luc Brunel. To remind y'all, I do want to do this. Hold on. Pull up the web actually briefly this time. Okay. So again, this is Amanda. This is the trip over to the United States. This is Jean-Luc Brunel. This her baby daddy, Paulo, but she hadn't met him yet. This is the modeling agent. Her modeling agent was Jean-Luc Brunel. That's Jean-Luc Brunel. Paulo ended up being her baby daddy. He's also a modeling agent. And maybe at some point he did manage her as a modeling manager or whatever. But this is who we're talking about right now, Jean-Luc Brunel. He was in the Epstein circle. I believe he worked for Elite Model Management. And that is the agent who Becca is talking about here. I do want to provide some commentary and stuff, but what I'm going to do, just so y'all aren't sitting here in silence, is I'm going to play her video. Oh man, I can't believe, I'm on a different channel here. So Becca Day, 38.9 thousand subscribers. And this video has 82,000 views, but look when it was posted. It was posted in December. The disturbing background of Melania Trump's modeling agent. Okay, so I'm going to start this playing and I'm going to run to the restroom and y'all can watch the first couple, minutes or whatever. And I'll be right back. And then we can get into my commentary. Shout out to her and y'all go subscribe to her. Wait. Okay. Hold on. Wait, oops, sorry. I know y'all couldn't hear it. Hold on, I'm fixing it. Okay. Should be able to hear it now.
Okay, I want to talk about Paulo Zampoli again. In the wake of Caroline Levitt's family member conveniently being picked up by ICE right before the holidays, Paulo Zampoli and Amanda Ungaro have been on my mind. If you have not seen my past coverage of Paulo Zampoli and Amanda Ungaro, you can click the Paulo playlist and get caught up because this is just one of those topics that you want the full picture when we're talking about it. So since the news about Caroline Levitt's family member, we're starting to see a pattern of the weaponization of ICE being used for the administration's leisure to make certain members' lives easier. We saw the same thing happen back in June when the conversation around Jeffrey was becoming relevant in mainstream media. Paulo Zampoli, who is a longtime friend of Donald Trump and in our current administration, allowed or organized for the mother of his child and his common law wife, Amanda Ungaro, to be arrested and held in an ICE detention facility for nearly 4 months before she was deported back to Brazil. Brazil is where Amanda was originally scouted from when she was around 14 or 15 years old. At some point, she caught Paulo's eye as a young teenager, and keep in mind, they have about a 15-year age gap. Paulo began sending flowers and gifts to her home, and eventually he convinced her to leave Brazil as a young teenager and come to the United States to start a modeling career and begin modeling for him. And within a few years of Amanda coming to the United States from Brazil, she was seen on Jeffrey's flight logs alongside Jeffrey, Ghislaine, Jean-Luc Brunel, circa 2002 when she was about 17 years.
Okay. So let me see. What does she actually say? Okay, I'm going to pull the transcript up. Okay, I want to talk about the wake of Caroline. Okay. Oh, that was a whole nother thing. Caroline Levitt. I guess that's why that's why Becca was covering it, because Caroline Levitt, the speaker, what is her name? What is her title? The White House press secretary or whatever. She recently in the last few months had some of her family members were deported, and people were kind of saying haha, that's good for her. Serves her right for, being in an administration that pushes for deportations, da. And it kind of just seemed like one of those situations where it's good for the goose, good for the gander, whatever. But then Becca's like, hold on, real quick. In the wake of that, did anybody stop and consider how weird it is that she was such a young person when they put her in that very important job, a young, pretty, beautiful person, and she's pregnant immediately when she starts doing this job? She didn't say that. Becca didn't say that, but I mean, that's kind of the things that her video make me start to wonder. She said, I want to talk about Paulo Zampoli. Paulo Zampoli's been on her mind. If you haven't seen her other videos, you should go watch them, blah, 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 blah. We're talking about it. So since the news about her family member, about Caroline Levitt's family member being deported, it looks like it's a pattern, she said, of deporting people just based on leisure to make certain Trump administration members' lives easier. We see, she said the same thing happened back in June. When the conversation around Jeffrey Epstein was becoming relevant in the mainstream media, Paulo Zampoli, who is a longtime friend of Donald Trump and in our current administration, allowed or organized for, we don't know, he claims he didn't organize it, for the mother of his child to be deported by ICE back to Brazil. Brazil is where Amanda was originally scouted from when she was 14 or 15. At some point, she caught Paulo's eye as a young teenager. And keep in mind, they also have about a 15-year age gap. Paulo began sending flowers and gifts to her home, and eventually he did convince her to leave Brazil permanently as a young teenager, come to the United States, start a modeling career, and begin modeling for him. Okay, so thank you to Becca. She is saying, yes, after Jean-Luc Brunel, Paulo Zampoli was Amanda Ungaro's modeling agent. So not only was Paulo Zampoli the father of Amanda's child, not only was he Amanda's, boyfriend, lover, whatever, not only was he happened to be a modeling agent, but he did also become her modeling agent at some point. She was seen on Jeffrey Epstein's flight logs alongside Jeffrey, Ghislaine, and Jean-Luc Brunel. And this is 2002. She was about 17. Now she says 16. Some places say 17. Years after she appeared on his flight logs, Amanda and Paulo would have a child together. That is Giovanni. And in the present day, Amanda and her mother in Brazil are attempting to get custody of the child. And they have also filed a restraining order against Paulo. And Becca says regaining custody of your child when you've been arrested and deported is pretty difficult. So let's listen to what else Becca has to say. And this, again, was a video from December. Right now it's April. This is 4 months ago.
Years old. Years after she appeared on Jeffrey's flight logs, Amanda and Paulo would have a child together. And in present day, Amanda and her mother in Brazil are attempting to gain custody of this child and have filed a restraining order against Paulo Zampoli. And regaining custody of your child after you've been wrongfully arrested and deported to a different country is no easy feat. Again, if you've watched my past videos about Paulo Zampoli and Amanda Ungaro, you will know that we've gone way into depth about the bizarre circumstances surrounding her arrest and why it doesn't make sense.
So I haven't had the chance to watch all her videos. As you can see, she's made a few. This one was from December and it's 14 minutes, 24 seconds long. So I will have to go back and watch the previous videos that she did make.
All seems like a complete setup, but today I just want to share some nuggets of information surrounding Paulo's origin story so that you guys can better understand how Paulo was easily shaped into the monster that he is today.
Okay.
So as a child from birth, Paulo Zampoli grew up.
So she gets a little bit more into Paulo's origin story, and this is a lot more detail she went and found than originally I had found. I don't know why it is Paulo Zampoli's mama looks so much like Marina Abramovich. I'm just gonna leave that there, but I guess that's supposed to be him right there. Obviously very well fed, little Melania's baby.
Wealthy. His family owned multiple properties, including the largest home in Ibiza for a very long time. Paulo's mother came from wealth.
Rich. Ibiza. Where the rich people go to do music festivals and whatever else shenanigans they do. It's this island, I believe, off the coast of Spain, or maybe just owned by Spain, but Ibiza. Anyway, Ibiza, put a 2 in the chat if you remember Ibiza 1974, the Ricardo T-Ski party from hell. And it was probably some pagan ritual, let's be honest. And it was like the picture, it was like the night that, I think it was the night that Corey Gamble met Kris Jenner at Ricardo T-Ski's 40th birthday party. Put a 2 in the chat. Okay, y'all remember it. So his family, Paulo Zampoli's family, owned the largest residence, the largest home in Ibiza for a very long time. So he's a rich person. This is global elite level type of thing.
Side, Paulo is related to the Agnelli family, who are very well known in Italy and the founders of the Fiat automobile brand. Paulo's father owned a toy company that was extremely successful when Paulo was 18.
Tiki said, can we look at the pics from that party? I don't think I have them on hand like that. I don't think I can get them during the live stream right now. There is a whole BJ Investigates on it that I did put those pictures in. Maybe we can circle back around and look at them in a little while, but I don't have them accessible like that. I would have to look around. So look, she's saying his dad owned a toy company. We talked about that already.
His father passed away in a freak skiing accident, so Paulo would step up and take over the family business.
Okay, that's weird to me. The father passed away in a freak skiing accident, and then immediately his son is kind of taken up under the wing of this pervert model agent guy, and the company is sold off shortly afterward.
quickly realized he had no interest in carrying on his father's legacy. See, at age 14, Paulo met someone who would permanently shape his worldview and completely change the trajectory of his life. And that man was named John Casablancas. It's a name that you're probably familiar with. And this friendship between Paulo and John Casablancas is what would spark Paulo's interest in fashion.
So John Casablancas, the owner of Elite Model Management, he would eventually sell his company. And when he sold it, the people who wanted the people who bought it were some Trumps, apparently, allegedly, no relation to Donald Trump. But the people who also wanted to buy it, there was a bidding war, were Jeffrey Epstein and none other than Paulo Zampoli. So Paulo Zampoli sells his daddy's toy company. But he has this kind of mentor figure, this kind of big brother figure in his life. And that is John Casablancas. John Casablancas was already a modeling agent at this time. So John Casablancas is like, dude, bro, why don't you just do what I do? Be like me. Be like your big bro. Why don't you manage models? And Paulo Zampoli's like, you know what? Yeah, bet. Why don't I manage models? Great idea.
And modeling. Keep in mind, in present day, Paulo is only in his 50s. He is considerably younger than like his friend Donald Trump, who he's been associated with since the 90s. But as a teenager, John Casablancas would allow Paulo Zampoli to come along with him while he was doing his model scouting days throughout Spain. So at a very young age, Paulo became very familiar with different modeling agents, different modeling companies, and the process of scouting models.
Okay.
John Casablancas.
So Paulo was being kind of trained up by the elite of the Elite Model Managing Company. I mean, it really was elite. That Elite Model Management ended up being the grand prize on America's Next Top Model, a cultural juggernaut. They managed Tyra Banks. They managed Kim Porter. They managed a bunch of other models that we talked about yesterday. Giselle. These were like high level supermodel type people. And yesterday we talked quite a few times about how different stories I've covered kind of follow a pattern to this, even though the players don't actually appear here. And that was the Lima Yarimovich and her sisters thing, and also Lou Taylor. Lou Taylor had a very similar career trajectory. She kind of had this finance background. There's no record she ever graduated from college, though. There's no record that she actually has like any degree to do all of this business and financial management stuff. She started out by working under kind of like a financial business manager, advisor type of guy, the Davamos family. And then, that's how she gets introduced to like Uptown Records. That was one of the clients, stuff like that. She worked with Arthur Anderson, which is a now defunct a huge accounting firm. And they kind of like went bankrupt after Enron. And so then she started out by, when she started her own thing, she broke off and did put together her own thing. And she starts managing this baseball player and like a boxer. So she's kind of in the sports world. Then she starts managing. Then we didn't talk about this yesterday. It just came to my mind now. Nikki Taylor, who apparently allegedly isn't in any way related to Lou Taylor, but she was a supermodel, Nikki Taylor. And that was probably Lou Taylor's most famous and biggest client, probably before, Britney Spears. I mean, she did manage Steven Tyler, Aerosmith, stuff like that. Britney Spears was really how Lou Taylor busted wide open into the entertainment industry. But she kind of started out with like athletes and a supermodel. So I don't know if Nikki Taylor was an elite model, supermodel, but it just reminded me of Lou Taylor again just now. Thank you so much to Demessi Elliott. Thank you, Demessi Elliott, for the $1.99 super chat. Love you, sister cousin. Sending posters from Arizona. Posters? Where are you sending them, girl? Thank you so much for the $1.99. Shout out to Ash Casey, becoming a new member. Thank you so much to Player Profit 01 for the $2 Canadian. What's the best way to send you tips? Like info tips, you could send to ThatSurpriseWitness@gmail.com. That's linked below. You could also send a BJC live show at gmail.com if that's what you mean. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Carol and becoming a member. Oh yes. Thank you so much to JC Martin for the $4.99. I know you know Whitney Webb, but have you read One Nation Under Blackmail? Girl, if not, you will love it. So many connections. Yes. And I have to give Whitney Webb credit because One Nation Under Black, or One Label Under Blackmail, I think is the name of her piece. But the One Label Under Blackmail piece that Whitney Webb wrote, and it took me like a full day to get through this article. It was a masterpiece, and you can tell she put a lot of work and research into it. She really is a master at what she does. She deserves a Pulitzer or two, but she's the one that I found out this Davamos Lou Taylor connection from. So shout out to her. And Whitney Webb, One Nation Under Blackmail. I think the name of her website is Unlimited Hangout. I don't know her. I've never met her. She definitely doesn't know who I am, I would assume. But yes, I have heard of her. She's very good. And I love that piece that she wrote. Thank you to Messi Elliott for becoming a new member, and also to Gabriel. Thank you so much, Gabriel, for becoming a new member. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you everybody for supporting the channel. It is crazy. It is crazy, G. Okay, so back to Becca.
After a few years of associating and having a friendship with John Casablancas, Paulo Zampoli's father would pass away in his skiing accident. That's when Paulo briefly stepped up to take over his father's company, and then ultimately decided to not carry on his father's legacy. He wanted to become a modeling agent like John Casablancas. So Paulo sold his father's toy company to a man named Silvio Berlusconi, who was a disgraced Italian prime minister who was forced to resign from office because he was caught essaying children. It was
that I did not know.
Acquisition of his father's toy company that Paulo started what would be a long-term friendship with both Silvio and his close friend Flavio Briatore. Silvio is no longer alive in present day, but Flavio Briatore is, and him and Paulo are still very close friends. Paulo posted this just a couple of days ago. Flavio was also recently at the inauguration party for Donald Trump during this most recent term. Flavio, on top of remaining friends with the disgraced Italian prime minister for egregious acts against children, Flavio was also a instructor.
So yesterday we did also learn that this former Italian prime minister was corrupt and disgraced, but now I'm being told by Becca that the former Italian prime minister actually got in trouble for doing things untoward to people who hadn't reached the appropriate age. I'm just going to Google this real quick because I want to see if I can substantiate that. Silvio Berlusconi. Okay. So I'm on the Wikipedia page. Was accused of initially convicted of paying 17-year-old Moroccan Karima El Mahroug, also known as Ruby Rubacouri, Italian for Ruby the Heart Stealer. So he supposedly paid a iPhone 17 for some certain type of services between May 2010, between February and May. But he was found not guilty on appeal. He was also found not guilty on appeal after having been formally convicted of malfeasance in office. 2013, the court of first instance sentenced him to 7 years in prison and banned him from public office, but he appealed. And the appeals court overturned his conviction, making him once again eligible to hold elected office. So he was convicted, but to be very clear, it was overturned. I don't know any more details. I'm just literally reading the paragraph from Wiki, but I want to be, when allegations are made like that, I just sometimes want to just check it out. Although I'm not claiming any of this is true. I don't know if it's true or not true from Wikipedia either. I'm just doing a live investigation.
Ironically turned executive advisor for Formula One racing, to a fugitive hiding in the Virgin Islands, to a successful and wealthy nightclub and hotel owner. Flavio is also the baby daddy to Heidi Klum's daughter, Lenny. There's just a whole lot of...
Okay, this. So during the time that Paulo Zampoli was kind of becoming this modeling agent guy that he would turn out to be, he had to first sell his daddy's toy company. He met this man, John Casablancas, when Paulo was only about 14. So Paulo himself was introduced into this lifestyle as a child, as a 14-year-old. His dad would die a few years later, and then he would sell his dad's toy company. It was a highly successful toy company in Italy, but he wanted to become a model manager himself, just like his mentor / big brother, John Casablancas. So in the process of selling the company, the toy company, he starts to become close to the buyer of the toy company. The person who would buy the toy company was a politician who ended up being an Italian prime minister, and he did get convicted of doing things untoward to somebody not of age, but it became appealed. It was appealed and overturned or whatever. So not only did Paulo then start to become friends with the guy who bought his toy company or his dad's toy company, he also became friends with this other guy, Flavio or whatever. That guy is the baby daddy to a very high fashion, very supermodel Heidi Klum, her child. Okay. So they all having babies with these supermodels. Hello. No, Naomi Campbell again, of course. She's all up in the mix.
To it all right now. Just basically know Paulo has been close with him since the beginning of his career, and he is still close with him in present day, and he likes to hang around MAGA-esque activities that Paulo is at as well. But basically, from a very young age, John Casablancas brought in Paulo under his wing and helped him get into the world of modeling and become a modeling agent like himself. Yes, John Casablancas is the father of Julian Casablancas from The Strokes. Throughout the entirety of Paulo and John Casablancas' friendship, John Casablancas actively had horrific allegations against him. Remember, Paulo was born in the 70s. John Casablancas' allegations began to happen in the 70s and continued for decades to come. Starting in the early 90s, specifically 1994, John Casablancas appointed Paulo Zampoli to run his Elite Models Look of the Year contest that was taking place in Ibiza.
Now, we heard about that Look of the Year contest yesterday on the live stream with Kimora Lee Simmons. I was like, wait a second. Russell Simmons was at Trump's wedding, according to some news we read yesterday. Russell Simmons ended up marrying and turning into a complete empire on her own, Kimora Lee Simmons. And she was known as and famous for being a model. Now, Kimora Lee Simmons was a very successful model. She was walking for like the top brand. So it was like some of these girls are models, but they like did like a couple photo shoots a few times or whatever. Like Kimora Lee Simmons was a model, like a real one. Melania Trump, I mean, she was on a cigarette ad in Times Square. You know what I mean? Like she wasn't walking the runways and, like what Kimora was. So I'm like, wait, I think Kimora Lee Simmons was an elite model. So I looked it up, and yesterday I looked it up. She did compete for an elite modeling competition for a contract. She competed. She didn't win it. She, I think, came in third or something. She didn't win it, but it was this Look of the Year. It was this Look of the Year contest. Oh man, all of these things are starting to fold back on each other. It's really blowing my mind.
Moved to New York City per the suggestion of John Casablancas. Upon establishing himself in New York City, Paulo Zampoli would purchase Metropolitan Models, and while he owned Metropolitan Models, one of his models would go on to date David Copperfield, who we know is a co-conspirator within Jeffrey's Black Book, as well as a close friend of Paulo Zampoli.
So I just want to be very clear. Co-conspirator does have a very specified meaning. I am not saying that this man conspired to do anything, but we do kind of start to get the idea that, I mean, look at the age, just look at the age difference for one. I mean, I don't know how old these people are in this picture, but it looks to me like he is quite a bit older than her and quite a bit uglier. No offense to him. David Copperfield, however, was rich and famous. And, there is that archetype of a gold digger. Like there are gold diggers. So maybe she was with him, because on her own free will. However, you start to see how people that were mentioned in the Jeffrey Epstein files, um, extensively, David Copperfield, he's like a magician, or ended up with these models, and not just any models, but models from specifically these Epstein affiliated and associated modeling agents and modeling agencies. Now, something important as well that I just want to point out or draw more attention to that Becca points out is Paulo didn't just start a modeling agency. He bought one. He didn't start a modeling agency. He purchased a modeling agency. And if you put yourself in the business and or lawyer legal mindset of purchasing a company, what are you buying? If you buy a modeling agency, you're buying all of their assets and their interests in certain assets. And so what interests that a modeling agency would have and what assets it would have are the contracts, the modeling contracts, the exclusive modeling contracts, perhaps, with often foreign models who need desperately to be employed and in some type of contract relationship with these modeling agencies to stay in the country, to not get not only deported is the least of your concerns if you're going back to, Belgium or something. But if you're going to be held in a detention facility, I mean, who knows? God knows what things unspeakable could be happening to you in there. And so Paulo, by purchasing a modeling agency instead of starting one, he just inherited all the interest. It's almost like, I hesitate to say this because, I don't want to get sued, but it's almost like buying people. Like if somebody buys Universal Music, the person who bought Universal Music would end up owning all of Universal Music's contracts and assets, which include the rights to use, whoever, Britney Spears is now whoever. I don't know what Universal owns at this point, but let's say Whitney Houston or Michael Jackson, whatever. If you buy the whole record company, then you're buying the contract relationship with the people who entered into the contracts. The names, the likenesses. A lot of these people change their names because they've sold off the right to use their name. They can't even use their own name anymore. That's why you get artist formerly known as blah, 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 whatever XYZ. That's why you get Ye instead of Kanye, because not only are they kind of like reinventing themselves, but they are getting out of contract relationships. Like, hey, you don't have the contract to use Ye. You only can say Kanye West. So the fact he bought a modeling agency would imply to me, I think, that he bought all the contracts, all the NDAs, all the agreements with these models. So you're kind of buying the models, especially if these contracts are exclusive. And remember, if you're bringing women or girls from other countries, what was Paulo also doing? He was housing them. There were those model apartments. So I don't think I've seen any allegations against Paulo so far. I'm not saying this is a Paulo specific thing, but if you can think about the situation from just a person, any person who owns a modeling agency with these foreign models, and you have these visas and these H-1B or these employment visas with these supermodels of the world, it's not hard for me to imagine how perhaps some of those women wouldn't be able to leave the apartment. Maybe Paulo gets mad, locks them in there. It's sort of, for me, again, that's what I was talking about. For me, it's not like, oh, this is immigration fraud. Yeah, that's an issue, but that's not my issue. That's not what I'm really focusing on here. What I'm really focusing on here is, okay, fine, you're going to use the H-1B. You're going to use the F1, you're going to use the different visas. Okay, fine. But then is that allowing some type of incentive or some type of conflict of interest that basically welcomes and invites these young foreign born girls and women to be treated as property? Especially when it's like they don't even have their own leases. They're staying in modeling apartments. And then the modeling apartments they're staying in, they maybe can get live streamed or filmed. Did he maybe never live stream the models, but he just still got film recordings of them and sold it? These are things I just think about. And one of the reasons why this has ended up being a 11, 12-hour series so far. Let's see what else Becca has to say.
Casablancas. And shortly after this, he would go on to purchase American models, which he turned into ID models. And right around this time in 1995, Paulo would meet Donald Trump.
So Paulo wasn't happy to just buy Metropolitan models, which he did buy. He also purchased American models. He changed the name of that company, though, to ID. And that's where we get his ID brand. That's the one I think he's most known for. That's it. You know, it's kind of said in the media and, you know, Wiki or whatever. It's kind of put out there like he started ID models. He's a founder of a modeling agency. No, he purchased two. He sold his daddy's toy company and he purchased two separate modeling agencies. And then he named the remaining modeling agency that he owned ID Models. This was in the early 90s. Now, right around the same time, mid 90s, 1995, Paulo ends up meeting a younger Donald Trump. 1995 was 30 years ago. Okay, 31 years ago. So a long time ago, Paulo, 30 years ago, and Donald Trump cross each other's paths.
Of John Casablancas and a fellow modeling agent. And as we know, since then, the two of them have been thick as thieves as Paulo sits in our current administration and was also involved in the first one as well. In the year after he met Donald Trump, Paulo discovered Melania in 1996 and she began modeling for him. And shortly after, Paulo would bring Melania.
Okay. So that actually, thank you, Becca, ends up answering a couple of the questions that were outstanding and remaining that I had yesterday. Namely, did Paulo already know Melania when he met Trump? Who did Paulo meet first? Did Paulo meet Donald Trump first? Did Paulo meet Melania first? How far apart? Because remember, Paulo is the one who is credited now with introducing Donald Trump and Melania, but who did he meet first? Well, according to Becca and her research that she's done, the one he met first was Donald Trump, but it was only 1 year later that Paulo Zampoli met Melania. And that same year that Paulo Zampoli met Melania, he introduced Melania to Donald Trump. So, Mr. Zampoli, this is the, Becca has put up this screenshot excerpt. It says, Mr. Zampoli drank Diet Cokes with Donald Trump, a teetotaler, in the exclusive upstairs. Teetotaler means like he don't drink. In the exclusive upstairs area of the hotspot, Moomba, and joined him at other celebrity and model hangouts like Bowery Bar. He also traveled the world scouting talent for his agency, and he met Melania at a Milan casting call. Mr. Zampoli recalled asking Melania, this is back in 1995, or 1996, excuse me, would you like to come to New York to try the market? He explained that Melania would be able to make a lot more money in New York. She said, I would be very interested. Zampoli said Melania was very beautiful and had a head on her shoulders. Zampoli said that he secured an H-1B visa for Melania, calling the process very, very easy to do. She moved into the same Union Square apartment building where Zampoli had lived and became friends with his girlfriend, a Hungarian model named Edith Molnar. Okay, so Edith Molnar in 1996 was Paulo's girlfriend. She was living in an apartment. Melania moves into the same building. And according to this article, this excerpt, it was through the H-1B visa, which requires a college degree, we learned yesterday. And Melania does not have a college degree, which we read yesterday. So I don't know if it was legal, but that's what's being reported or what has been reported.
to the United States for Donald Trump. During this time period, Paulo also became close with Jean-Luc Brunel, another modeling agent who had very similar allegations as Jeffrey and passed away in the exact same circumstances as Jeffrey, because Jean-Luc Brunel was obviously in their same modeling circle, and he had an apartment in Trump Tower, which was owned by Paulo Zampoli's friend. So we've talked about this a little bit before. If you have not seen my Cipriani's deep dive, please go watch that and then come back, because a friendship that Paulo started at a young age was with a man named.
So the rest of this video, of Becca's video, is completely captivating and entirely fascinating, but it does kind of spiral off into this Cipriani's thing, and that's not a rabbit hole I'm trying to go down, or else this video today is going to be 47 and a half hours long. So I have a lot more things though that I want to show y'all. I did want to just show y'all the Becca video though, because she kind of starts to lay out what I think is a little bit of a pipeline, a little bit of a machine, as it were. I want to show y'all this though too. My other channel. Oh wow, that's so many views. Ricardo Tisci, he was the he's a fashion designer. So in this modeling world as well. He was kind of like single-handedly responsible for deciding who was going to be the face of certain campaigns. And he's worked for Burberry. He also worked as the creative fashion designer lead, whatever the job title is, for Givenchy. And he is the one who had the very strange party, the freaky Hollywood party that changed Justin Bieber's life forever, Ricardo Tisci's 40th birthday. And this video right here, Ricardo Tisci is facing allegations of his own. He's done got sued himself. He was like this big fashion guy. And I remember when I stumbled across Ricardo Tisci. I don't remember now because the web just webs. It's like, you know, my memory is kind of very good, but just blurry on some of these people because they overlap so much. I'm pretty sure the reason I found out about this party at all was either because Wendy Williams called Ricardo Tisci Kanye West's special little friend, or because Justin Bieber, I was researching Justin Bieber and I was looking into Corey Gamble. And I'm like, Corey Gamble used to work for Scooter Braun as a tour manager. He was Justin Bieber's tour manager, but then he met Kris Jenner at some point, and now he's Kris Jenner's purse holder, aka / boyfriend or whatever. So I was looking into the Justin Bieber thing, and it was like, where did Kris Jenner meet Corey Gamble? And I think it was at this party in 2014, Ricardo Tisci's birthday party, his 40th birthday. Guess where the birthday party was? Ibiza. So we just talked about, or we just heard Becca talking about how Paulo Zampoli, his family owned, it was a very wealthy family. His family owned the largest residence or the largest home on Ibiza. Ibiza is a rich people playground. So I just wanted to remind y'all some of the photographs on the Ricardo Tisci Instagram, because what had happened was I found out about Ricardo Tisci about 2 years ago or whatever, and I'm like, who is this guy? And I go to his, and he's like a fashion guy or whatever, but a lot of these fashion people are like, something is wrong with him. And he had all these deeply unsettling pictures on his Instagram account. So I scrolled all the way back on Ricardo Tisci's Instagram account, and this was years ago, like over a year ago for sure. I scrolled back on Ricardo Tisci's Instagram account all the way to 2014, his 40th birthday party, and he had a birthday party hashtag Ibiza 74. So I was looking because I was trying to see who was all at that party, what was going on at it, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like a bunch of famous pictures that we've seen come from that party, like the one with Justin Bieber and Kris Jenner together, the one with Justin Bieber and Kendall Jenner together. There's a few. And I took screenshots. I took a bunch of screenshots of Ricardo Tisci's Instagram account. Well, about a year would go by and he would get sued on SA allegations. And I go to his Instagram, he's popping off. Everyone's like, oh no, I love Riccardo Tisci. Oh no, he's such a good fashion designer. I can't believe this. All our faves are problematic. And people are kind of looking now into him and going back with a retrospective lens, as we do, to look at what's going on with Riccardo Tisci. And come to find out, he done deleted all the pictures on his Instagram account, except one of like a goat man. But anyway, I just thought we could take a look at the archive here. Let me see. Where's the... I want to show y'all the ones. This isn't the video I want to show y'all. Because it's long. I don't watch the whole thing. I have like a Riccardo Tisci freakiest party ever. Hold on, let me see.
What was your favorite?
Okay. So here is the Instagram pictures. Oh my God. Let me slow it down. Because they flash by really fast. Let's go half the speed. And this is on my other channel, BJ Investigates. So here's just some of the pictures from that night. Kate Moss was there, Kendall, Justin, RTB. All these are deleted now. These gone. There's the party. That looked like could be Epstein right there. I don't know. It's hard to tell. That's Riccardo right there. Now, this is in the daylight hours. I don't think they had gotten too freaky yet. Kim Kardashian, horses, Kate Moss. All these are deleted. Diddy was there. Chris. Models on a boat. Butts. Now, some of these pictures are from around that time before. Some of them are from after. There's yachts. There was a naked man. Uh-oh. See, it starts getting a little freakier. Yeah. So now this man is facing his own allegations. The reason I wanted to show y'all that is because that happened in Ibiza. So I've found that particular party to be important enough to make like 3 whole entire dedicated videos on BJ Investigate. So if y'all want to check those out, you can go and look at those. No, I didn't talk about Tyler Perry yet. No. So shout out to me for making those videos, because I just knew when I saw the Instagram account, some allegations, something was happening. Something was going to drop at some point. Okay. So that was the disturbing background of Melania Trump's modeling agent, who was Jean-Luc Brunel. My voice is tired from talking for 4 straight hours a day for the last 2 days, 5 straight hours. So here is Trump. Remember that Casablancas guy? He keeps coming up over and over and over again. He is the elite model management guy. He's the one that owns Elite Model Management, or owned it. And not only was he a mentor of sorts to Paulo Zampoli, who is very good friends with Trump and has all this drama going on with Amanda Ungaro, but Donald Trump has his own relationship with John Casablancas. Look at this, what I stumbled across yesterday. The video posted 8 months ago. They're saying this is from 1991. It looks like it's a little bit newer than 1991, a little more recent. But it says Trump judges elite models girls with John Casablancas. Trump judges elite models. Now, just yesterday, this video had a different title. Hold on. Oh, no, that wasn't it. Okay, never mind. Okay, that video had the same title yesterday. Just kidding. Okay, so here's Donald Trump being named, being mentioned, and I guess being seated right alongside John Casablancas. There's 2 reasons I wanted y'all to see this clip. It is only, 3 minutes or so long, 2 minutes, 59 seconds. Two reasons I wanted to show y'all this clip. Three. Number one, it's just crazy. It's mind-blowing. It's a little bit entertaining. It's a little unsettling. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, it puts Donald Trump one link closer to this whole thing, because not only is he just friendly with Paulo Zampoli, who's a member of his administration right now, but also he had his own his own pre-existing links, we'll say, to John Casablancas. And the other reason that I wanted to show y'all this is we've been doing a lot of talking the last 2 days about how illegitimate these modeling agencies might have been. They were selling a certain dream, and it was like, 14-year-olds on a plane. But I just want to circle back and remind y'all how they sold this dream. They didn't make it seem like, oh, if you model, you'll have a hard life, but you'll get a visa. No, they made it seem like if you're a model, you are a princess of the world. You are like basically a celebrity. If you're a model, you can make all of this money and live in these beautiful cities and have these boyfriends who are so, hot like you, and travel. And a lot of these women were from backgrounds where they wouldn't be able to do that if they didn't have the opportunity some other way outside of their normal life. So I wanted to remind y'all just how legitimate it all really seemed. And I'm not even saying it wasn't legitimate. I'm not saying it was illegitimate. But now with this Amanda Ungaro stuff coming out, it certainly has started to bring to light, and bring forward questions of like, were all of these agencies really as legitimate as they were presented? Here's a 3-minute clip. It's got Donald Trump, two, I guess, already existing models, and John Casablancas. This is an elite model casting.
Personal interviews designed to help our judges discover what makes each one special.
Okay, the audio is bad. This is an old clip.
Exhaustive round of personal interviews designed to help our judges discover what makes each one special.
Hold on. Who's that? Who's that? Don't tell me that's Michael Jordan, who is just now grab-assing a little boy. Who is that?
Judges discover what makes each one special.
Your 5'9" reading? Serious, huh? We may measure again tonight before
Okay. Thank you very much.
The audio is blown out. That's not my fault.
Was intense inside the judging room.
I don't like you as you are.
And out.
I'm just so excited.
Each girl was considered not only for her beauty and poise, but also for her personality and that indefinable something extra that makes a top model.
Je ne sais quoi.
Okay, you want to pull your hair back 1 second? Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Ingrid. Good luck for tonight.
Thank you.
When it came time to choose the 21 finalists, emotions ran high as each judge expressed his or her opinion. The 58 contestants participated in an exhaustive round of personal interviews designed to help our judges discover what makes each one special.
Your 5'9".
Or the spirit of New York. The ever-present paparazzi took advantage of the numerous photo opportunities.
Okay, so I don't exactly know when this is. They're trying to say it was 1991. It could totally have been. I would have been less than one, probably like 1 year old. And there's all these paparazzi here, but this video this video for me contributed to what had already started in my brain, which is it's all manufactured. It's all manufactured. And it has to be. Because if part of this game is getting visas for people, one of the visas you can get is if you have reached renowned notoriety as an arts or entertainment figure. Like if you have notoriety, national or especially global notoriety, fame as a performer in the arts or in entertainment, you can get a visa. You can stay here. So it's almost like, for lack of a better word, industry plants. It's almost like, for lack of a better word, modeling industry plants. Like, we're going to make you worldwide famous. We're going to pay these paparazzos to come over here. We're going to set up live streams and reality show competitions for y'all to be famous. We're going to do that. And so all you have to do is everything we say. Now, that wasn't the primary way that these models came through their visas. I think a lot of them came on tourist visas and worked illegally. I think a lot of them came on student visas and worked illegally. I think a lot of them came on student visas and did not work illegally, but then they got bachelor's degrees and then became models. But like, think about the fact that a lot of these models, maybe this is their modeling gig. Now they can say they were a model. Look, I'm doing this for my portfolio. And it's like, girl, you're standing on a roof in New York. Beautiful, gorgeous, lovely. I'm not saying anything's wrong. I'm not saying the women are doing anything wrong or bad. They're being sold a dream. And this one right here, especially, just as an example, looks like somebody that would be a model. I mean, she looks about 6 feet tall. She's towering over these photographers who are men. So yes, absolutely. Modeling is a legitimate job. Many people do, especially back in the day. There was no AI. You want to show people what your clothes look like on somebody, you need a model. You want to show somebody what your purse looks like, your makeup looks like, the hair looks like. Your modeling is a real thing. It's not like it's all fake. But just watching this video, it's starting to make... Yeah, Alicia, sorry, I got distracted right in the middle of saying that sentence, but this is actually, yes, I totally agree. Alicia said, to me, the biggest issue with Melania saying completely incorrect words during her speech is that it's obviously she did not write the speech and she barely understands what she's even saying. Bingo. That's my thoughts and my opinion as well. So who are these paparazzis? If you've been around since the Free Britney movement, then you know how hard it is to get a single photographer to show up for anything. You have to pay them or get the news to cover something, get a segment on somewhere or something. It's almost like it was all just a bunch of dudes and some women who owned different companies, and they were just using their companies to create the illusion of a lifestyle, to sell it to us and to sell it to these girls and women. You can call somebody a model. Okay, put a 3 in the chat if you've ever heard of or watched the show Below Deck. Put a 3 in the chat if you've ever watched the show Below Deck. I was watching one of those shows, one of those seasons one time. It's a show about the crew of a private yacht. And there's different seasons, there's different places. There's one in Australia, there's one in this place, there's one in that place, whatever. And it's like the crew of private vessels. One's a sailboat, one's a yacht. And they have their own little drama, and, you know, famous people come on the boats and whatever. It's cute. I like the show. I like to watch it, or I used to. I haven't watched it in years probably, but when I was watching, I liked it because I'm never going to get to go on a yacht. I'm never going on no yacht. I want to see what they're doing. And I especially want to know what they're doing below deck. Below deck is where they stay, the crew. So on the show, I was watching one of those episodes one time, and on the show Below Deck, there was a client who basically, like, there's one like really rich person who owns the yacht, and then, or a company, an LLC that owns the yacht, and then you can rent it. Rich people can rent it. Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs did that. Now, some really, really, really rich people own their own yachts. I think Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos own their own yachts. But, you know, if you're just like regular uber wealthy and you're not like multiple billionaire, trillionaire wealthy, then you would just rent a yacht. And it's a lot of money. It's like millions of dollars, sometimes like $500,000 a day to rent these yachts or whatever. So they made a reality show based on it. And one of the guests one time that came on the yacht was a photographer. And he brought on the yacht with him for the trip. I think it was like a week or, you know, a weekend or whatever. He brought on the yacht with him models. And this photographer brought these models on the Below Deck boat, and they didn't have no clothes on most of the time. And they were hanging off the yacht and picture. And here he is up under them, and they're spread eagle. And it's like, well, I mean, I guess it's modeling, but like, were those like runway models? They call these OF girls OF models, but they're doing S acts on camera. So yeah, sure, I guess you could call it a model, but like start to think about how they call anything and how the definition of model can be expanded. And now think about, by virtue of that, can't modeling agent and the definition of that also be kind of expanded to like pimp? Like if you're saying, hey, come from Milan with me to the United States, you'll make so much more money. Oh, we're going to do this modeling gig tonight where you jump out of somebody's cake with no clothes on, and then you go on a date with Zhao Lo, for example. Is that modeling or is that an escort? Does it depend if they actually do something later? Does the model have a choice to do something later? These Demesia Elliott is like, preach. I can literally like feel the screams. Like, you've just been waiting for someone to say this. I know, cousin. I know, sister. She's like, yes, this. So can't model, for my agent. They don't call it the oldest profession in the world for nothing. And if modeling is the oldest profession in the world, that type of definition of modeling, then wouldn't pimp be like second to oldest? Or John would be, I guess that's not a profession. These are some of the things I think about. Yeah, Buster said it. Pretty sure pimping is the second oldest. Seems like it. And it's like, you think about, like, I've been doing not a lot, but like more than before in my life. Lately in my life, I have been doing more studying of ancient civilizations, ancient texts, what we can piece together from, several thousands and thousands of years ago. Like, what were humans doing? Were there humans? What did they look like? What do they do? And a big common theme that I notice across civilizations that I look into is human ownership. It's like, there's always been this kind of like class of people, if you could call them that, who are obsessed with exploiting the labor of other people. Look at, what we've read in our Bible. If you grew up Christian, the let my people go, those poor Israelites were being enslaved. You look at, it's across all civilizations. You look at how certain like temples and monuments were built, and it's like, ain't no way this went up without slave labor. You look at these kings and they like to do these revisionist histories and like, oh yeah, the king had 40 wives. He didn't have 40 freaking wives. He had 40 slaves. Let's call it what it is. He might have one wife there. That was the queen. But like, it's like, let's call it what it is. These people like to own people. Something is wrong with them, and they like owning people. I don't even like to be somebody's boss. I don't even like to think about it like that. I don't even like to, like, when somebody's waiting on me at the restaurant, I don't even like to really think of it like they're working for me. It's like, girl, you got a job to do. I'm hungry. You know what I mean? Like, but there's people that have been obsessed for a long time with human ownership. And so I'm like, is maybe this what's going on? I don't know. It just makes me wonder, did Paulo Zampoli sell his father's extremely successful toy company, not because he wasn't interested in toys, but because he was more interested in human ownership and control over beautiful women and dangling passports and dangling visas over their heads? I have no idea. It's just, these are questions that come to my mind. Let's watch the rest of this video. Again, if you're just joining, this is Donald Trump judging an elite model competition in the early 90s. Not by himself. No. But with John Casablancas, the owner of Elite Model Management.
Was entranced by the views. Despite the long day behind them and the work that lay ahead, the girls just didn't want to quit.
That might be copyrighted, so I'm gonna
concentrate.
Toward the spirit of New York.
I really appreciated the acting that he.
Girl, what is this?
The ultimate contest for women that want to go all the way in the modeling business.
Featuring 58 of the world's most beautiful young women, competing for more than $700,000 in prizes.
Wow.
A chance of a dream come true.
Wow. Okay. So Donald Trump actually did do a little cameo interview here, and he said this is the place to be for anybody that wants to make it to the top in the modeling business. And to me, this is obvious now. I know some of y'all still like Donald Trump. That's fine. You're allowed to. I'm not trying to tell you who to like, but please, this is my channel. I'm going to say what I want to say. It's becoming obvious to me that this was a recruiting event, not just for who wants to be the next top model. But they brought these women to a dance club. I think they were testing out and trying to see what the women would be, which ones would be comfortable with doing certain things, which ones would not be comfortable doing certain things. And I want to remind y'all, this is the president of the United States of America for the second time. He's in second term. So Donald Trump, with his schleppy ass, absolutely had no business at all whatsoever trying to judge a modeling competition. But he was very rich even at this time. Paulo Zampoli at this documentary so far, nowhere to be seen. Donald Trump had his own independent connection to John Casablancas. And they're like, who's going to make it? And it's again, I'm glad I have this live channel because I could just talk forever long I want to. In my mind, it's all there. And then when I try to get it out, it's like, I know I sound like I'm schizo ranting. Okay. But this is a pattern, and I've been trying to beat it into making sense to y'all. Not beat, but like, it's like beating a dead horse. I know, but like on my other channel, BJ Investigates, I talked about this extensively with Les Moonves and the America's Next Top Model show. And this is way before any of this stuff started coming out. It's like, I talked about it years ago, even with Lou Pearlman. Lou Pearlman, put up 4 in the chat, if that rings a bell. Lou Pearlman, he was the manager, the founder, the creator of Backstreet Boys, which came out just a few years before NSYNC. Backstreet Boys, I want to remind you, was being put together right at this time, early 90s, 1992, 1993. And Backstreet Boys, as y'all know, same kind of pattern, was, I'm not going to say artificially, but like preferentially, I'll say. Preferentially pushed. The Backstreet Boys was preferentially pushed onto us as young people. And I'm 35. So when I say us, I mean people within my age range. If you're older, then maybe it was your kids or your little sisters or whatever. If you're younger, yes, it was pushed onto us, the Backstreet Boys. They would do these tours where they would go around to water parks, theme parks, SeaWorld, Sealand. They had connections with the Walt Disney Company. And then Lou Pearlman then started another band, the other most famous boy band of the early 90s, NSYNC. For years, I think 2 years, the Backstreet Boys did not know that Lou Pearlman was building up another band essentially to be their competition. So that's one. I'm going to write this down. Lou Pearlman, Backstreet Boys. Now, that was a little bit more on a macro level. Lou Pearlman, Backstreet Boys. The Backstreet Boys start getting a little big for their britches because they're so famous and they're all these girls and some boys. And so Lou Pearlman's like, look, someone else is going to come up with the next big thing in the boy band industry. So might as well be me because I don't want to be in competition with somebody else. So I'll just be in competition with myself. So really it ends up setting up a highly competitive, damaging, because these are all kids. Maybe some of them were in their 20s, but like some of them were 13 years old. Nick Carter was 13 when he joined the Backstreet Boys. Justin Timberlake was 13 when he joined NSYNC, and NSYNC was kind of built up around Justin. But the Backstreet Boys and NSYNC were put into competition with each other, not only for fans, but for concert slots. When the Backstreet Boys were too exhausted to move, the NSYNC ends up getting a spot on Disney, this Disney concert, and then they just played that concert over and over during Disney commercials. So they got artificially pushed on us. But what it ended up being was the Backstreet Boys and the NSYNC saw each other as competition. So you have the crabs in the barrel fighting each other. Meanwhile, the fat guy at the top gets rich. He owned Transcontinental Airlines. So I started to notice this competition. I'm calling it artificial competition, but it was real competition. You know, I like Backstreet Boys. No, I like NSYNC. Whatever. A lot of people remember this show, Making the Band. Making the Band, people usually remember like Danity Kane or O-Town. That was when Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs was hosting Making the Band. But a lot of people forget the first season of Making the Band was not hosted by Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs. It was hosted by none other than Lou Pearlman. I've talked about this extensively on BJ Investigates, but we're going back over it here. Lou Pearlman created a band on Making the Band for one season, O-Town, and then he goes away. Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs comes in place. So we know that there's this kind of macro level competition, Backstreet Boys versus NSYNC, but they're both owned by the same guy, let's be honest. And then there's also a micro level of competition, like we saw with Usher. If you don't do it, somebody else will. Usher, also 13 years old, when he auditioned for LaFace Records, it was L.A. Reid. It was at the top of the Blue Cross Blue Shield building in Atlanta. Usher was in a little boy band on his own already, but then he auditioned for a real record label. And he sang, I think, End of the Road. Although we've come to the end of the road. I think it was that one. And he got signed. Inevitably and predictably and obviously, Usher started having voice changes because he was 13. And it was something completely out of his control. Every man in the whole world goes through this voice change. And so he starts to have a little bit of a weaker voice, and they held it over his head. They're like, well, I don't know if you're going to make it, buddy. You had this beautiful voice. Now, I don't know. And so what did they do? Send him to Flavor Camp with Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs. That's where he started to learn the lifestyle. And it, put another way from where I'm sitting, they were saying, you're not going to have a record deal unless you do these deplorable things we want you to do. And this is the lifestyle. So do it or don't. And of course, that's all she wrote. On a micro level, if you look at shows like Making the Band or America's Next Top Model, which was a Les Moonves overseen production, if you look at these shows, you don't want to take your clothes off for the photo shoot. Well, Jane will do it. Bonnie will do it. Jasmine will do it. So if you don't want to take your clothes off, then you're being difficult. You're never going to make it as a model, and you're kicked off the show. So there's this competition inbuilt. The competition. Put a 5 in the chat if you see what I'm trying to say. The competition is part of the program. So here, it's not, we're going to have one model come do a walk. It's 58 of them. You got Donald Trump over there. This is like a precursor to those reality shows. This is the grandfather to America's Next Top Model. This is the grandfather or the father, the predecessor to Making the Band. Making the Band was made up of people who were not professionals. Most of these girls are not professional models yet. This is a casting call to become a model, to become signed to an agency. And so what, I say all that to say, was going on behind the scenes here that they were being asked, requested, expected to do.
As one of modeling's superstars, we'll take you behind the scenes and onto the runway. You see the fun, feel the excitement. You'll pick your favorite, along with our panel of expert and celebrity judges. You'll enjoy
Experts.
Gala evening. One of these contestants will be selected Girl Look of the Year.
The Look of the Year contest is the ultimate contest for women that want to go all the way in the modeling business.
Featuring 58 of the world's most beautiful.
Okay, here's the a little snippet here. We have, I don't know who is this, Paulo? I don't know who this is. This is, I think, John Casablancas. This is Donald Trump. These may be familiar faces. I don't know. Once it gets to like early 90s, I have a hard time ascertaining like who is who. The Guardian's investigation into this event is a must read. Oh, the Guardian did an investigation. Put a 6 in the chat if I should read that. The Guardian investigation into the Look of the Year contest. Elite models boss Gérald Marie was one of the most powerful men in fashion. Was he also an S predator? As French prosecutors investigate, 4 women tell their stories for the first time. Okay. Let me see if I can find the Guardian's investigation into the Look of the Year contest. Wow. Okay, I see some 6s. All right. Mango said, one thing these billionaires can't do is buy good looks. Why are they literally all so unattractive? I have theories. I don't believe good people become billionaires. And I think if you're a bad person inside, it shows on the outside. Like there's people who are not traditionally attractive that you still don't look at and they're like, ugh. Like, yeah, maybe they're not traditionally attractive, but maybe they're real sweet. They have a nice glow about them, whatever. I don't think you become a billionaire. Like, I don't think y'all understand. I forget very often the difference between $1 million and $1 billion. Like it's like unimaginable actually. I don't think you get rich like that. Maybe you could inherit it, but I don't think you keep it if you're a good person. I think you eventually just spend a lot of it, because how can you hoard all of that wealth knowing what we know about the world? But who knows? Maybe they just ugly because it's a curse. Girl, who knows? Okay, no, I do not want to support the Guardian. Okay, so here is the article from 2020. Teen model, and there's Donald Trump on the roof. And look, this is what people used to look like before there was all those fillers and plastic surgeries and just pretty girls. And a weirdo in the middle. What is it? Winged Foot Golf Club. Okay, so the title is Teen Models, Powerful Men, and Private Dinners. When Trump hosted Look of the Year. In the early 90s, Donald Trump judged the world's biggest modeling competition. I thought the world's biggest modeling competition was the Hawaiian Tropic competition from Dumb and Dumber Girl. Okay, in the early 90s, Donald Trump judged the world's biggest modeling competition. Since hit by allegations of abuse, this is how the people who were there remember it. On September 1st, 1991, so I was not even one, a large private yacht cruised toward the Statue of Liberty. It was a clear, breezy evening, and from the upper deck of the Spirit of New York, a golden sunset could be seen glinting off the Manhattan skyline. Downstairs, a party was in flow. Scores of teenage girls in evening dresses and miniskirts, some as young as 14. Danced under disco lights. It could have been a high school prom, were it not for the crowd of older men surrounding them. As the evening wore on, some of the men, many of them old enough to be the girls' fathers or even grandfathers, joined in on the dance floor, pressing themselves against the girls. One balding man was in a suit, and he wrapped his arms around two young models, leering into the film camera that was documenting the evening, and he said, quote, "Can you get some beautiful women around me, please?" The party aboard the Spirit of New York was one of several events that Donald Trump, 45 years old at the time, attended with a group of 58 aspiring young models that September. They had traveled from all around the world to compete in Elite Model Management's Look of the Year competition. This was an annual event that had been running since 1983, and it was already credited with launching careers of Cindy Crawford, huge supermodel, Helena Christensen, and Stephanie Seymour. At stake was a life-changing prize, a $150,000 contract with the world's then leading modeling agency, Elite Model Management, at the time run by John Casablancas. Trump was closely involved in the competition. In 1991, he was a headline sponsor, throwing open the plaza, his lavish chateau-style hotel that overlooks Central Park. He transformed it into the main venue and accommodated the young models. Interesting. Donald Trump was also one of the 10 judges. The next year, 1992, Trump hosted the competition again on a similarly golden evening in early September that year. Another group of contestants boarded the Spirit of New York, chartered for another elite model management cruise. One of the girls on the boat was Shauna Lee. She was 14 years old at the time, from a small town outside Toronto. She recalls how the contestants were encouraged to parade downstairs one by one and dance for Donald Trump, Casablancas, and the others. She was an introverted teenager who loved to draw, but she hated school. She was in New York for the first time. A woman at the agency was pushing me, she recalls. I said to her, "I don't see why I'm going down the stairs and dancing in front of these two. What does that have to do with me becoming a model?" And the woman from the agency is like, no, you look great. Take off your blazer and go do it. So I walked down the stairs. I didn't dance, but I did blow a kiss at them, and I spun around and walked away. So here is a picture from that day, or from the 1991. Another contestant who was 15 at the time also remembers being asked to walk for Trump and Casablancas and other men on the boat in September 1992. She says an organizer told her that if she refused, she would be excluded from the competition. So put a 5 in the chat if this reminds you of America's Next Top Model. If you don't do the naked photo shoot and grind on top of the naked male model, you aren't going to be in this competition anymore. Thanks so much to JC Martin for the $1.99 super chat. I sent an email. If you can, they're worth the buy. I'll have to see what it is. Thank you for the $1.99. Wait, how did I miss this? Thank you so much to Always Learning 1587 for the $99.99 super chat. Thank you. Oh no, One Nation Under Blackmail is the 2-part novel. Thank you, JC, for the $1.99 super chat. One Nation Under Blackmail is something else. Okay, I thought it was One Label Under Blackmail, but you have One Nation Under Blackmail. Okay, 2-part novel. Okay, I'll have to check that out. I do really appreciate Whitney Webb's work. And y'all, if y'all could help me in joining and thanking Always Learning for the 99, that very generous super chat. Thank you so much. Almost $100. Thank you, Amber TSW. I have 600 live viewers. Congratulations. Yeah, this might be the highest. Like over 600. I think this is the first live stream on this channel. I've gotten over 600. That is very exciting. Thank you. Thank you for the $20 super chat too. And for modding. Thank you, Sour Girl. Happy spring. So glad winter is over. Me too, girl. Oh my God. It's been a long, hard winter. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Okay. Trump went from judging these beautiful young ladies to saying Brigitte Macron is hot. Okay, anyway, back to this article. Another contestant, 15 at the time, also remembers being asked to walk for Trump and Casablancas in 1992. She said an organizer told her if she didn't go walk down there for Trump, she was going to be kicked out of the competition. She wasn't going to get her modeling contract. She was going to have to go back to where she came from. She said, I knew in my gut it wasn't right. This wasn't being judged or part of the competition. This was just for their entertainment. 15 years old she was. While Elite's official brochure stated that contestants were between 14 and 24, all of the girls or all of the competitors that The Guardian spoke to, competing in 1991 and 1992, were all between the ages of 14 to 19. Some had come to New York with their parents, or some had come with chaperones in tow. Others were alone. Many were far away from their families for the first time. For them, the stakes were very high and the pressure to impress the judges was very great, as Casablancas had warned them at the outset of the competition in a scene recorded by TV cameras. See, these people were really on the cutting edge. This was the early 90s, and they were already doing these kind of reality show competition style productions with cameras and film crews. Now, this does raise in my mind, right, if this was in any way connected to the Jeffrey Epstein kind of like compromising blackmail stuff, because, you know, there's this, I would say, pretty commonly accepted theory that a big part of what Jeffrey Epstein was doing was blackmailing people. So he would have stuff on camera and then he would hold it over people's heads and to make them do stuff that he wanted them to do. So I'm wondering, yeah, okay, they were filming these young girls for this grotesque competition, but were they also filming for another reason? Were they also filming to get these old bald men grinding on a 14-year-old, and then that's the blackmail footage? Two birds, one stone. Just things I'm thinking about. I'm wondering, rather. But the girls, the teenagers, were warned at the outset of the competition, you are going to be judged, constantly judged. 1991 and 1992, the Elite contest was filmed for a 60-minute glossy television special featuring interviews and behind-the-scenes footage, and later screened on Fox. This was an early foray into reality TV. Casablancas was a powerful figure in the industry already, and too many of the new crop of would-be supermodels, and to many of the new crop of would-be supermodels, this seemed like an opportunity that was too good to miss. 3 decades later, a very different picture of the competition is beginning to emerge. Over the last 6 months, and again, this was written in 2020, over the last 6 months, The Guardian has spoken to several dozen former Look of the Year contestants. And I think Kimora Lee Simmons was one of them that was in this. I don't know if she spoke to The Guardian, but I think she was one of the former Look of the Year contestants. They also talked to industry insiders and obtained 12 hours of previously unseen behind-the-scenes footage. The stories we have heard suggest that Casablancas and some of the men in his orbit used the contest to engage in relationships with vulnerable young models. Some of these allegations amount to harassment, abuse, or exploitation. Others are more accurately described as the R word. Girl, where's the footage? I mean, I don't want to see any footage of that, but like the conversations, like the admissions, why didn't they put that out? Here's Casablancas. There's Trump, obviously. Now, I just want to remind y'all, that's our president right now. What is he on video doing all these years that he was a high society playboy? Now, no such allegations have been leveled against Trump, just to be clear. At the time, he was dating Marla Maples. Yesterday, we heard she might have been a Russian intelligence agent or Yugoslavian intelligence agent or something. But in 1993, the next year, they would get married. So he married Marla. But his close involvement in the contest does raise questions for the president. Did he know that Casablancas and others were sleeping with the contestants? Why would a man in his 40s, whose main business was real estate development, want to host a beauty contest for teenage girls? Journalists have scoured almost every corner of Donald Trump's life, but his friendship with Casablancas and his involvement into the Look of the Year contest in 91 and 92 have been largely overlooked. Yet, the competition is more than a footnote in his story. In time, it would prove to be the foundation of his own pivot into reality TV. He even married a former Look of the Year contestant, First Lady Melania Trump. Wow. She narrowly missed out on a trip to New York in 1992 after coming second in the Slovenian heat. So she had, okay. So this is reminding me of the Hollywood music industry star search. Usher, for example, 13 years old, was originally discovered by none other than A.J. Richardson, who was Bobby Brown's bodyguard. There's a whole thriving industry of scouting young talent, and it ain't just models. We just got off the heels of the most successful, by some metrics, the most successful Coachella performance of all time, which is Justin Bieber, showing us, reminding us, he too was 13 years old, pouring his heart out, putting his whole vulnerable 13-year-old self on the line for the potential to one day become huge and famous. He reminded us just now, he also was scouted. Scooter Braun basically hunted this kid down. Scooter Braun called school districts in Canada to try to figure out where Justin Bieber went to school. So this is a thriving scouting industry. Most of the big names from like our childhood that were singers tried out for Star Search or some similar competition. Britney Spears was on Star Search. Aaliyah was on Star Search. I believe Alicia Keys was on Star Search. Usher was on a Star Search type show. Justin Timberlake did Star Search. Beyonce did Star Search. So these were the scouting, and it's all just to test first. You got to test these kids under stressful conditions and see how they perform under pressure. So this is reminding me of that. Melania Trump, there was apparently a Slovenian modeling competition, and it was for the Look of the Year. Now, if you won over there, then you could go up to a higher level one. And please don't forget, not only did the president of the United States have his own modeling beauty pageant, is what they called it, but it's a modeling competition, Miss America or whatever it was. Not only is his wife one of these models from Slovenia, supposedly, allegedly, but Donald Trump, sorry, I got distracted. Oh shit. What was I saying? Melania. I look at y'all's comments and I completely lose my train of thought. I don't know what I was going to say, but not only did Donald Trump own his own modeling agency, not only did he have his own beauty pageant / modeling competition, but he was also a judge and a close friend and a sponsor of this John Casablancas elite model management thing. And again, y'all, these women were 14 to 19. Why were they scouting 14 to 19-year-olds and not 18 to 26-year-olds? I don't know. No idea. But it does seem to follow that same pattern. Even the shows, even the reality shows, American Idol, Making the Band, The Apprentice, America's Next Top Model, even those reality shows start off with like a talent competition, right? It's like, come one, come all. You don't have to be a professional. You don't have to have ever done this professionally. In fact, and indeed, it'll be the younger, the better, the more inexperienced, the better. And we will mold you and shape you into what we want you to be. So it's just the pattern. Put a 6, y'all see the pattern. So we're reading this Guardian article from 2020. When John Casablancas, again, the one who ended up owning elite models, arrived in New York. Where did he arrive? Hold on. Where did he arrive from? It is crazy to think about. You know, if you're in your mid 30s, especially if you're younger, if you're in your early 30s or your 20s, I know it's easy to start thinking you got left behind, like, oh my God, I haven't done anything with my life yet. John Casablancas ended up being probably the most successful and well-known model, or owning the most well-known modeling agency that there ever was. And he didn't even start till he was 35. Okay, that's how old I am today. So if you're ever feeling like you haven't done enough, John Casablancas didn't even get started doing this elite model management stuff until he was 35 years old. Okay, so just, have heart. 1977, he's 35 years old. He quickly caused a stir. He was branded the Snatcher. Oh, that's scary. Why? Why'd they call John Casablancas the Snatcher? Because he would poach models from other agencies for his model management agency called Elite. He gained a reputation as a ruthless operator, handsome and charismatic. He was the son. Okay. All right. Things are starting to clear up for me. Guess who John Casablancas' parents were? Well, his daddy was a wealthy Spanish banker. Okay, so he's from Spain, and his daddy is a financier, a financial guy. His mama was a Balenciaga model. So John Casablancas comes from a family where the rich man marries the model and has a baby. Makes sense. Good to know. He formed an agency that later became Elite in Paris in his late 20s. Within years of his setting up shop in New York, Casablancas was generating millions of dollars in revenue each year. Off selling these girls or what? He ushered in the era of the supermodel. I got to give him that. That happened. He definitely helped to usher in the era of what would become the era of the supermodel. Glamorous friends flocked to elite model management parties in fashionable clubs like Studio 54. Now, it isn't clear how Donald Trump actually first met John Casablancas, but according to several former models who encountered him during the 80s, Trump became a regular at John Casablancas' parties. This, with the opening of Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue in New York in 1983 and the acquisition of the Mar-a-Lago Resort in Florida in 1985, Trump had gained the reputation of a high-flying playboy in his own right. 2 years later, 1987, he published a book, The Art of the Deal, and a flurry of publicity followed. He sits atop a $3 billion empire, proclaimed the Washington Post, and he seems to have a Midas touch. That means everything he touches turns to gold. It was perhaps unsurprising that a New York celebrity who liked to date beautiful women should come to know the city's best known model agent. This is a quote from a modeling agency guy. Trump was good with PR. And that was something John Casablancas liked. This is from Jeremy Rue, who now runs System, a modeling agency he co-founded with the Casablancas in 2009. He said good or negative press was all good to Trump. Patty Owen, an Elle magazine and Cosmopolitan cover star, so the model, Patty, recalls seeing Donald Trump at elite model management parties as far back as 1982. He would always be at the bar. That's where he would stay, and that's where all the models would hang out. Whenever I saw him, I was always like, why does John have to invite him? And there was another model, Barbara Pilling, also said Trump asked her out for dinner in 1989 at an industry soiree. She recalls Donald Trump asking how old she was. She was 17 at the time. He said, that's just great. You're not too old and you're not too young. Why do I look like Lisa Marie Presley over there? Here's some of the pictures of the models. And with the see-through outfit, girl. Speaking to The Guardian, 4 former elite models say that in the late 80s or early 90s, they were teenagers. The agency required them to go to private dinners with Trump and Casablancas and sometimes other men. One was Shayna Love, an Australian who was 16 when she came to New York for the first time in the summer of 1991. She recalled a dinner that she attended, and she says, now it was presented as our duty as models at the agency. It was not an invitation. It was like, you have to go. She says the dinner she attended had like 10 or 15 models present, and They were at one long table in a private area of an upmarket restaurant. She said, I was at one end with John Casablancas, and Donald Trump was at the other end, surrounded by the other girls. In the spring of 1991, Trump and Casablancas struck a business deal. Okay. Oh, yeah, this is the Look of the Year thing. Donald Trump would sponsor Look of the Year's final competition, and he would host the contestants at his hotel, The Plaza. This would double as the headquarters. At the time, Donald Trump faced significant financial pressures and was close to filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, but that didn't seem to deter him. In the newly unearthed behind-the-scenes footage of the Look of the Year contest in 1991, Donald Trump makes a series of appearances alongside John Casablancas, and he described him as his friend. So Donald Trump was like, yeah, that's my friend, John. At one point, Casablancas reveals how he and Trump struck their business partnership. John said, I had prepared for a long meeting with Donald Trump to explain to him why this was going to be a great success. Ooh, if I could have been a bug on a wall. Casablancas says, to the crowd in the video. Okay. In fact, I hadn't finished my third sentence, and Donald said, I love the idea. Let's do it. Now, Trump disputes being friends with the Casablancas. The president's representatives told The Guardian that he denies it in the strongest possible terms. Trump, they said, hardly knew John Casablancas. He spent very little time with him, and he knew very little about him. Stacey Wilkes had never been anywhere like the New York Plaza when she arrived at Trump's hotel with another contestant in September 1991. 16 years old at the time, she was living in Louisville, Kentucky with her mother. Her mother was struggling to make ends meet. The teenager would hold yard sales and mow lawns to make extra cash. She said, I was just so excited to be in a hotel, she said. To go from a poor part of Kentucky to a place like this, I felt like a little kid, like the little kid in Home Alone. She recalls feeling out of place in the hotel where everything was gold. The teenager had been selected as part of a sprawling international search overseen by Casablancas for new faces. This sounds so much like America's Next Top Model, I swear. Many contestants had come through feeder competitions after winning regional heats. Okay, so feeder competitions, this is kind of like that Star Search thing. Or beauty pageants. You know, you win your local one, it's a circuit, you move up to the next level. Casablancas, or they were also, some of them were recruited from being spotted at malls or hotel lobbies, or in one case, on the beach. Casablancas had visited Wilkes's local mall to host an elite scouting event. Oh my God. I know so many of y'all went to these model elite casting things in the malls. I don't know if all of them were elite. Some of them were definitely not. Some of them were different companies. But Casablancas had visited a local mall in Wilkes's local. This is Stacey Wilkes. So John himself had come to a mall in Kentucky, I guess, to host a scouting event for elite model management the year prior when she was 15. Her local agent said she had sent her to meet him. She had a local talent modeling agent who had sent her to go and meet with him at this scouting event, telling her what to wear and how to act. Stacey said, I was told to put my hair down in front of my face and then like whoop it around and look up at him. 1 year later, Wilkes, the Stacey, she was among those who were met at the airport by a scrum of photographers and whisked into limousines, a supermodel welcome. She said that was kind of neat, she recalls. The contestants assembled beneath crystal chandeliers at the plaza to meet John Casablancas. This sounds just like the Making the Band thing. Like the people were recruited, the people were scouted, the people were called to come to the open casting call, and then they came and then they got to meet Lou Pearlman. John Casablancas told them they would be judged over several days ahead of an evening where they would go to a gala when the winner would be crowned. at the gala. The girls would undergo makeovers and attend photo calls or go-sees. Again, this is almost plot by plot point for how it ended up being on America's Next Top Model, as well as making the band. They had to get makeovers. They donned spandex for an exercise routine in front of the plaza. The behind-the-scenes footage shows John Casablancas informing the would-be models that attention would not only be paid to just their appearance, but also the way that they were, their attitude, their personality, and their sense of cooperation. Okay, here's some of them. Here's Trump. Oh, man. Beautiful, beautiful young women. So at 16 years old, Stacy was actually one of the older contestants in this competition. The 1992 Fox documentary reported that the average age of the competition was 15 years old. And the film's interviews make the youth of many contestants plain. Standing before the judges for the key swimwear round, the aspiring models are asked to tell the panel about themselves. One would say, "Oh, I sing and I love animals," and they would giggle nervously. Another girl said, "I like big dogs and chocolate." Later, during a photo shoot, one photographer instructed, a model to show more of her cleavage by pulling her undergarments lower. Oh boy, my computer just glitched. More, the photographer tells her. More. In 1991, there were 10 judges in total. 8 of them were men. 2 were women. The men included Donald Trump, the celebrity magician David Copperfield. Okay, so he comes up again. And the president of Elite Model Management's European division, Gerald Marie. For the swimwear round, judges, including Donald Trump and John Casablancas, sat at a table in one of the plaza's palatial rooms, rating the teenage girls. Quote, "I felt so uncomfortable standing there in my bathing suit," said Stacy, who again was 15 at the time. She says that at one stage of the contest, the judges said she should lose weight. "I felt like they were ganging up on me," she said. The contestant who came third in 1991 was a girl by the name of Kate Dillon. She was 17 at the time. Dillon, who went on to become a successful plus-size model, says that many of her fellow competitors were from places that were very poor. She said, "I came from a family that had means, so it was something fun to do for a week to get out of school. But a lot of these girls were really desperate," she said. She recalls various after-hours events over the course of the 5-day competition. It was very clear that there were opportunities to go out and party with Donald, she said. The contestants were led to believe that if you were nice to certain people, good things will happen to you. And she said, "I think that's why the girls were going out." The behind-the-scenes footage seen by The Guardian shows brief snippets of the future president mingling with the look of the year models. At an evening reception, he seems to play the role of host, moving regally around. He was the host. It was his building. It was his hotel. He would move regally around the room in a suit and tie. He talked to the VIP guests and the contestants. "How's the Canadian contestants?" Donald Trump asked on the footage before moving over to a handful of Canadian would-be models and introducing himself. At another point, he circulated to the top deck of the yacht, the Spirit of New York, as the boat prepared to depart. Wearing a billowing cream blazer, a pink open neck shirt, and an oversized baseball cap, Trump grinned while posing for photographs and chatting to several girls. One tells him she was just finishing school. Some former contestants recalled him being there as they got dressed for events. Quote, "Every time we changed, it was like Trump would find a reason to come backstage." A Canadian contestant from 1992 recalls similar incidents. He would come by and say, "Hey girls, are we ready?" She's like, "I remember thinking, what have I got myself into?" Now, Trump, to be fair, denies all of this in the strongest possible terms. He said he'd never behaved inappropriately with any Look of the Year contestants. His representatives say he was not aware of the predatory environment at the time. Other people, however, observed a disturbing side to the contest. Ohad Oman, a young reporter for a magazine in Tel Aviv, was sent to cover the competition in 1991, like as a journalist, and also in 1992. Ohad Oman is a he. He attended a number of the after parties as well, and he remembers seeing girls drinking alcohol. He recalls one particularly debauched party. He told The Guardian, "I saw girls sitting on guys' laps, and I remember one guy doing something that y'all can read yourself. I'm not going to read out loud," to one of the contestants. Now, as we know, the legal drinking age in the United States is 21, and probably none of these girls were 21. All the ones they talked to at The Guardian were 14 to 19 at the time. Others who were present recall underage models also being served alcohol at the contest. Donald Trump's representatives, though, say he didn't provide that alcohol to him, and he never encouraged any models to drink. He said he doesn't drink alcohol and he does not encourage others to do so. I do believe that. That's one good alibi he has. I mean, he's not going to be able to be got for making other people drink if he don't even drink. But maybe he did, girl. I wasn't there. I don't know. I was like not even one. The finale of the 1991 competition was a glittering black tie gala in Donald Trump's hotel's ballroom. He loves a ballroom, does he not? Now, John Casablancas and the supermodel Naomi Campbell, we need a Naomi Campbell emoji at this point. She was one of the presenters. And then there were 10 finalists who went through a series of costume changes and walked across a stage decorated with columns of sunflowers. Donald Trump sat on the front row alongside a roster of celebrities. His 9-year-old daughter, Ivanka, was perched on his knee. God forbid Ivanka have her own seat. She was sitting on top of Donald Trump. And we learned yesterday that Ivanka was also an elite model management model, at least according to reports. An 18-year-old model from Belgium named Ingrid Sienhuyve, she was crowned as the winner that year. As the evening drew to a close, she was surrounded by photographers and guests filtered out of the ballroom as a party got going in another of the grand rooms of the hotel owned by Donald Trump. In the newly uncovered footage, again, this is an article from 6 years ago, a man can be heard off camera saying, "Come on, babes, let's get some liquor in you." Now, again, the winner of the competition was 17 at the time. In the months before and after the contests, Elite Model Management sent several of its teenage models to Milan, New York, or Paris on assignments. Usually they would be sent by themselves. A 14-year-old model from Canada named Shauna Lee, she said she felt pressured to perform on that yacht, the Spirit of New York, in 1992. She had spent the entire previous summer in Paris working for Elite Model Management, and she recalls days at castings and nights out partying, including at the legendary Le Bon Douche nightclub. After one drunken night at the club, 14 years old in 1992. So she spent the previous summer when she was just 13 years old in Paris. She remembers one night in a nightclub. For 13 years old, she was allowed to go in there. She was drunk, 13 years old. One of the first times she ever drank alcohol, she says a senior executive at Elite offered her a ride home on his motorbike. Gerald Marie, early 40s at that time, he was the head of Elite's Paris office, a powerful figure in the fashion industry and a 1991 Look of the Year judge. Shauna Lee said, "Okay, fine. I'm drunk. I'm 13, but I'll ride on your motorbike." She was like, "Okay, sure." She said, quote, "Because I was always relying on whoever to get me home. But she alleges that rather than taking her home, Gerald Marie actually brought her to his apartment and told her to come into his bedroom. She said initially she refused. She asked about his wife, and he responded, quote, "Oh no, just come and sleep in the bed with me. Don't worry." She said, I don't know. I just went. She says the Me Too movement has emboldened her to talk about what happened next. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It was her first experience of the type. You can pause and read the details if you want to. She said, quote, "I just froze. I really didn't know what to do." Looking back 30 years later, she said she feels she was taken advantage of. "I felt really pressured." She said, "I was really young and I was manipulated." She told friends what had happened, and the fact that she told her friends eventually ended up getting back to the elite model management people. She said they all knew something went down, but they downplayed it. She's now in her 40s, and as of 2020, she was working as a makeup artist in Toronto. She said, it was just, here's a quote. She said, "It was just understood that it was in my best interest to walk away from it and just brush it under the rug." Now, questions about this elite model management, Paris guys, mistreatment of teenage girls are not new. These questions are not new. All the way back in the year 2000, New York Magazine published an article that 2 of Elite's senior women executives had pleaded with John Casablancas and with this French guy to stop sleeping with the models. So there's 2 women that work at Elite Model Management, in the 90s, and they're like, "Can y'all please stop getting high on our own supply, especially in particular the ones that are not of age, if you don't mind?" "We are men," said the French one. "We have our needs. We have our needs." In 2011, the elite supermodel and actor Carrie Otis alleged that this French guy had repeatedly her when she was 17 years old in Paris in the 80s. 2 years ago, another model for Elite, Ebba Carlson, accused Marie, this guy, of also doing that to her when she was 21. Now, this French man did not respond to a formal letter from The Guardian, but in a brief phone call, he insisted he never assaulted any models. He denied the specific allegations that were levied against him by Sandra Lee, what was her name? Shauna Lee. And this is a quote. He said, "It's absurd. I don't know this person. Allegations like this are becoming too easy to make. Frankly, it hurts." Okay. Now there's Donald Trump with his hand inside his daughter's shirt. "Argue with your mama. Don't argue with me. All I can tell you is my daddy would have never put his hand right there on my body. Nope. Unless it was a car was about to hit me and he just had to get me out of the way. Okay. Nope. My daddy never put his hand right there on me. That never happened to me. Nope. Actually, I really wasn't even allowed to wear stuff like this. I had to have a little shirt or a scarf or something on over that." Other men closely involved in the look of the year during this period have been accused of misconduct against the former contestants as well. Some allegations are contained in actual legal proceedings filed decades ago. Others have been shared for the first time with The Guardian. The newspaper has decided not to publish some of these allegations at the request of the women involved. One allegation already made public concerns David Copperfield. That was that ugly magician we saw earlier. Now, he was a judge of this competition in 1988, and then again in 1991. He once dated another elite supermodel, Claudia Schiffer, 2 years ago, so 2018. As the Me Too movement reverberated through the entertainment industry, this guy, David Copperfield, was the subject of allegations by Brittany Lewis, who at the time in 1988 was only 17 years old in the Look of the Year competition, and that one was held in Japan. According to her account, published in the entertainment news website The Wrap, David Copperfield invited this 17-year-old to a show in California after she returned home to Utah. Brittany Lewis, 17 years old, alleged that she saw David Copperfield pour something into her glass, and then she blanked out. She says she retained hazy recollections of him assaulting her in his hotel room. But Copperfield said on Twitter at the time he had been falsely accused in the past and was now having to weather the storm. Please, for everyone's sake, don't rush to judgment, he said. Several of the 1991 contestants, and this is the one where Donald Trump was one of the judges, recall David Copperfield behaving in a way that now strikes them as inappropriate. Again, they were kids at the time, 14 to 19 years old. Stacey Wilkes says that David Copperfield called the hotel room she was sharing with another 15-year-old, invited the other girl to his room. Another remembers translating a phone call from Copperfield into Spanish so he could invite another teenage contestant to his hotel room. Amy Bendio, who was 14-year-old Look of the Year contestant in 1991, says David Copperfield and his assistant contacted her at her family home after she took part in the contest, checking in to see how my career was going. She was 14 when she competed. She says the magician invited her to his shows and offered to send. That side profile is sinister. Ugh. Ugh. Anyway, here he is here, ugly. Who's that? Is that Claudia? Like she's got her. Yeah, I don't know who that is. But that's Copperfield right there. Okay. Then you have this Israeli girl, 16 years old in 1991. She says Copperfield approached her on the yacht, the Spirit of New York. She said, he said to me that his mom always wanted him to marry a Jewish girl. Months later, she says the magician sent her a Christmas card. Okay, well, that's what? My mom always wanted me to marry a Jewish girl. So instead of sending you a Hanukkah card, I'm going to send you a Christmas card. Okay. Copperfield categorically denies behaving inappropriately with any of the contestants at any time. But in the early 1990s, the Look of the Year contestants who secured modeling contracts with Elite were introduced. Oh, shit. Okay, this circles back around again. It reminds me of that same pattern of Lou Taylor and Lima Yarimovich. Look, in the early 1990s, the Look of the Year contestants who actually won modeling contracts, they were introduced to a fledgling, meaning a brand new, not even off the ground yet, financial advisory firm, Star Capital Management. It was run by an associate of John Casablancas named David Weil. It was housed at Elite Model Management's Manhattan offices, and it was an official sponsor of the Look of the Year contest. David Weil's financial firm advertised its services in the 1991 competition program with a photograph of a small girl dressed in adult clothing and jewelry alongside the marketing line, "Just like you, we're not just another pretty face." These people are sick. Ugh. So not only did they want to all the things we've already talked about, but in the case that these models actually ended up getting a little bit of money off their little modeling contracts, they wanted to control that too. They wanted to control their visas. They wanted to control their immigration. They wanted to control the jobs they took and didn't take. They wanted to control the men, who they entertained or didn't entertain. These freaks wanted to control every aspect. They wanted to control who they made a baby with. And now we're finding out they wanted to control their money as well. They wanted to, hey, you got a $150,000 modeling contract. Why don't you put that money over there with my friend David Weil at Star Capital Management? Controlling the power and the labor, Mary said. It's like, do y'all remember Janoris Jenkins? Y'all let that video flop. You let the video flop on BJ Investigates. But I've been trying to sound the alarm about this. When Janoris Jenkins, who I think is now retired from playing football, he was a very good football player, and whenever he was being drafted out of college, he was drafted to, I think, the Las Vegas Raiders. No, St. Louis Rams. Who does Jeff Fisher? I think it's the Rams. who was Jeff Fisher the coach for? When he was drafted to a football team. Let's say it was the Rams. I don't know who it was. It was Jeff Fisher. Janoris Jenkins. Let me show y'all Jackrabbit Jenkins because I'm pretty sure this is my cousin. Him. He also played for the Saints. Who dat? But he wasn't drafted to the Saints. This guy. Let me show y'all. Janoris Jackrabbit Jenkins. That's him right there. You probably saw. That's probably the picture you would recognize. He has these like super long dreads, and he's a really good football player. So he, years and years ago, I think it was back in like 2004, 2005, or maybe it was 2011. Everything was all put into place and fine. And he was about to start playing for a football team. I think it was the Rams. And Jeff Fisher, the coach of the Rams, was a Lou Taylor, TriStar Sports and Entertainment client. Lou Taylor, if you don't know, is a huge Hollywood business manager, mostly with like singers, but also actors and stuff like that, also athletes. And she managed Jeff Fisher, the coach of the Rams. Well, Janoris Jenkins was drafted to the Rams, and he was going to start playing football, but it was reported in the media that the contract negotiations were being held up. And the reason was because Janoris Jenkins already had his people in place that he wanted to manage his money. But the Rams coach was saying, you have to let Lou Taylor manage your money. Okay, thank you. Katarina, thank you. Oilers Titans from 94 to 2010. St. Louis Rams 2012 to 2016. So this was his first year at the Rams, Jeff Fisher, and he was going to have Janoris Jenkins come over there. And it ended up being the case. He didn't have to do it. At least that's what was reported. But that was another one. It's like, wait a second. Not only do these coaches have pretty much full control over these athletes. I mean, I think athletes are treated like chattel slavery. I think that athletes are treated like slaves. Like they don't even get to pick where they live, which team they play for. They're literally traded. You're trading people. Like, why has that become so ubiquitous? Why are people so comfortable? Oh yeah, he got traded to the blah, blah, blah. Like, sure, to some extent they sign up for it. They sign up for the uncertainty, but okay, fine. But now they wanted it to be where he couldn't even control where his money went either. They wanted to control the money too. This reminds me of that. By the following year, Star Capital Management was handling millions of dollars earned by elites models. This is crazy. If you think about, and everybody's innocent until proven guilty, but you think about the pipeline of the dollar, right? It's human ownership, because you're saying, all right, I'm going to manage you. I'm going to negotiate deals for you. So I'm going to get the percentage of whatever it's going to be off your deals that I negotiate. I'm also going to tell you who you can and can't work for. I'm going to stand in the middle. If I want my other model to get the job, she's going to get it. If you don't do what I want you to do, I'm going to hook up somebody else with Balenciaga front page or whatever. And then if you actually do get a job and make some money, I want to be in control of that too. And then you take all this money that you made, possibly trafficking people, possibly children, and then you also keep it for yourself and they get no money. So whenever they piss you off, you just have them deported. Got it. Okay. Got it. I'm starting to see how this all works. Got it. And we haven't even gotten to Donald Trump's modeling agency yet. The business soon caught the attention of federal authorities, who later accused Weil and his business partner of stealing at least $1.2 million from these models. Holy sh! What? In 1998, the owner of the Star financial firm that they were trying to pressure these models into putting their money into, or maybe they made them do that, he pled guilty to federal fraud charges. He also pled guilty to statutory you-know-what of a model that he had met in 1992. He met the model at the same competition that Donald Trump sponsored. Look of the year. So we have definitive proof. A person pleaded guilty to statutory you-know-what of a you-know-who at or by virtue of meeting a girl at this competition. Proof. that this competition, this modeling competition, the look of the year, was used to target or to find, to locate, to source, to scout, because they call anything, to scout underage people to you know what, and he pled guilty to it. He was sentenced to serve weekends in prison for 3 months and required to register for 10 years. Okay, well, really didn't affect his life very much, did it? Now, Mark Lawless, the New York lawyer who brought a civil fraud case against Star Capital Management on behalf of the 1991 Look of the Year model Ingrid. We talked about her. Remember, she was 17 when she won. Also another year that Donald Trump sponsored. It was 1991. He was a judge. There was this lawyer sued the competition, or excuse me, no, sued the financial management firm owned by that guy Weil, who pled guilty of fraud and statutory you know what. This winner of the competition in 1991, Ingrid, she was 17 years old when she won. Her lawyer said when he inspected Star Capital Management's office, he found an adjoining bedroom. And one of the desk's drawers in the office contained bullets and we'll say wrappers, the kind of wrappers that Lil Wayne was talking about when he said, safe, you know what, is great, you know what, better wear a latex. 4 years after Weil pleaded guilty and was convicted in 2002. So 2002, holy shit. What happened in 2002? Remember, for the sake of the timeline, that's when Zampoli's baby mama, Amanda Ungaro, came to the United States on Jeffrey Epstein's plane. Okay. So that same year, 2002, 4 years after the other guy was convicted, Casablancas faced his own allegations in civil courts. A former Look of the Year contestant known as Jane Doe, who was 44 by the time 2002 rolled around, or maybe 44 in 2020. Yeah. She filed a lawsuit against elite model manager boss John Casablancas and accused him of repeatedly abusing her, and she was under the age of iPhone 18. The abuse began, according to the lawsuit, in 1988, where Casablancas told Jane Doe he was falling in love with her. She was 15. At the end of the competition, the lawsuit says contestants drank and partied late into the evening, and Casablancas, elite model manager, owner, whatever, told the teenager to come to his hotel room. There he blank, and it was several times over the evening. The abuse allegedly continued into the following year when the girl became pregnant. Holy sh! She had to take care of it. And, you know, if you know, you know. If you don't know, you can pause and read. I'm not going to read it. But it wasn't her choice at all whatsoever. She was basically informed. And John Casablancas was 46 at the time. And look at him. This is his third wife in 1995. They met when she was in the 1992 Look of the Year contest. So these people are finding wives from the Look of the Year contest. Can we at least agree on that? This one right here, that's his third wife, Aline. He met her, his third wife, at the Look of the Year contest. Now, we have this financial advisor guy, David Weil. He also found someone to not marry, but to you know what, at a Look of the Year contest. Melania Trump auditioned in 1992 or 3 for a Look of the Year contest, and now she's our first lady. Okay, now she's our first lady. And so what in the hell is really going on out here? Look of the Year contest, maybe they should have called it Wife Mall. Maybe they should have. Thank you, Galaxies Clyde, for becoming a new member. Y'all are really running the memberships up. I love it. I love to see it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. I did watch the movie Him, and it was so good. It was so good. Oh, I could watch it again. That was a good one. That's one of those Truth Bomb, Secret in Plain Sight type of movies. They tell you right there in the open what's going on with football players. Okay, anyway, so back to this article that's like very long. I didn't even ever read this article before. I came across it in the live investigation this morning. We're just reading it together because y'all put 6 in the chat. You know, this is your power, y'all. You put a couple 6s in the chat and it's an hour and a half of my life gone. But it's fine. I think it's a worthy cause. Okay. The lawsuit against Casablancas alleges that he engaged in a pattern of seducing and blank and or blank minor girls. Y'all can read this yourself, including girls as young as this age and this age. But in 2003, okay, importantly, let's be fair. Let's make sure we're saying the full story. The Los Angeles Superior Court dismissed all the claims against him because he did not live in California. So there were jurisdictional claims. At the time, a lawyer for John Casablancas said the allegations were not meritorious. The allegations were without merit. No merit. Now, Donald Trump's representatives have told The Guardian that Trump denies in the strongest possible terms having any knowledge at the time that Casablancas allegedly was engaging in this type of behavior with the Look of the Year contestants. Again, average age was 15, including those who were under the age of consent. Or Trump also denied knowing that Casablancas had allegedly enabled others to exploit or abuse in that same way. But Casablancas's interest in teenagers predated this period. His marriage to his second wife, a Danish model by the name of Jeanette Christensen, ended in 1983 because he was having an affair with somebody who was 15 years old, a model for elite model management named Stephanie Seymour. So he was married his second wife he's married to, she's a model. Then he starts cheating on her with a 15-year-old model. And he has to get divorced from his second wife. And then we just saw a picture of him and his third wife. She's obviously also very young and beautiful. Okay. So Casablancas, when he's having this, carrying on with this affair with a teenager who also, just think of the conflict of interest too. Like, it was a model at his modeling agency. So it's kind of like that Cassie Diddy dynamic where it's like he holds the cards, he holds the contracts, and he holds the life experience, years older. He's in his 40s and he's dealing with these 15-year-olds. Casablancas was in his early 40s at the time, and he later described the girl he was having the affair with as a woman child. He met his third wife, Brazilian model Alina Vermelinger. That is not a Brazilian name. Maybe she's one of those Brazilians that spawned off from the Nazis that went to Brazil to hide. Y'all knew about those? There's a bunch in Argentina too. Anyway, he met his third wife in 1992 at the Look of the Year contest, the one that Donald Trump sponsored at the Plaza. They married in 1993. Casablancas was 51 and she was 17. So I don't know how she got married at 17. By his own account, Donald Trump got to know Jeffrey Epstein in the late 80s. He's a lot of fun to be with, Donald famously told New York Magazine in 2002. And we did read that article together the day before yesterday or yesterday. It was a long New Yorker article. And then Melania Trump emailed Ghislaine Maxwell about it and was like, that was such a great write-up in the New York Magazine. Donald said, quote, "It is even said that Jeffrey Epstein likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side." After Epstein was charged with the ST of blank last year. So remember, this article we're reading is from 2020. Then the president, Donald Trump, started to distance himself from Epstein, telling reporters that he knew Jeffrey like everybody in Palm Beach knew him, but he hadn't spoken to him in 15 years. He said, "I was not a fan of his. That I can tell you." Now, Trump's representatives told The Guardian that he had kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago for acting inappropriately towards staff. But photographs of Trump with Epstein exist. Epstein also owned a house near Mar-a-Lago, and the photos were widely circulated in the wake of Jeffrey Epstein's arrest in 2019. Renewed attention was also given to a deposition by Virginia Roberts Giuffre, or Jeffrey, who said she was first approached by Epstein's friend, Ghislaine Maxwell, while she was working at Mar-a-Lago. in 1999. It also appears that Jeffrey Epstein had a Casablancas connection in the early 90s. According to a lawsuit filed in the United States in 2020, in 1990, Casablanca sent a teenage model for her first casting call at a residential address on New York's Upper East Side to meet a photographer, who it turned out was Jeffrey Epstein. The lawsuit states that Epstein ordered this girl to undress before taking photographs of her. Then he pushed her against a wall and blank her. Now, they get an interview with this guy, George Horaney. And George is a businessman whose American Dream Calendar Girls beauty contest had been running in Vegas since 1978. So he's probably a scummy guy too. Let's just call it what it is. But he recalls encountering Jeffrey Epstein at Mar-a-Lago in the early 90s. This would have been 1993. This guy, George, again, he has his own modeling beauty contest or whatever. So take whatever he has to say with a grain of salt. But he says that Donald Trump asked him to organize a party that month with some of his pageant's finalists. And he promised to invite heads of modeling agencies and prospective sponsors for his competition. This guy, George, said he had me fly in all these girls and gave me a $30,000 budget for airfare and limos to pick them up at the airport. The girls were all decked out. They were expecting to meet all these VIPs, but after an hour at the party, there seemed to be only one other guest, Jeffrey Epstein. I was like, Donald, where are the guys? What's going on here? He said, this is it. Horaney, this guy George, he said at that point he realized, oh, okay, so this is just a Jeffrey Epstein party. Got it. So while suspicious of Epstein, George said he was keen to have Donald Trump as a business partner. A month earlier, December 92, Trump had met with this guy George and Jill Harth, who ran the pageant together. They were looking for a new sponsor for the contest, which each year saw models between the ages of 16 to 22 competing to appear in wall calendars wearing bikinis and swimsuits while posing with classic cars. At dinner in Donald Trump's hotel, the Plaza Oak Room, Harth and Horaney and Trump discussed moving the American Dream competition from Las Vegas to one of Trump's casinos. Trump wanted to build this into the biggest, best thing that he could do. He was talking about television and pulling out all the contacts. Eventually, the pageant was held at Trump Castle in Atlantic City, November 93, but it only was there for a year. The partnership soured and ended in 2 lawsuits, but for Trump, it was a prelude into a series of more lucrative ventures in the beauty business. In 1996, he secured what the New York Daily News described as his most beautiful deal yet. After months of negotiations, Donald Trump acquired, aka purchased, so this sounds a lot like what Paulo Zampoli did, just buying modeling agency instead of starting one. Donald Trump acquired the Miss Universe organization in a reported $10 million deal that handed him control of 3 large, well-established pageants: Miss Universe, Miss USA, and Miss Teen USA. And I think that's where Erica Kirk came up through. 3 years later, he founded Trump Model Management, and he poached a lot of the staff from Elite. Okay. So we're like 3 hours and 20 minutes into this video, and we're finally about to get into Trump Model Management. I wanted to lay out how it all works. What loopholes have been exploited in the past? How maybe they haven't been exploited in the past that we know about, but it could have been exploited in the past, okay, to get to the Trump Model Management aspect of the story. And considering the fact we're already 3 hours and 20 minutes into this, I don't see any way that we're going to finish this today. We're going to have to do a part 4. Let me know in the comments if y'all want a part 4. Moving on to the next paragraph. For Wolfgang Schwartz, a veteran model agent, you know, I find interesting. All these model agents are men. Where's the women? Where's the women agents? For Wolfgang Schwartz, a veteran model agent in Austria who worked closely with John Casablancas, He also met Trump at the Plaza in the early 90s. Trump's decision to establish his own agency was about him wanting his own private source for models. He didn't want to have to go through nobody else to get these hot little models. He wanted to have his own. Quote, if you have your own agency and you're the owner, you can tell your bookers to make a party. It's easier than calling 15 agencies in New York. Trump's representatives say he entered the modeling industry because it was very profitable as a business opportunity. Yeah, I bet it was, because you're selling models. In my opinion, that's what it looks like to me. The Miss Universe, the $10 million Miss Universe deal allowed Donald Trump to realize his ambition of turning a pageant into an internationally televised event. In 1997, he sold a 50% stake in the business to CBS. Les Moonves, that makes sense. That's why Les was at his wedding. 5 years later, amid a slump in the Miss Universe ratings, Trump brokered a deal with NBC that led to the launch of The Apprentice. Okay, so he went from modeling competition to reality show. The move into reality TV positioned Trump as a heavyweight tycoon with a significant media profile. In many ways, it was a natural progression from his involvement in beauty contests and pageants, where once he had judged young models whose hopes, rivalries, and insecurities became TV storylines in Fox's Look of the Year documentary. Now, he was ruthlessly separating aspiring business people into winners and losers. 3 decades on from the contests at Trump's Plaza, it's striking to reflect on the diverging fortunes of those who attended. Many of the powerful men Casablancas brought on board to help judge the girls thrived in the years that followed. For example, Gérald Marie, the French guy who was the head of the French version of Elite Models, he's now the chairman of a prestigious model agency in Paris. Oui Management. That means yes. Yes. We'll just always say yes when we send our models to model. Although this guy, the French guy, told The Guardian he had retired, his LinkedIn page as of 2020 listed his responsibilities as thriving newcomer agency and scouting for and managing talent. The modeling agency We Management did not respond to requests for comment. Another of these powerful men, David Copperfield, remains a prominent entertainer with a current residency, this is in 2020, at the MGM Grand Resort in Las Vegas. And a lot of these roads end up leading to Vegas. Britney Spears was trafficked in her conservatorship in Vegas at Vegas hotels. The fortunes of the teenagers, though, who took part in these competitions, mixed. Some, they did become successful models, Hollywood actors, TV hosts, but many more lived quieter lives. The 1991 winner, who was 17 at the time, Ingrid, she also sued these people, remember? She became the face of Ralph Lauren, Christian Dior. She hosted Belgium's Top Model. Remember these top model shows I need to take a picture of that because I want to add that to my Epstein web. She hosted Belgium's Top Model. So she was kind of like the Tyra Banks figure of that show. And she continued to front high profile campaigns. Other contestants they spoke to include a beautician, a stay-at-home mother, a makeup artist, a yoga teacher, and a bus driver. Now, in 1992, the crown for the Look of the Year contest went to one of the youngest contestants. She was 14 years old. Her name was Marianne Molsky. Months after her victory, a profile in the Chicago Tribune reported that the sporty high school student was on the brink of a career of a kind that most young women only dream about. While she had some success as a model, it's not clear what happened to her in the years that followed. U.S. public records indicate multiple arrests for probation violations, alcohol offenses, and prostitution, though there is nothing to say she was ever actually charged. Her current whereabouts are unknown, but she is believed to have been homeless in Arizona. Now, after years of financial mismanagement, Elite Model Management was forced into bankruptcy in 2004. 2004 is when Jeffrey Epstein and Paulo Zampoli tried to buy Elite Model Management. The Elite brand continues to be used by two separate agencies, which are owned by two different corporate entities. One is called Creative World Management. That bought the New York division in 2004. I think those are Trump's who bought those too. Again, supposedly no relation to Donald. It strongly distances itself from the Casablancas owned firm and era, saying it utterly condemns the kinds of deplorable behavior. Again, spelling behavior like a traitor. Who are these fucking people? No offense. Excuse me. Excuse my language. Another inheritor of the brand is Elite World Group. Of course it is. They operate the successor to the Look of the Year contest, which is a similar global contest for the next top young models. This is called the Elite Model Look. It too tries to distance itself from the Casablancas era. They said, we would have no tolerance for the conduct you described. Empowering our models and protecting their safety is our foremost priority. John Casablancas retired in Brazil in the early 2000s. And you know who came over, which Brazilian came over here in 2002, the early 2000s, who's originally from Brazil? She came with Jean-Luc Brunel. It was Amanda Ungaro. So John Casablancas ended up in Brazil in the early 2000s. He died. Oh, he's dead. He died in 2013, 70 years old, long before the Me Too movement heralded a new standard of accountability for powerful men. He never got to see his old associate, Donald Trump, ascend to the White House. Despite a cascade of allegations about Trump's own treatment of women, there are now at least 25 misconduct allegations against the president, ranging from this to this to that. And more than half relate to models or pageant contestants. Now, Trump denies that he's ever behaved in a predatory or inappropriate fashion with any women or girls. Speaking to The Guardian 30 years later, several former Look of the Year contestants feel that a Me Too moment for the modeling world is long overdue. The girls are young, and they look at these agents like parental figures, but they're not. Anything they say goes, whether it's go cut your hair, go wear this dress. It's too bad that there were not more consequences for these men. After the Look of the Year 1991, Stacey Wilkes returned to Louisville and quit school despite having told the judges she would finish. She said, I thought that was the reason I lost, so I might as well leave if I want to make it as a model. We were really broke, she said. Remember, she was in Kentucky? So I thought that I would try to make money for my mom, but it didn't work out. Remember, we were told that these contestants were often desperate. And I am sure that's a big reason a lot of them were chosen. Remember whenever we heard earlier that one of the ways that it was good, one of the things that they look for when they're recruiting like young financial advisors, it was Epstein, the person who allowed him to come on and be a financial, like whatever he was at the financial, company for that Greenberg guy, was that he was young, desperate, young, hungry, and poor, or whatever it was. It's like they look for people that are desperate. She is content with the path her life took, living in Louisville with her partner and her 3 cats. But she adds that women were raising concerns at the time and the concerns were ignored. She said, I think models from the 90s tried so hard over and over, and nobody believed anything they ever had to say. Kate Dillon is now a businesswoman living in Seattle. And she remembers the contest, the Look of the Year contest, as one that exploited the girls' assets, their bodies, and a lot of the girls were desperate. They thought modeling was about attracting men, which it isn't. Well, it was, actually. They were right. If they actually picked up on the fact that to be successful models in the 90s, you had to attract men, that is true. That is what it was. Is that what it should have been? No, it should have been, hey, put some clothes on so we can sell clothes. That's what it should have been. There was a climate of opportunism, she said. There's no doubt that the men were like, yeah, Look at the Year is next week. Let's make sure my schedule is clear so I can have chicks at my apartment. What's great is now we have a language and a precedent of young people saying, no, I'm not going to let this continue. They would never accept being treated the way I was. Wow. That was a very long article. Okay. So that brings me finally 3.5 hours into this video. Into let's start dipping our toe at least in the part 3. We're definitely going to do a part 4. Let's start dipping our toe a little bit into Trump model management. The president, the current sitting president of the United States of America, had a model management agency. Yes, he did. And that model management agency has faced horrendous abuse allegations of its own by people who are not yet of the age to vote. This is a Good Morning America news clip from 10 years ago. March 10th, 2016, so almost exactly 10 years ago. What allegations did Trump model management face?
And we have new information this morning about Donald Trump, a young model coming forward, taking on a company owned by the presidential candidate. She claims she was promised she would make big bucks working for Trump's modeling agency, but that was not the case. ABC's Brian Ross is here with the story. Good morning, Brian.
Well, good morning, Laura. As a candidate, Donald Trump has called for an end to abuse in a U.S. visa program that brings in specialized and seasonal foreign workers, criticizing its use by others, including the ABC parent company, Walt Disney. But it is the very program Trump has repeatedly used in his own business ventures, including one that is less known but quite glamorous.
I believe in you.
In a video for this year's Sports Illustrated swimsuit contest, model Mia King is running a very provocative campaign for votes.
That's a lot to unpack. First of all, Trump still owned this modeling competition. This modeling agency in 2016. Maybe he still does today. I don't know. Secondly, it's 2016 at this point, not 1991, 92, or 93. And we're still talking about modeling competitions, but this time it's a competition for the swimsuit, Sports Illustrated. Okay. Now this girl right here, she is Mia King. She is running in the competition. She's trying to compete for the Sports Illustrated competition. And the news clip from ABC News says that she's running a provocative campaign to win this competition.
Mia King is running a very provocative campaign for votes, much like the man who owns the modeling agency that represents her, Donald Trump. It's not well known, but his vast business empire includes a modeling agency. Trump Model Management is not considered one of the top 10 agencies, but some of his models have hit it big, including his wife Melania, who, while...
Are you actually kidding me? Woo! Hello? He did the same exact thing that Paulo Zampoli did. Hello? What is Paulo Zampoli accused of doing? Bringing his wife over here, or his baby mama, they never got married, I think, over here to the United States, convincing her to come work for his model management company. This is the first time I was today years old. I was today years old when I found out that Donald Trump was Melania Trump's model manager. Put a 6 in the chat. You didn't know that. I need to put a 6 in the chat. And not just any. Not just any model management. It's like, oh, I'm going to come on, Melania. Let me manage your modeling career to have you walk in the fashion show for Victoria's Secret. Let me manage your modeling career to have you walk in the fashion show for Balenciaga, for Vogue, for be on the front cover of Vogue, being stylish and classy. This is the type of work he had his wife doing. What's the difference between Donald Trump and Adam 2216 Grand Mason at this point? She's butt naked. Now, this information ain't coming from me. I'm reacting to it.
Business empire includes a modeling agency. Trump Model Management is not considered one of the top 10 agencies, but some of his models have hit it big, including his wife Melania, who, while dating him, posed on Trump's private jet for a British magazine. And as seen on this MTV reality show, Trump has been personally involved in recruiting talent.
You just signed with a model agency today, which is great.
But it hasn't worked out well for everyone. Alexia Palmer was recruited from Jamaica and brought to the U.S. by the Trump agency under a special H-1B visa program for foreign workers. In government documents filed by the Trump agency, it said Palmer would make at least $75,000 a year for 3 years as a full-time employee. And did that seem like a lot of money to you?
Yes.
But she got nothing close to that from the more than 21 shoots, including this campaign for Iman Cosmetics. According to a lawsuit she's now filed, the Trump agency deducted some 80% of her earnings as fees and expenses, leaving her with a total for 3 years of only $3,880, plus some modest cash advances.
What am I hearing right now? What? Donald Trump did the same shit as Lou freaking Pearlman, apparently, allegedly, according to this lady. I mean, she could be lying. I wasn't there. I didn't see the bank statements. I am certainly looking up that lawsuit. We'll have to cover that in part 4. I'm going to read it. She worked for 3 years and made $3,800. Donald Trump had a modeling agency. Donald Trump had brought people over here to be models and then didn't pay them or paid them a little bit. Again, I don't know. I wasn't there. These are allegations. 80% of the money that she earned, he kept. So this is like human ownership if these allegations are true. How did she eat? The modest cash advances. Because remember, when they bring these girls over, what was Donald Trump's original first way he made money? Real estate in New York. He probably had all kind of buildings that he could stash and stow these girls away in. So maybe he gave a little allowance for food. Maybe she's lying. This is all about control. Yup.
And under her visa status, she could not work anywhere else.
I feel like I was a slave or something.
A slave?
A slave, because that's what slavery people do. Just work and work and work and don't get no money.
The Trump agency says it had a hard time finding work for Palmer and that the $75,000 a year on the form was just an estimate. Trump General Counsel.
Listen to this.
There was no employer-employee relationship.
Except you checked the box that said full-time employee.
Well, because that's what the form requires.
But it wasn't true.
This is how it's done in the industry.
But a former senior U.S. immigration official says companies don't have the option of ignoring the wage figures they cite in a U.S. visa form, like the $75,000.
It would be extraordinarily unusual for that to be legal.
The Trump agency has brought more than 100 young models to the U.S. under the H-1B visa program.
So let's just stop real quick and take stock of that. Donald Trump's lawyers, this is fucking crazy. I can't believe we talked about this for 2 full days and I didn't know Donald Trump not only had a modeling agency, but the modeling agency he had was doing the same seemingly shady, possibly illegal, possibly legal stuff as those other agencies. I can't believe I talked about that for that many hours and didn't figure it out or come across the information. But they were checking off the box on H-1B visas that said, the modeling agency is going to employ. She's going to make $75,000 a year. She did not make $75,000 a year. She made $3,800 over the course of 3 years. So she made about $1,200 something a year. According to this former U.S. immigration official, he said it would be highly unusual for that to be legal, but that's just lawyer talk I'm pretty sure that's illegal, but I don't want to get sued. Trump's lawyer doesn't seem to think anything was wrong with it. But like we learned yesterday, when you come to the United States on an H-1B visa, there are certain requirements to get that specific visa. It's not a student visa. It's not an Einstein visa. The H-1B visa is an employment visa. Your employer has to sponsor you. Also, you're supposed to have a bachelor's degree. And your visa is tied to that employer. That's what makes me nervous that models are coming on those visas, because it makes it easy to basically traffic them. Because if you fire them, or if they do something you don't like and you just decide you don't want to have them work for you anymore, then they get deported. They can't be making any money. They have to go back to wherever they can, whatever the case may be. So they checked off the box on her forms that say, yeah, well, she's our employee and we're going to pay her $75,000 a year. Then when a lawsuit came, Donald Trump's lawyer said, no, we didn't. That was just a guess. We just guessed how much money she was going to make. That's just how we do it in the industry. Well, maybe the whole industry needs to be tore down. And again, me personally, I kind of stay out of all this immigration talk. Okay. Like I definitely have extremely complex and nuanced opinions on it. I definitely do see, an issue with widespread, unregulated in any way immigration, but I really kind of stay out of the immigration stuff. I don't understand. It seems really complicated. And, it's not really my issue. It's not my issue that I feel compelled to learn a whole bunch about. But I do notice there is one particular administration, one particular political side of the political spectrum that is more critical of immigration than the other side. And the side that's more critical of immigration is Republicans. Donald Trump's party. He's the president of all of us, but he's a Republican. So the hypocrisy here is slapping me upside the ear. Okay. I'm feeling my eardrum bust from hypocrisy. Buster said illegal traffickers do the same thing. Hold identifications and threaten to deport. And keep all the money that they make and keep all the profits from the labor. How many places and things, a lot of these women have to do things they will never say out loud in a lawsuit filing. I'll tell you that. Now, is it for Donald Trump? I don't know.
$5,000. It would be extraordinarily unusual.
I went back a little bit.
Illegal.
The Trump agency has brought more than 100 young models to the U.S. under the H-1B visa program, the very program Trump, as a candidate, has criticized others for using as a cheap labor program.
Girl!
So, 22-year-old Alexia is going to take on Donald Trump.
Yes, and I know I'm going to win because this is very unfair.
Alexia Palmer says there are other Trump models like her, but they're afraid to come forward to take him on, in part because once they leave the Trump agency, their H-1B visas expire, and if they stay in the U.S., they are subject to deportation.
That part. What kind of incentives does that create? What kind of power dynamic does that create? You're sold a bill of dreams. You're told you're going to be coming and you're going to be modeling. They're going to make you famous. And you get here, you're stashed and stowed away in an apartment. You have no job. You have nothing. You can't even legally work unless it's for this one employer. If you do get abused and you try to speak out against the abuse, you just lose your visa and get deported. I don't know if it's still in court or what. I mean, it was 10 years ago. Now I did find a few other links I want to share with y'all. Another one from 2016. This one's 2 minutes long. And this one's from August 2016. Report. Trump's model agency skirted visa laws. Okay, that's the title of the video.
About the Trump model management agency and whether or not they broke any immigration laws.
This is one of Donald Trump's most prized possessions as a company. He owns 85% of this thing. He still earns millions of dollars.
This is one of Trump's most prized possessions. He still owns 85% of the modeling agency. This was 10 years ago, 9 years ago. But as of 2016, he still earns millions of dollars a year, millions, plural, millions of dollars a year from models. While he was running for president, he owned this company. He might still, or his family, whatever. They might still.
He owns 85% of this thing. He still earns millions of dollars from Trump model management, according to election filings. So this is a big deal for him. What we learned was 4 models in various years from 2004 to 2011 encouraged to skirt immigration laws. 2 told me that they were asked to write down false addresses on immigration forms as well. Things like send your portfolio ahead of time by mail so that the customs officials don't find it. And as we know, working as a tourist in the United States, you simply can't do it. You have to have work authorization.
Right. So, Rachel, that brings us...
Working as a tourist is not allowed. It's not permitted. So if you're on a tourist visa, you can come and visit and vacation. You're not allowed to work and earn money because you have to apply for a different visa if you want to work and earn money. Now, this is a Trump model right here.
You worked with the Trump model management for 3 years. What was your experience in terms of how you got into the country and whether or not you had the right visa?
I definitely didn't have the visa. I got in April 2004, and I only got the visa in September 2004. And between April and August 2004, I spent most of my time in New York and worked and did a lot of jobs to which they deducted taxes. But I didn't have a visa until September. I didn't actually start the visa process until August.
And so you say that it's sort of normal in the industry and that models know not to ask too many questions, but was there something different about the Trump model management agency where they skirted the rules even more so than other places that you worked?
Yes, I mean, I worked with a different agency when I left Trump, and they got me my visa straight away. Some girls get it quite quickly, but it's quite a spread out way of working for agencies to not have girls coming in with a work visa. But for example, that summer in New York, we were about 7 foreign models in that apartment, at least during that summer. And
7.
I believe none of us had a work visa.
Okay. So there was that one.
Did you learn about the Trump?
Thank you so much to, is it Tamara or Tamara for the $5 super chat? I'm so glad I found your channel just in time for all the Melania tea. I mean, girl, I had no idea it was about to get like this in depth. This is so crazy. And you know what? Last night when I was putting together this information and kind of coming across different stuff and seeing what Becca had been saying, I kind of like realized like, okay, now I'm understanding why Melania went and made that speech. I think this is what they try and avoid coming out. I think we're getting a little bit closer to the true, like, I mean, we've been hearing for years from people, voices like Liz Crokin saying, there's elite PDF file trafficking rings and they go all the way up to the highest levels and highest echelons. And she was abused, blacklisted, taken off. Her voice was stolen, taken off social media. Her Twitter account was deleted, taken away. All all of this horrible stuff happened to her and many hundreds or thousands of other people. And now it's like, oh no. I'm seeing some compelling evidence here. What does Amanda Ungaro know? And who stands to lose if Amanda Ungaro says what she knows? All because Paulo Zampoli didn't want to secede a little bit of custody over his son. He didn't want to do the right thing, the fair thing, and let the mother of his child see her child. The fabric of civilization is about to finally get unwound. And for me, I'm okay with it. Let it all come out. Let it all come out. Because it's time. And if it's some of y'all's special favorites, I really hope you keep the same energy you had before you knew it was your special favorites to now that you know that it's going on with your special favorites. Let's not have political partisanship when it comes to protecting young people, including children, vulnerable people, immigrants, people who come from backgrounds where they're desperate. 14, 15-year-olds, even at their age, they knew it was gross. They knew it was wrong, but they had a family to help or whatever. What's done in the dark will always be brought to the light. So let me go to the next link I have here. I have so many links on this thing. I'm definitely going to have to do a part 2. The title of this video is Former Trump Models Worked Illegally. Again, I'm not making this allegation. I don't know what's illegal. I don't know what's not illegal. I don't know who did what, did how. I wasn't there. But this is a news piece from 9 years ago. Actually, let's look at this link next, because what it's doing, as you can see down here, it's citing to this Mother Jones article, and then they interview with James West, who is the author of that article. So let's read the article first, and then we'll circle back around to this here, and we will listen to his interview. Okay. This is from August 30th, 2016. So this article is nearly 10 years old, just so y'all are aware. The title of the article is Former Models for Donald Trump's Agency Say They Violated Immigration Rules and Worked Illegally. Quote, this is the subtitle, "It's like modern day slavery." Republican nominee Donald Trump has placed immigration at the core of his presidential campaign. He has claimed that undocumented immigrants are taking our jobs, taking our money. He pledged to deport them en masse and vowed to build a wall on the Mexican border. Again, this is back in 2016. At one point, he demanded a ban on Muslims entering the country. Speaking to supporters in Iowa on Saturday, Trump said he would crack down on visitors to the United States who overstay their visas. He declared that when any American citizen loses their job to an illegal immigrant, this is a quote, the rights of that American citizen have been violated. And he is scheduled to give major addresses soon on Wednesday. But Donald Trump's New York modeling agency, Trump Model Management, has itself profited from using foreign models who came to the United States on tourist visas that did not permit them to work here. According to 3 former Trump models, all of them non-citizens, all of them sharing their stories with this publication, Mother Jones. Financial and immigration records included in a recent lawsuit filed by a 4th former Trump model show that she too worked for Trump's agency in the United States without a proper visa. Foreigners who visit the United States as tourists are generally not permitted to engage in any sort of employment unless they get a special visa. This process typically entails an employer applying for approval on behalf of the prospective employee. And employers risk fines and possible criminal charges for using undocumented labor. Can we get the likes up to 500 likes, please? I think it's 461. So we need like 39. Can we get 39 likes, please? Founded in 1999, that's when Trump Model Management was founded. It has risen to the top of the fashion market, boasts the Trump organization's website. And it has a name that symbolizes success. According to a financial disclosure filed by the Trump presidential campaign, Donald Trump earned nearly $2 million from the company, in which he holds an 85% stake. Meanwhile, some former Trump models say they barely made any money working for the agency because of the high fees for rent. Oh, they were charging them rent in their own buildings. Oh, no. And remember, Paulo Zampoli had a similar pattern, and so, according to allegations, and so did Lou Pearlman. They would set them up in these apartments, but then they would charge them rent for it. They would fly them private, but then they would charge the Backstreet Boys or whatever for it. So when it came time to actually get their money, it was all gone. It was all spent. Canadian-born Rachel Blaze spent nearly 3 years working for Trump Model Management. After first signing with the agency in March 2004, she said she performed a series of modeling gigs for Trump's company in the United States without a work visa. At Mother Jones' request, this model provided a detailed financial statement from Trump Model Management and a letter from an immigration lawyer who, in the fall of 2004, eventually did secure a visa that would permit her to work legally in the United States. These records show a 6-month gap between when she began working in the United States and when she was actually granted the legal permission to work. So during that 6 months, Blaze, this model, appeared on Donald Trump's reality TV show, The Apprentice. She modeled outfits designed by his business proteges. Oh my God. He was using the models from Trump Model Management, who didn't even have authorization to work in the United States, to come onto The Apprentice and model clothes from the other people who he was trying to recruit to work for him on The Apprentice. As this girl walked the runway, Donald Trump looked on from the front row. 2 other former Trump models who requested to remain anonymous so they could speak freely about their experiences, we're going to give them pseudonyms, Anna and Kate. They say the agency never got a work visa for them, even as they performed modeling assignments in the United States. They provided photographs from some of the jobs, and Mother Jones confirmed with the photographers and stylists that these shoots did occur in the United States. Each of the 3 former Trump models said they would arrive in New York, dreams of making it big in one of the world's most competitive fashion markets. And without work visas, they lived in constant fear of getting caught. Quote, I was pretty on edge most of the time I was there. This was Anna. It's a pseudonym. That's not her real name. She said of the 3 months in 2009 that she spent in New York working for Trump's agency, she said, I was there illegally, a sitting duck. According to 3 immigration lawyers consulted by Mother Jones, even unpaid employment is against the law in the United States for foreign nationals if they don't have a work visa. If the company is benefiting from that person, that's work. These rules for immigrants are placed to protect them from being exploited. That U.S. company should not be making any money off of you. 2 of the former Trump models said Trump's agency encouraged them to deceive customs officials about what they were visiting the United States for, told these models to lie on customs forms about where they intended to live. Anna said she received a specific instruction from the Donald Trump agency representative. The instruction was, if they ask you any questions, you're just here for meetings. Trump's presidential campaign spokesperson, Hope Hicks, declined to answer questions about Trump Model Management's use of foreign labor. She said, quote, that has nothing to do with me or the campaign. Or does it? She added that she had referred Mother Jones' queries to Trump's modeling agency. Mother Jones, this is the publication, also sent detailed questions to Trump model management, as we were told to, but the company did not respond to multiple emails or phone calls. Fashion industry sources say that skirting immigration law in the manner that those 3 former Donald Trump models described was once commonplace in the modeling world. Remember, Donald Trump's lawyer said this is how it's done in the industry. In fact, Politico recently raised questions. Again, this is a 10-year-old article. Politico recently raised questions about the immigration status of Donald Trump's current wife, Melania, during her days as a model in the early 90s. And I was 10 years old when I found out Melania Trump was a Trump model herself. So again, let me just make sure. Yes, August 30th, 2016. This is from 2016. So 10 years ago, questions were already being raised about Melania Trump's immigration status and how she got here. During her days as a model in New York in the 90s, in response to a Politico story, Melania said she has at all times been in compliance with immigration laws of this country. Now, the other Jane Doe, they're calling her Kate, she also worked for Trump model management in 2004. Marveled at how her former boss had recently branded himself as an anti-illegal immigration crusader on the campaign trail. He doesn't want to let anyone into the U.S. anymore, she said. Meanwhile, behind everybody's back, he's bringing in all these girls from all over the world, and they are working illegally. Hold on, I want to save this link in case I want to read it. I want to see that Politico article that raised questions about Melania's immigration status in 2016. Okay. Now, 31 years old and out of the modeling business, Blaze, that was the girl who did the interview we just saw with the different public, with NBC or CNN or whatever it was. She once appeared in various publications, including Vogue, Elle, Harper's Bazaar. She posed wearing the designs of such fashion luminaries as Gianfranco Ferré, Dolce & Gabbana, Jean-Paul Gaultier. Her modeling career began when she was just 16 years old. Spanned numerous top-name agencies across 4 continents. She became a vocal advocate for models and appeared in a 2011 documentary called Girl Model. That one explored the darker side of the industry. Okay, let me keep track of that one too. In a recent interview, she said her experience with Donald Trump's firm stood out. Quote, honestly, they are the most crooked agency I've ever worked for, and I've worked for quite a few. Wow. Freshly signed to Trump model management, the Montreal native traveled to New York City by bus in April 2004. Just like the majority of models who are young, have never been to New York City, and don't have papers, I was just put in Trump's model apartment. Okay, so there's the confirmation. He did have these modeling apartments, according to this girl. Models apartments, as they're known in the industry, are dormitory style quarters where agencies pack their talent into bunks. In some cases, they charge the models for sky high rent, and then they pocket the profit. So think about the fact that maybe Donald Trump owned these buildings, and he maybe had mortgages on these buildings, but he knew for a fact if he took his property that he owned, which is also the models, sent him out on a couple go-sees, they had to do casting couch or whatever, he got a couple few $1,000s, that goes back into his bank account, but you got to pay me rent, model. So then the model rent comes out of the paycheck that she got from the gig, and at the end of it, she makes no money, and Donald Trump gets to pay his mortgage. See how that works? And it would all be legal as long as they were here legally, but it's not legal if they're not here legally and they can't work. Again, these are just allegations. Player Profit said it's a way to always keep the labor in debt. Yeah, it's another way to keep control over them, but also say he needs to pay his rent on a building. Let's say he's got a mortgage that he has to pay, a monthly mortgage, right, on a building. And he don't know how he's going to pay that mortgage. Well, if you pack the building full of models and then send the models on jobs to your wealthy friends, you get a couple few $1,000s, it goes right back in your pocket. You pay the rent and you charge the models rent. Then you get to pay off your mortgage. I'm not saying that's what he did. I'm just saying that's what could have been going on. Anyway, so according to the 3 former Trump models, Trump Model Management housed its models in a 2-floor, 3-bedroom apartment in the East Village. This was near Tompkins Square Park. Upper East Side. No, so that's not the same thing. Mother Jones is withholding the address of the building, which is known in the neighborhood for its model tenants. So we're going to protect the privacy. So it's still a model apartment as of 2016. Now, when this girl from Montreal, Blaze, when she lived in the apartment, she recalled a Trump agency representative who served as a chaperone had a bedroom to herself on the ground floor of the building. A narrow flight of stairs led down to the basement where the models lived in 2 small bedrooms that were crammed with bunk beds. 2 in one room, 3 in another. So there was like 5 models in these 2 little rooms in one apartment. And then the chaperone, the den mother, had a room all to herself. The den mother is another type, a chaperone you can call it, is another type of phenomenon that I do see spread out across the pattern across all of it. Like on the show Making the Band, there was these den mother type things. That was Lorianne Wright. On the Britney Spears front, she always was being watched over by Robin Greenhill. Bam Margera was held under exacting conditions by Jed Wallace when he was filming Jackass. And so here you're kind of always under surveillance. That lady gets her own room. Ghislaine Maxwell probably also served a similar function. You know how they were saying, like, on the plane, she was so friendly with these girls, like she had known them already. So an additional mattress was located in a common area near the stairs, and sometimes the apartment could be occupied by 11 or more people. She said, we were herded into these very small spaces. The apartment was like a sweatshop. Trump Model Management recruited models as young as 14 years old. This is the president of the United States Modeling Agency. I'm alarmed. I was by far the oldest in the house at the ripe old age of 18. Wow. The bathroom always smelled like burnt hair. I will never forget that place. I taught myself how to write, "Please clean up after yourself," in Russian. Oh, Lord. Living in the apartment during a sweltering New York summer, Kate picked a top bunk near a street-level window in hopes of getting a little fresh air. She woke up one morning to something splashing her face. She's like, oh, maybe it's raining. She said, when I peered out the window, I saw the one-eyed monster peeing on me. There was a bum peeing on my window, splashing me in my Trump model bed. Such a glamorous industry, she said. She was previously known to be discussing some of her experiences in an interview with Public Radio International. She said the models weren't in a position to complain about their living arrangements. She said, you're young, and if you ask too many questions, you're not going to get the work. A detailed financial statement provided by her to this publication shows that Trump's agency charged her up to $1,600 a month just for that one bunk bed in that room. She shared the bedroom with 5 other people in bunk beds, and she still had to pay $1,600, according to her. She said she paid about $1,200 a month, I guess, on average. She said highway robbery. Because remember, y'all, this was in like the 2000s. Even today, that would be insane. That would be a very expensive price, even in the middle of New York, to share one bedroom with other people, 4 other people, or 2 other people, other plural people, and you're in one bedroom. $1,600 in 2026 would be a lot of money. She called highway robbery, she called it. For comparison, in the summer of 2004, an entire studio apartment nearby was advertised at $1,375 a month. From April to October 2004, she traveled between the United States and Europe, picking up a string of high-profile fashion assignments for Trump Model Management and making a name for herself in the modeling world. During the months she spent living and working in New York, She only says she only had a tourist visa, so that would be illegal if that's true. If that happened, it was illegal. Most of the girls in the apartment that were not American did not have permission to work. They didn't have a work visa. These other two Jane Does, Anna and Kate, also said they each worked for Donald Trump's agency while holding tourist visas. Again, you're not allowed to work on a tourist visa. She said, I started out doing test shoots, but then I ended up doing a couple of lookbooks. A lookbook is like a modeling portfolio. She said, nothing huge, but definitely shoots that would classify as work. Now, employers caught hiring non-citizens without proper visas can be fined up to $16,000 per employee. And in some cases, they can face up to 6 months in prison. The 3 former Trump models said Trump's modeling agency was aware of the complications posed by their foreign status. Anna and Kate said the company coached them on how to circumvent immigration laws. Kate recalled being told, when you're stuck at immigration, say you're coming as a tourist. If they go through your luggage and they find your portfolio, tell them you're just going to look for an agent. Anna recalled that prior to her arrival, Trump's agency staffers were dodging around her questions about her immigration status and how she could work legally. Until finally, she said, it came to 2 days before I left, and they told me my only option was to get a tourist visa and we could work the rest out when I got here. We never sorted the rest out. Anna recalled that prior to her arrival, Trump agency staffers were, arriving in the United States, she grew terrified. Quote, going through customs for this trip was one of the most nerve-wracking experiences of my life. It's hard enough when you're there perfectly innocently, but when you know you have lied on what's essentially a federal document, it's a whole new world. Am I sweaty? Am I red? Am I giving it away? She remembered thinking as she finally faced a customs officer. After making it through immigration, she burst into tears. Industry experts say that violating immigration rules has been the status quo in the fashion world for years. It's been common, almost standard, for modeling agencies to encourage girls to come into the country illegally. The same person claimed a major success in 2014 after lobbying New York State legislature to pass a bill increasing protections for child models. Bringing models into the United States on tourist visas was very common, according to this lady from Fordham's Fashion Law Institute. She said, I've had tons of agencies tell me this, that this used to happen all the time. And the cover story might be something like, I'm coming in for a friend's birthday, or I'm coming in to visit my aunt, sort of thing. For their part, modeling agencies have complained about the time and resources that are required to bring a foreign model into the country. They have insisted that U.S. immigration laws are out of step with their fast-paced industry. If there are girls that we can't get into the United States, they say, the client is going to take that business elsewhere. This was the president of Trump Model Management in 2008. Oh, I gotta get this one too. 2008, they were already trying to expose this. Girl, we're going to have a 2008. We're going to have a 2000. We're going to have a part 4. We're going to have a part 5. Okay. So in 2007, the market is calling for foreign girls. Yeah. Because the market is human traffickers that want to abuse these foreign girls, wife them up or never wife them up, have them be baby incubators and then abuse them as, slaves. That's the market. I'm realizing that's the market. After the last 3 live streams, after the last 15 hours, 15 freaking hours of covering this, I'm realizing the market is just perverted men who traffic women. That's my opinion. But I don't know. Someone else maybe can define market. I reserve the right to change my mind. In 2007, a few years before his career imploded in a sexting scandal, former Representative Anthony Weiner sponsored a bill that would give models the same kind of work visas that international entertainers and athletes receive. The tabloids had a field day. Give me your torrid, your pure, your totally smoking foreign babes, screamed a Daily News headline. The effort ultimately failed. Trump Model Management sponsored only its most successful models for work visas. The 3 former models said, Those who didn't cut it were sent back home, as was the case for many of her roommates. Right, that competition thing, right? Oh, shoot, I know they'll send me home. I better keep working. I better do whatever Mr. Trump tells me to do. I better let the bum pee on me, whatever the case may be. She said it was very much the case of you actually have to earn your visa. Essentially, if you got enough work and they liked you enough, then they would pay for a visa. Remember, those were about $20,000. But you weren't about to see a dime before you proved your worth. The company eventually did secure an H-1B visa for her. Such visas allow U.S. companies to employ workers in specialized fields. According to financial records provided by this model, the company deducted the costs of obtaining a work visa from her. She ended up having to pay it. That's freaking crazy. The agency did not obtain work visas for the other two models they talked to, Anna and Kate, who each left the United States after their stints with Trump model management. H-1B visas have been increasingly popular in the high-tech field, and Trump's companies, including Trump Model Management, have used this program extensively in the past. We heard earlier in that little clip we watched that Donald Trump Model Management, as of 2016, had used the H-1B process to bring in more than 100 models. And now we're hearing that he didn't even get visas for all the models, only the very top. So how many thousands could have been transported, lured, whatever you want to call it, over here? Because it was over 100 of the H-1B ones they cited in that news report earlier. And we're now learning not all of them got them, only a few. In this particular very extremely small sample, 1 of 3 got the visa. 2 did not, and they had to go home. This is crazy. This is the president of the freaking United States of America. Pfft. I didn't vote for him. Not once, not twice. On the campaign trail, Trump has railed against the H-1B program that he has used and apparently abused himself. He says, quote, I will end forever the use of the H-1B as a cheap labor program, an institute, an absolute requirement to hire American workers first for every visa and immigration program, Trump said in March 2016. No exceptions. Nearly 3 years after signing with Trump's agency, Blaze had little to show for it. And it wasn't for lack of modeling jobs. Under the contract she and other Trump models had signed, the company advanced money for rent and various other expenses, including trainers, beauty treatments, travel, and administrative costs. They deducted all of these charges from their client modeling fees. But these charges, including the pricey rent that this lady and her roommates paid, consumed nearly all her earnings. She said, I only got 1 check from Trump models, and that's when I left them. I got $8,000 at most after having worked there for 3 years, and I had made them tens of thousands of dollars. The check she received was for $8,427.35. She said, quote, this is a system where they actually end up making money on the backs of foreign workers. Right. And I kind of described one possible hypothetical scheme earlier. What if you're charging the models for a chef, but you also own the chef? Like, what if you transport a chef over here? Let you know, we got a French chef. The French chef needs a $60,000 a year salary. We're going to charge the models that out of their fees. Oh, rent. It might cost Donald Trump $2,000 for that apartment in a month, but he's making $1,600 or $1,300 times however many are in there. At points, there were 11 people in there. Let's just say it's $1,000 for rent each. That's $11,000 he's getting from that apartment, 2-bedroom apartment every month. So it don't cost $11,000 for that apartment. It costs much less. So that's a profit he's making on the backs of foreign workers. Again, that was a hypothetical scenario I just made up. It's just one of the ways that I could see the scheme working. She also noted models could end up in debt to their agencies. Jesus Christ. Once rent and numerous other fees were extracted. I'm going to say this right here, right now. Mark my words. Paulo Zampoli made the biggest mistake of his entire life when he did what he did to Amanda Ungaro. Because this has been a long time coming, and I do not see how Trump is going to be able to escape this at this point. He should have let that lady see her kids. When the models accrue debt, it's called agency debt. Now they really freaking own you. This is indentured servitude. And if the models are already here illegally and they know it, well, who are they going to go tell? Who are they going to tell that they're enslaved? Kate said her bookings never cover the cost of living in New York. And again, who's negotiating the booking fee cost? The agency. The agency is knowingly taking on a model that they have to take care of and they have to provide support for, and knowingly negotiating fees for these models that they know aren't going to cover the rent. They're intentionally almost putting these models in debt. That's what it looks like to me. After 2 months, this girl, Kate, returned home. She said, I left indebted to them and I never went back and I never paid them back. Good. I'm glad at least she was allowed to leave. The experiences the former Trump models related to Mother Jones echo allegations in an ongoing class action lawsuit against 6 major modeling agencies by 9 former models who have claimed their agencies charged them exorbitant fees for rent and other expenses. I need to do this one too. Hold on. I'm saving some of these where they're like talking about different lawsuits and stuff, because now I'm in. This is my story now. One plaintiff in this lawsuit, again, this is not against Trump or Trump's agency. This is experiences of other models who filed a class action lawsuit. It was ongoing in 2016 against 6 other major modeling agencies. Donald Trump's modeling agency was never considered to be one of the top 10, so it wasn't a major one. One plaintiff, though, in that lawsuit against the class action, her name is Marcel Almonte. She alleged that her agency charged her $1,850 a month to live in a 2-bedroom apartment in Miami Beach with 8 other models. So it was 9 people in a house, and she was getting charged $1,850. The market rate for apartments in the same building were no more than $3,300 a month. Now, hold on. Trump Model Management was initially named in the lawsuit, so they did get sued too. But Trump Model Management was dropped from the case in 2013 after the judge narrowed down the number of defendants. And it probably was because Trump's wasn't one of the major ones. Models were largely trapped, this is a quote, by these circumstances if they wanted to continue to pursue a career in modeling. That was from the complaint. It's like modern day slavery, the model Blaze said of working for Trump Model Management. She's not alone in describing her time with Trump's company as slavery. Former Trump model Alexia Palmer, we saw her story earlier. She was a Jamaican-born model. She filed a lawsuit against Trump Model Management for fraud and wage theft all the way back in 2014. She said she felt like a slave. She has alleged that she was forced to pay hefty, sometimes mysterious fees to Donald Trump's agency. These were fees on top of the 20% commission that she paid for each job the company booked. I think that this is what Lou Taylor was doing to Britney Spears' estate as well. That's just my belief and opinion, not a fact. Palmer, this Alexia Palmer, the Jamaican model that we saw a video of earlier, she charged that during 3 years of modeling for Trump's company, she only earned about $3,800. A New York judge dismissed her claim in March because, among other reasons, she didn't take her case first to the Department of Labor. So kind of like a technicality, but still, it was dismissed. We don't know how it would have turned out. For Trump's side of the story, Trump Model Management called her lawsuit frivolous and without merit, but it wasn't dismissed on the merits, so we'll never know. She filed a complaint with the Department of Labor in 2016. And in August, the Department of Labor agency dismissed the case as well. Palmer's lawyer, Naresh Gehi, said he is appealing the decision. Since he began representing Alexia, he said fashion models who worked for other agencies have also approached him with similar stories. He said, quote, "These are people that are coming out of the closet and explaining to the world how they are being exploited. They are the most vulnerable." Documents filed in Palmer's case indicate that she worked in the United States without a work visa after being recruited by Trump's agency from her native Jamaica. Gehi, her lawyer, declined to discuss his client's immigration status. Okay, so now look, it's this pipeline. A Caribbean model contest launched Palmer's career in 2010. At age 17, she signed an exclusive contract. So before the age of 18, I don't know how you can sign a contract at 17. It's not enforceable. It's voidable at that point. But she signed the contract before she was even old enough to vote. Well, I don't know. Can you vote if you're from Jamaica? I don't know how voting works. She signed an exclusive contract with Trump Model Management. Exclusive, so she couldn't be represented by anyone else in January 2011. Department of Labor records show she received approval to work in the United States in October 2011. So she signed the contract in January, but she wasn't approved to work until October. Yet, according to a financial statement filed as evidence in her case, Palmer started working in the U.S. 9 months before she was authorized to do so. Her financial records list a January 22nd, 2011 job for Condé Nast when she posed for a Teen Vogue spread featuring the cast of Glee. The shoot took place, and this is another thing I'm wondering. Teen Vogue and Condé Nast aren't checking people's visas. I mean, as bad as it sounds like for the agents, why are these companies hiring people? They should be in trouble too. That whole period from January to September was not authorized work, said Pankaj Malik, a partner at this law firm who worked on immigration issues for over 2 decades and who reviewed Palmer's case for Mother Jones. You can't do any of that. It is so not allowed. So as an immigration lawyer said that. Trump has taken an active role at Trump Model Management. That's my next question. How active has Donald Trump been in this Trump Model Management company? Apparently active. He has personally signed models who have participated in let me find out Erica Kirk was a Trump model. He has personally signed models who have participated in his Miss Universe and Miss USA competitions where his agency staff appeared as judges. Golly. Wait a second. He owns the contest and then he puts his own models in the Miss USA pageant, but then some of the people in the pageant aren't his models. That's a pretty big conflict of interest. And he put his own agency staff, his agents, his modeling agent workers, they were judges of Miss Universe and Miss USA. Melania Trump was also a Trump model after she met Donald Trump in the late 90s. The agency is a particular point of pride for Donald Trump. He built his brand around glitz and glamour. True Trumpologists know the model agency is only a tiny part of the financial Trump land, but his agency best evokes a big Trump theme: sex sells. Trump has often cross-pollinated his other business ventures with fashion models and has used them as veritable set pieces when he rolls out new products. This sounds just like Paulo Zampoli, who used his models at his modeling agency to sell real estate. They were real estate agents. Trump models, including Blaze, appeared on The Apprentice. So Trump models were on The Apprentice. Also, they flanked him on the 2004 launch of his Parker Brothers board game. He had a Parker Brothers board game called Trump. Part of Blaze's job, she said, was to serve as eye candy at Trump's events. Okay, did he party come through? Recalling the first time she met Trump, she said, "I had to go to the Trump vodka opening. It was a glitzy 2006 gala at the Trump Tower where Busta Rhymes performed, and Trump unveiled his soon-to-be defunct line of vodka. A man that don't even drink had a vodka line. She said it was part of my duty to go and be seen and to be photographed and to meet Donald Trump and to shake his hand. She remembered. Trump made a strong impression on her that night. She said, I knew that I was a model and there was objectification on the job, but this was another level. Blaze left Trump management a year after the Trump vodka gala, feeling that she had been exploited and shortchanged by Trump's agency. Kate, one of the Jane Does, who went on to have a successful career with another agency, also parted ways with Trump's company in disgust. She said, my overall experience was not a very good one. I left with a bad taste in my mouth. I didn't like the agency. I didn't like where they had us living. Honestly, I felt ripped off. This sounds like human trafficking to me. These days, Kate said, she believes that Trump has been fooling American voters with his anti-immigration rhetoric, given that his own agency had engaged in practices that he supposedly now denounces. He doesn't like the face of a Mexican or a Muslim, but these models are beautiful girls. But if they're models and they're beautiful, it's okay. He's such a hypocrite. Same history over and over. It's the pattern, right? OMG, it's the same history over and over and over. Vodka company like Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs, right? He had Ciroc. That was a vodka too, wasn't it? Okay. So I have a couple more links I want to show y'all. This is an interview. 5 minutes. 33 seconds long. And this interview is with the author of the article we just read. Okay, the Mother Jones article author.
As Donald Trump prepares to outline his immigration plan tonight, his policy on work-related visas.
So this was before the election in 2016. He was running against Hillary Clinton, and it was 9 years ago. And he was going to be, I guess, talking about his immigration policy that night. So they lined up and queued up this story. Former Donald Trump models worked illegally. That is the title of the video.
Coming under intense scrutiny. A March statement from the campaign on H-1B visas program reads, in part, it says, I will end forever the use of the H-1B as a cheap labor program and institute an absolute requirement to hire American workers first for every visa and immigration program, no exceptions. Well, that policy stands in stark contrast today with a new report from Mother Jones in which 3 former models claim they worked illegally on tourist visas for Trump Model Management, an agency that is still up and running. Industry experts tell Mother Jones that this kind of violation was once common in the fashion industry, but model Rachel Blay tells Mother Jones, quote, honestly, they are the most crooked agency I've ever worked for, and I've worked for quite a few. Mother Jones reports that according to a financial disclosure filed by the campaign, Donald Trump earned nearly $2 million from Trump Model Management and still holds an 85% stake in the company. Trump's campaign spokesperson, Hope Hicks, declined to answer questions from Mother Jones, saying, quote, that has nothing to do with me or the campaign. But this morning, vice presidential candidate Mike Pence did respond.
I think the Trump organization can speak for itself on those issues. I'm very confident that they complied and conform to the laws of the country. That, you know, as I said, these sidebar issues that come up.
He says that the Trump organization can speak for itself on this issue, but the Trump organization refused to comment on the issue and said, go talk to the Trump Model Management. They reached out to Trump Model Management. They didn't reply. So this little, I think the two can speak for itself, but they didn't. And now you're speaking for it. And he's over there in Florida getting a sunburn. My God.
His business enterprise can address those, and I'm confident they'll address them forthrightly.
Joining me now, James West, senior digital editor from Mother Jones and the author of this investigative report. James, thanks for your time. It's interesting that Hope Hicks, as well as Governor Pence, both see this as some type of sidebar, that it has nothing to do with the campaign, and yet the candidate has a very strong statement about H-1B visas.
So this is the guy that wrote the article that we just read, the Mother Jones one.
and bringing in workers over picking Americans who work here.
Look, what we know about this company is that this is anything but a sidebar issue for Donald Trump. Since he launched this company in 1999, he surrounded himself constantly with Trump models. Rachel Blay, who was in my piece, even appeared on a 2004 episode of The Apprentice, she says, without proper work authorization. So in the piece, we have 4 Trump models. Their cases are quite clear. They were here without work authorization for his company. His company is like the jewel in his crown of his kind of business empire. There's no doubt that this is far from a sidebar issue for Trump himself.
Now, according to the models, the agency instructed them or encouraged them to deceive customs officials about why they were visiting the United States, and even told them to lie on customs forms about where they intended to live. And there are also these lingering questions yet to be answered regarding Melania Trump and her life as a model and her first entry into the United States. So again, these are campaign issues.
Yeah, this is a business candidate that runs on his business record. We need to compare what his campaign says about hardline immigration reform, as he calls it. He says immigrants are taking our money, taking our jobs. He wants to build a wall. We're going to see him with the Mexican president soon enough today. So these real life issues in the campaign for the presidential nominee for the GOP. Let's compare it to his record. At Trump Model Management, they say, and industry experts say, this is commonplace that young, sometimes teenage women came to this country to work without proper work authorization on tourist visas for this company. Why did it happen? How did it happen? Let's get to the bottom of it.
And you make the point that employers caught hiring non-citizens without proper visas can be fined $16,000 per employee. In some cases, face up to 6 months behind bars. Rachel Blay, in your piece, called what she experienced, and this is very hard to read, modern day slavery. She compared it also to being in like a sweatshop.
Yeah, so these young women, they come to New York sometimes for the first time. They're put through obviously a rigorous customs immigration interview. Like anyway, I'm a foreigner myself. I've done it many times. You come through, they were told to ship their modeling portfolios, for example, ahead of time so customs officials wouldn't find them, to dress down, to write different addresses on their forms. Once they got here, they were put in models apartments, they're known in the business, these cramped living quarters. Rachel herself was paying up to $1,600 a month for a bunk, sharing in a room with 5 other people in a basement apartment in New York's East Village. So she's required, after doing some modeling gigs, to pay that money back to the agency at the end of it. Some models simply don't make that money back. Sky-high rent, cramped living conditions, and one described to me like a sitting duck. They're here working without the proper authorization. Who knows when they're going to get found out?
Well, it's a fascinating investigative report. James, thank you so much for your time. You can go on to Other Towns to read more. Thank you.
Crazy. Okay. So then okay, there's this one other one, this like Seth, whoever his name. I'm not going to play that one because I think they do copyright stuff. I want to circle back around to Zampoli. Now, this lady right here, Katie, she has a few good threads, but please, it's just take it by a grain of salt. I don't know her. I don't know if any of this is, take it with a grain of salt. But she does usually put a little receipt down there. But look at this. So now we've kind of learned a little bit of the allegations about the Trump model agency. Paulo. Now let's circle back around to Paulo. Paulo's title is Special Envoy for Global Partnerships. No one has ever held that position before him. It did not exist before March last year. Trump announced it on Truth Social, his social media app. No salary for Paulo has ever been disclosed. No budget has ever been made public. No staff has been identified. There's no predecessor. There's no institutional history, and there's no defined mandate. The position was created for one man. Trump has appointed 10 such special envoys in his second term. The others have defined portfolios: Ukraine, Russia, the Middle East, and Latin America. But Zampoli is global partnerships. It covers everything and nothing. What does this man actually do? He visits countries, meets ministers of culture, attends sports federation meetings in Uzbekistan, promotes the 2026 FIFA World Cup. He brought a miniature charging bull statue to Davos, to the World Economic Forum. He travels alongside J.D. Vance on diplomatic missions. He has lunch with the president at the White House. Official U.S. Embassy press releases describe his work as cultural and sports diplomacy. The American taxpayer is paying for his travel, but we don't even know how much. This is the man who himself admits to sponsoring Melania Knauss's H-1B fashion model visa in 1996 before she became a Trump model, before she became a Trump wife. He arranged her apartment, Melania's, in his own building. He introduced her to Donald Trump 2 years later. His name appears multiple times. I don't know if it was 2 years later. Some of these things might be, I would have to check into. But Zampoli's name appears multiple times in the Epstein files. He allegedly contacted a senior ICE official to have the mother of his child detained and deported during a custody dispute, although he disputes this account. He tried to buy Elite Model Management, the one that had the Elite Look of the Year contest with Jeffrey Epstein. Why was this position created? What is it costing us? What is its purpose? And who does it serve? The Brazilian woman who arrived in New York on Epstein's plane at 16 or 17 is now in Rio. She says she will expose everything. Meanwhile, Paulo's at the White House having lunch with the president. What does Amanda Ungaro know? Okay. Got another link for y'all here. This is crazy. I've been on here again almost 5 hours, and I just feel like there's just so much more. Like I still have to keep going. Like, she is who I'd like to be, said, dang, showered and ran to the gas station to get a good little drinky drink because this tea is too fire. Wow, too bad we're never going to see anything come of it. Never say never, girl. The old guard is getting old. Now, I don't want to run for president, but I guess if enough people put me on the ballot, I have to be president. I think that's how it works. Anyway, y'all can write me in and we'll see. Okay, so here's another thing from Katie. Again, this is a tweet. As we go more through this investigation in the future episodes, I want to start looking into some of these allegations and see if we can substantiate and what we can substantiate. But for now, for 8 hours, 44 minutes and 4 seconds, Jay-Z's fuming into this, I just want to read the tweet. In 2009, Paulo Zampoli published a blog. 2009, calling himself CEO of the Fashion Investment Group, FIG. He described it as a $100 million plus, so more than $100 million business service company. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. Is this a TriStar Sports and Entertainment situation? Is this an Illumine investment company situation? Is this a David Wiles situation? Remember him? Star Management Group, Star Investments Group, whatever in the hell. He pled guilty to doing things unspeakable. iPhone 15 year old. He pled guilty to fraud. Is this one of those situations? Paulo, back in 2009, also had a fashion investment group worth over $100 million. Business service company. It had consummated acquisitions in the fashion industry. Now, the only documented acquisition attempt on record was a failed 2004 bid to purchase, remember, Elite Model Management with Jeffrey Epstein. This girl said, Katie said, so I went looking. She went all the way to the Department of Labor. She said, I pulled the Department of Labor's own H-1B data for fashion models. The H-1B visa has a provision that allows modeling agencies to bring foreign models into the United States. No minimum age, no cap. No dedicated fraud unit. The wages are self-reported. Even in the wake of Epstein, Congress has never seriously reviewed or reformed this act. So this is obviously a loophole for child trafficking. Here's what the data shows. In 2008, the Department of Labor certified every single fashion model H-1B petition. In 2008, every single fashion model petition that they asked for was granted by the Department of Labor. All 427, not one was denied. That was the same year Jeffrey Epstein was convicted in Florida. Now, to Paulo Zampoli. His ID model management, which remember, he bought 2 model management agencies and then just renamed them to ID model management. They filed 6 petitions for model H-1B visas that year. Everyone was certified. Then the agency filed its last petition and never appeared in federal records again. So it kind of stopped applying for fashion model visas right around the exact same time Jeffrey Epstein actually got convicted. Almost like maybe he was getting models for Jeffrey Epstein. Maybe. I don't know. After his conviction, 95 agencies disappeared from the data. 84 new agencies appeared. Did that network restructure overnight? Or did they just change the names of these modeling agencies? Now, Paulo Zampoli's modeling agency, ID Management, never filed another H-1B petition again after Jeffrey Epstein's conviction year. He made no public announcement of the modeling agency closing. New York State dissolved the modeling agency by proclamation in January 2012 because Paulo just stopped filing his annual reports. In 2009, the same year those 84 new entities appeared, Zampoli published this blog describing FIG, Financial, what was it called? Fashion Investment Group. So 2008, Jeffrey Epstein is convicted. 2008, according to this tweet, she says she went into the federal records. There's no more Paulo Zampoli models is he applying for under ID management to come over with visas. He just stops applying. But then very next year, 2009, 84 new modeling agencies start applying for model visas. And Paulo Zampoli published this blog the same year, describing Fashion Investment Group as a $100 million acquisition company. And he had consummated deals in the fashion industry. So what exactly happened between 2008 and 2009 that would lead Paulo to write that? Y'all are saying, ooh, woo. Okay, hold on. Speaking of business records, I thought it would be fun to just go into the public record and just look for Trump model management and see what we can get from the public record. It's a live investigation. I didn't even do this before the stream. Hold on, I'm on open corporates. I didn't even do this before the stream. I don't know what we're about to find. Trump Model Management, Albany, New York. Previous names, Trump Model Management, LLC. T Management, probably trying to hide his affiliation association. Trump Management Group, LLC. It's inactive. So it says that it was incorporated in New York. So let me go to the New York Secretary of State. Business or corporation search, corporations division, business search. Okay. Now, the fact that it's inactive, it may not even show up. It's a searching. What's taking so long? Okay. Let me see. It might be. Okay. It says not available. Let's see. Okay. Here. Oh, it says active. View full details. Technical issue. Search by entity name. What was it? LLC. Let's try that. Okay. Inactive. Okay, it says inactive. Name history. It started out as Trump Management Group. It wasn't even Trump Model Management at first. It was Trump Management Group. Then he turned the name into T Management LLC, but then I guess he just needed to take credit for things. And in 2003, he put his name back on the company, Trump Model Management. Let's check out the filing history. Oh, shoot, girl. They were still filing stuff. Okay. They've been filing stuff. Even as recently as 2022, that's when the company was dissolved. 2022 is interesting because I think that's the year that Paulo and what's her name broke up officially, finally. But there's 22 pages of filings. Let me see if I can get all of them on one page. Okay, 2012, certificate of agent. Articles of organization was January 1999. Affidavit of publication. Oh my God. Okay. Registered agent, serve the process. So they dissolved. The company actually was dissolved. No merger history. Oh my God. They renamed it to Trump Models. Trump Management Group, T Management, Trump Models, Trump Model Management. Now, how do you get actual filings? Okay, I guess you have to FOIA request filings. I don't know if I'm going to have time to do that, but if somebody wants to do a volunteer mission and knows how to do FOIA requests under the New York FOIL Act, or if you know some other way, I haven't seen Birmingham Leprechaun in the chat. She's usually really good at this type of stuff. But again, like, I don't know if I have time to do it. Thank you so much to All Pause Groomer. Late to this because work. Gonna restart the vid. Thank you so much, BJ girl. You got another 5 hours. I feel bad for people that don't start watching it till later because I guess y'all could watch it on sped up. Thank you so much, All Pause Groomer, Kimberly, for the $4 super chat, and also to Insufferable Maynard Fan for the $2 super chat. Thank you for all you do. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I would not trust Donald Trump to manage my modeling career. Not before today and certainly not after today. Okay. What other links do I have here that we need to go over? Yeah. So how about that? Yeah. That financial services, business services firm. What in the hell was that about? Now, speaking of Paulo Zampoli and how he uses his son in sinister ways, we're back with our good friend Anthony Andrews. I'm saying good friend. I've never met him. I just found out about him like 3 days ago, but he writes a lot about this and he has been posting threads about this for months and months and months and months. He said this should be noted for the court records of evidence of how Paulo Zampoli uses his son to manipulate things in his favor. Paulo is terrified of being exposed, but his comeuppance is very near. Here he is doing everything in his power to prevent that from happening. It shows how desperate he is. So I guess he just posted this like yesterday or today. To have Giovanni next to me is the most beautiful thing in the world, he said. I love him so much. But Giovanni also said, Papi, I will be taking names and I will never forget what these people are doing to me. Okay, so wow, what an abusive piece of shit. He's putting, okay. The mother of this child probably was abused and is completely deported. She was held in an ICE detention facility for months against her will. And this was after decades of having the prospect of getting married and having, the fiance visa or, a marriage visa or whatever green card held and dangled over her head. And she finally leaves this jerk. He is substantially older than her. And then he's like, no, if I can't have you, nobody can, and has her deported. After having her allegedly, I don't have proof for this, but the speculation is he's the one that had her arrested too. Originally, from what we read yesterday, Giovanni, their kid, actually went to Brazil to be with his mom. He wanted to be with his mama. But for whatever reason, he ended up coming back to visit his dad. He had a flight back to Brazil, Giovanni did, and he missed it. So essentially what it looks like to me is this man, this disgusting freak, this narcissistic psychopath who's in the Trump orbit, is holding this child from his mother and now taunting the mother. Look at this. I love him so much. Having my child next to me is the most beautiful thing in the world. But then you see immediately he's using the kid as a bargaining chip. Giovanni just said to me, Papi, I will be taking names and I will never forget what these people are doing to me. He was probably talking to that freak. He was probably talking to him. Thanks so much to K-Rock for the $9.99 super chat. Trump's grandpa. You lying. Send me a link to my email. K-Rock said Trump's grandpa made his money in the brothel business during the gold rush. They all learn from a disgusting. They keep it in the family, don't they? This nasty business. This ish is generational. Love the new channel. Thank you for the $9.99. Poor kid in the middle of all this. He will remember who used him as a bargaining chip on the public stage. But I agree with Anthony. What this is doing is showing how scared, terrified Paulo is of being exposed for who and what he is. His comeuppance is very near. But now he's like a dying roach, like a roach on its back, kicking its legs up, covered in poison. That's Paulo. Bigger they are, harder they fall. I'm going to make the rules. Now, speaking of trafficking women on planes, newly obtained photos reveal the garish interior of a luxury private jet that was being used by ousted Homeland Security Secretary ICE Barbie Kristi Noem. Now it's supposedly going to be being used by Melania Trump. And one can only venture to ask, for what? It's a Boeing 737 MAX 8 at the disposal of the First Lady. Newly obtained photos also appear to show a digitally controlled shower doubling as a sauna as well. Perhaps most oddly, the leather-covered toilet come after Punch Up exposed how President Donald Trump has concealed the cost and arrangements for obtaining this jet, which has been taken from Kristi Noem for use by the White House officials. Again, how much is this costing us, the taxpayers? We're in like trillions of dollars of debt. We're going in more and more debt every second because we're financing needless, pointless wars for foreign terrorist states at the detriment of our people and our lives and our safety. So we're not told how much of our money is being used for this plane and what it's being used for, because we're just the sorry people. These pictures were passed to Punch Up by a whistleblower who was granted anonymity. The images show the plane after the bed had been stripped. Okay, so there's a bed in this plane. Kristi Noem, remember her husband is the bimbo-fied, balloon, the balloon titty bimbo. Christie nicknamed Ice Barbie, which I don't know why they call her that. She looks nothing like a Barbie. Ice, OF model or something maybe. For her habit of cosplaying as an immigration agent during her ill-fated tenure as head of DHS, made extensive use of this private jet on a lease basis over the past year, and she had sought to purchase this jet outright prior to being ousted last month. So Christy Nome was using this jet and wanted to buy it, but then she got fired. She attempted to justify the purchase as crucial for high-profile deportations. Oh, like Caroline Levitt's family or Amanda Ungaro? Are those the high-profile deportations Christy Nome needed this private jet for? And it's a luxury private jet. Even as details emerged of its interior being outfitted like a mile-high penthouse, featuring a bedroom and a queen-size bed and showers and a living area and a flat-screen TV or plural flat-screen TVs and a full kitchen and a full bar, the images obtained by the Daily Beast and Punch Up offer the first actual look inside the controversial plane. So all these talks about 16 and 14-year-olds being brought over here on private planes, I think it's about high time we actually see the inside of what one looks like. These Boeings. Trump fired Christy Nome after a withering series of congressional hearings in which she was grilled over a slew of scandals that unfolded throughout her time at DHS. Those included an outcry over what was then believed to be the jet's $172 million price tag. There was also backlash over $220 million that Christy Nome splurged on a self-glorifying advertising campaign. She downplayed the killing of 2 American citizens by federal agents as a domestic terror incident and allegedly had an extramarital affair with her advisor, Corey Lewandowski. Here's the toilet inside the jet, covered in leather for some reason. The president, who claimed to have no knowledge of the eye-wateringly expensive advertisements, $220 million Christy Nome spent of our freaking money to make a self-aggrandizing, self-glorifying ad campaign. Now, Donald Trump, he never knows anything, does he? He just never knows anything. He had no idea how much the campaign, that $220 million campaign cost, but he wasn't thrilled about it. He also fired Christy Nome just 2 days after she told lawmakers under oath that Donald Trump definitely knew how much that was costing, and he approved it and he was fine with it. She was given the newly created role. Oh my God, she had a special envoy role too. That's one of the things I wrote down to look up, but I'm glad it came up now. So these special envoy roles are just made up. They're brand new. Donald Trump just made them up to give his friends jobs. Special envoy to the Shield of the Americas. This is a role that Punch Up also reported Tuesday had been created and made up out of thin air, again, paying her with our tax dollars to keep her out of the Senate race. So Donald Trump made this job up to keep her from running for Senate. Here's the bed. Trump has since determined that while Nome had to go, the jet she had looked to purchase can stay. And now the jet will be used by select members of the cabinet. I wonder if Paulo Zampoli is going to use it. I don't know if he's in the cabinet, but along with the First Lady, Melania Trump, Paulo Zampoli, and former Trump model Melania Trump, who came out on April 9th, just last week, and made a staggering emergency surprise announcement. She had no idea about Epstein. Meanwhile, her former associate colleague / maybe friend was threatening to expose Melania Trump for what appears now to be an obvious human trafficking scheme. Now, Melania said those are lies and that's defamation. She had nothing to do with that. Maybe she's telling the truth. I don't know. I wasn't there. So I can't tell you one way or another if it's a fact, who's lying and who's telling the truth. But backing away from all that, I'm having a difficult time coming up with any reason why the First Lady needs her own plane. Ain't her husband a billionaire? And they only getting richer, by the way. That Trump family is only getting richer since he's become the president. He is absolutely, and his family is absolutely continuing to use, will continue to use, and has used his position in the White House to set themselves up. Jared Kushner, I'm looking straight at you. That's my opinion. Absolutely, they did that, in my opinion. This is based on public evidence and the public record, and y'all are welcome to disagree. Punch Up exclusively revealed last week that the White House, which claims it decided to buy the White House claims it decided to buy the luxury aircraft, appears to have concealed the true cost of the purchase. They also concealed who is actually footing the bill. I can almost guarantee you it's us. It's us. While y'all can't afford, and we can't afford, a carton of eggs and milk that's not poisoned, we're also paying for Melania Trump to have a private jet. That's probably what's going on. Make sure you pay your taxes. Homeland Security says the plane was bought for $70 million. But top administration insiders told Punch Up it was actually in the $108 million range, and that it's being covered by the Department of Homeland Security, not the White House. Not sure who's providing that information, but it's inaccurate. A senior official told Punch Up of the figure quoted by DHS, which stands roughly $40 million, or 54% lower than the plane's true cost. The White House is essentially telling ICE, you don't have any say, but F you, pony up the cash and hand over the keys. Another added of the deliberations over payment. So they want to get the money from DHS, but then they want to hand over a private plane to the cabinet and Melania. What are they going to be doing with this private plane? Anybody who knows how to track tail numbers and stuff, we need to get somebody like that tracking where this plane goes. I want y'all to track somebody, please, where this plane goes. Send it to me in my email, BJC Live Show, or ThatSurpriseWitness@gmail.com. Or BJCLiveshow@gmail.com. I want to know where this plane goes. And then, as a return for your labor, I will tell the whole world. It will be a public service. The White House is essentially telling ICE, you don't have any say. F you, give us the money, and hand over the keys. The jet isn't the only new aircraft set to land in the executive branch hangars this year. So Donald Trump's just buying up planes, it sounds like. This is coming ahead of the anticipated delivery of a luxury $400 million Boeing 747-8 jumbo jet that the Qatari royal family, amid widespread outcry over potential conflicts of interest, gifted the president. The Qatari royal family gifted Donald Trump a $400 million airplane last year. This is why I feel like he's surrounded by Bolsheviks. I feel like he's surrounded by communists, because as the peasants, which is us, the proletariats or whatever we're called, as they become more impoverished, the rich people at the top become more callous, perverted, tyrannical, greedy, and rich. All these people are cousins, and they're all in on it together. The half of them are stupid because they inbred. That's my theory. Why did the Qatari royal family give the president of the United States a $400 million jet last year? The Daily Beast contacted the White House and the Department of Homeland Security for comment on the story. Department of Homeland Security spokesperson said ICE purchased the plane before Secretary Mullen. This aircraft will be available to cabinet members who need to secure command and control and rapid long-range mobility. They can't, God forbid, they go and get on a commercial airline. God forbid they even fly first class with the rest of us in first class, at least. No, they need a private jet with a leather-covered toilet and a sauna shower. Must be nice. This time, they made no mention of the price tag. Anyway, speaking of Bolsheviks, I learned yesterday from this Twitter post that Donald Trump can't tell a Russian spy from a freaking hole in the ground. Look at this. Russia, Russia, Russia. Remember when this Russian spy infiltrated Mar-a-Lago while stolen documents were there by pretending to be a Rothschild? Maybe she was a Rothschild. Did you think about it that way? Maybe they're all Bolsheviks. You think about it that way? Jeffrey Epstein said in an email that Donald Trump was obsessed with the only other child family. So I guess if you just pretend. So yeah, Donald Trump's obsessed with Rothschilds. And apparently this Russian spy showed up to Donald Trump Mar-a-Lago and just was spying all around with Ladybug, Mr. Ladybug, Lindsey Graham. Now, that was so unbelievable to me. I even had to go and look up did that really happen? So I typed in Russian spy infiltrated Mar-a-Lago. A Russian-speaking Ukrainian immigrant is accused of infiltrating Mar-a-Lago by posing as a Rothschild family heiress, gaining access to Donald Trump's inner circle, and photographing with him in 2021. The incident was part of broader security concerns as experts warned that the Florida resort was a target for foreign agents while holding classified documents. I have a theory. There's a foreign agent who was possibly a trafficking victim who's telling us not to believe our very eyes now. That's a theory. And now she has access to a plane or two. This is another Guardian article, more than 3 years old. U.S. investigates fake heiress who infiltrated Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort. A Ukrainian woman, now was it a Russian or a Ukrainian, posing as a Rothschild to gain access to a Florida resort, heightened fear over security concerns. A second foreign national is being investigated by U.S. authorities for gaining access to Mar-a-Lago, Donald Trump's Florida resort, which is at the center of an FBI investigation over missing classified documents. Okay, so now there's classified documents that were at Mar-a-Lago. They were stolen or they just went missing, the classified documents. And now there's two different stories of two different spies infiltrating Mar-a-Lago. According to an article from the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, a Ukrainian woman posing as a member of the Rothschild banking dynasty is under bureau investigation after infiltrating the private members club under a false pretense. Of course, she's 33. Allegedly, she lied to members that she was a Rothschild heiress, and she mingled with Trump and Senator Lindsey Graham from South Carolina and others at Mar-a-Lago. In conjunction with the Pittsburgh Gazette, she reported that she demonstrated the ease with which someone with a fake identity and a shadowy background. Hello, Kremlin. Hello, KGB. Hi, Bolsheviks. I know y'all are watching. Earlier this month, the FBI obtained a warrant to search Mar-a-Lago as part of a criminal investigation over unauthorized retention of government secrets by Trump. I think that was dismissed. This article is from 2022, about 4 years old. On Saturday, back in 2022, Adam Schiff, Carolyn Maloney confirmed they would evaluate the improper storage. Okay, so who is this girl? She's the daughter of an Illinois truck driver. And she maintained that she was a Rothschild heiress, and she held a position as president of United Hearts of Mercy, founded by Florida-based Russian oligarch Valery Tarasenko in Canada. Oh, Canada. These Russian spies coming through Canada. I'm on to the ones who don't think I'm on to them. Don't worry. OCCRP in the Post-Gazette reported that both the FBI's office and the Sûreté du Québec Provincial police in Canada have launched investigations, but I bet you they go exactly absolutely nowhere. Word of the investigation into this Russian, Ukrainian, Illinois spy comes 3 years after a Chinese national also approached a Secret Service agent outside Mar-a-Lago and claimed to be a member who wanted to use the pool. After passing the checkpoint, Yu Jing Zhang told a receptionist she was actually there to attend an event given by the United Nations Chinese American Association. We love the United Nations keeps popping its head back in. No such event was on the calendar. Agents later found out that this Chinese spy was carrying 2 Chinese passports, $8,000 in cash, 4 cell phones, a laptop computer, an external hard drive, a thumb drive containing computer malware, and no swimsuit. Remember, she said she wanted to use the pool? She also claimed to speak English poorly, but agents later testified that she spoke and read English very well. She was charged with making false statements to federal agents and illegally entered a restricted area. She later received an 8-month prison sentence and was deported to China after being convicted of trespassing and lying to Secret Service agents. The security lapses into this private club involving Zhang and Yashichin, for some, called in mind an episode early in Trump's presidency, where he was talking with then Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe on a patio about response to North Korea missile test when diners looked on. In a particularly stunning moment, a guest at the hotel snapped a picture of Donald Trump and the Japanese Prime Minister and later took a selfie with a military aide carrying the black leather satchel that had the codes needed to launch a nuclear strike. That was nicknamed the football. It was unheard of. A deputy national security advisor to Joe Biden in the Obama White House said at the time, these people operate behind the scenes. I don't think this team has any appreciation about the vulnerabilities they are creating for themselves and how dangerous this is. They were just out and about with the nuclear codes, taking selfies at Mar-a-Lago. Clip that. The Trump White House secretary at the time, Sean Spicer, that feels like a lifetime ago, later insisted no classified information was discussed, and the leaders' discussions were focused on the logistics of press statements they were about to give. Now, this Japanese prime minister left office in 2020, and he was assassinated while giving a campaign speech in the Japanese city of Nara last month. Whoa. New details into the FBI's search of Mar-a-Lago emerged on Friday. This is an article from 2022, a heavily redacted affidavit justifying the search, which explained how investigators believe that highly sensitive national defense information and evidence of obstruction of justice were at the property. At the time, he was not the president, by the way. The document detailed how an FBI review of materials Trump had returned to the National Archives in May 2022 concluded that he had kept sensitive government secrets at Mar-a-Lago. The Justice Department said among the documents recovered by the National Archives, 184 had classified markings. Some were stamped special intelligence. Okay, I think all this stuff, like the classified documents thing, like I'm not sure we really got the full story on either side on that one, but we got foreign spies. We got a Chinese spies coming in. We got Ukrainian, possibly Russian spies. Girl, they're taking selfies at Mar-a-Lago with the nuclear code football. Why does Melania Trump need a plane? Speaking of planes, Amanda Ungaro got here on a plane. Jeffrey Epstein's Boeing. What is going on here? Dazzler, national defense information? Yeah, it's the S tapes they're blackmailing him with now. And that's what I'm saying. They were recording for Fox News hours and hours of footage in the early 90s. Donald Trump was a judge. Those models were 14, 15, 16. Oldest one that the Guardian was able to track down was 19 at the time. We already have lawsuits. We already have guilty pleas coming out of some of the grown men who mingled and did other things with these little girls. And so now I want to circle back around to the supposedly frivolous lawsuit against Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein that I covered years ago. She claims she was 13 in 1993. She claims Donald Trump did stuff to her. Now we know Donald Trump had access to at least 14-year-olds in 1991, 1992. Now we know Donald Trump had a modeling agency that also had 14-year-old models who lived in his buildings, who were indebted to him, whose job security and staying in this country depended on making him happy. Why does Melania Trump need a plane? Now I'm starting to wonder, was Melania Trump a Ghislaine Maxwell? Was Melania Trump, who was not 14 when she met Donald Trump, but was in fact 26, way aged out of what these dudes seem to like? We are 15 hours of live stream into this investigation, and I only now have more questions than answers. And somebody said, is she trying to escape? Well, I'll leave you with this last link. Last link of the day. I reserve the right to change my mind, but I think this will be the last one. Radar Online tweeted yesterday, family feud might be brewing in the Trump household as Melania Trump skipped a bridal shower for her stepson-in-law, Donald Trump Jr.'s fiance, Bettina Anderson. A Mar-a-Lago, this was her stepson-in-law. Not her stepson-in-law, it's her stepson, Donald Trump Jr. So her stepdaughter-in-law. Let me go to the article. Family feud explodes. Melania Trump skips bridal shower for Donald Trump Jr.'s fiance's baby. Oh, no, bridal shower, not baby shower, excuse me. Bridal shower. So she had her wedding shower at Mar-a-Lago. Melania wasn't there. A family feud might be brewing in the Trump household as Melania Trump was absent from a bridal shower for her stepson. I don't know why they're saying stepson-in-law. It's her stepson. He's engaged to Bettina Anderson, and they had a bridal shower at Mar-a-Lago over this past weekend. Now, importantly, this past weekend happened after Melania came out and made her little speechy speech on Thursday. The bride-to-be, who looks an awful lot like Amanda Ungaro, by the way, hosted her extravagant celebration at President Donald Trump's Florida Country Club on Sunday, April 12th. And while several of her future in-laws were in attendance, the First Lady of the United States was not. A Palm Beach source told to People. Among faces from the Trump family in attendance were Bettina's future sisters-in-law, Ivanka and Tiffany. And Marla Maples also made the guest list. Marla Maples, Donald Trump's ex that he had to break up with for we don't really know why, but he seemingly cheated on her with Melania. She was there at the shower. Gosh. I want to go to the People magazine exclusive. Melania Trump did not attend Bettina Anderson's Mar-a-Lago bridal shower before wedding to Don Trump Jr. Exclusive source, they say. She looks like Heidi Klum and Amanda Ungaro mixed together. Other Trump family members did attend the event, including Anderson's future sisters-in-law, Ivanka and Tiffany, and also Donald Trump's second wife, Marla Maples, another beautiful model. Bettina Anderson celebrated her upcoming wedding to Donald Trump Jr. with a lavish bridal shower at Mar-a-Lago over the weekend. But First Lady Melania Trump was not in attendance. Maybe she was on her new jet going somewhere to pick some kids up or something. I don't know. I don't know where she was. Maybe people will tell us. Anderson's future sisters-in-law were both there. Bettina Anderson celebrated her upcoming wedding to Donald Trump Jr. with a lavish bridal shower at Mar-a-Lago on Sunday. However, Palm Beach source tells People magazine that one notable member of her soon-to-be extended family wasn't in attendance, and that was Melania Trump. Despite Melania's absence, Anderson's future sisters-in-law were there, both in attendance. So was Marla Maples, which is Tiffany's mom, Donald's second wife. Quote, "The shower was gorgeous. The event was held mostly inside. It was lovely, but there were guests hanging out outside some of the time. The ballroom was also decked out in florals, and the menu for the event included a burrata salad, chicken roulade for the main course, and mixed berries for dessert." What? That's shitty dessert. Mixed berries? Girl, if you don't bring out some creme brulee, piece of chocolate cake, Anyway, another post showed the massive mint green cake. Oh, there's a cake. There was a 5-foot tall cake. Oh yeah, I remember that. With elegant. Oh no, that was the 5-foot tall cake was for Trump's wedding to Melania. No, ooh, it's all blurred now. Another post showed the massive mint green cake with elegant white details that was the centerpiece of the meal. Each guest also received a luxury gift bag of high-end products, including skincare, clothing, and more. Beautiful setup. It is beautiful. Anderson's 39. Donald Trump Jr. is 48. They revealed their engagement at a White House event in December. While most Trump couples tie the knot at Mar-a-Lago, a political source recently told People that the White House has also been considered a possible venue for the wedding. This would set them up for future political roles, whether Don Jr. goes after the presidency or something else. Oh my God. Imagine voting for that missing a frontal lobe, degenerated buffoon for president. LOL. Anyway, the most recent White House wedding was in November 2022 when Joe Biden's granddaughter Naomi married Peter Neal on the South Lawn. Last time a president's child was married at the White House was 1971 when Richard Nixon's daughter Tricia married Edward Finch Cox in the Rose Garden.
What defines the modern
Girl. Another Palm Beach source confirmed to People that White House wedding has been considered as an option, but the ballroom probably has to be finished. President Trump demolished the East Wing of the White House in October 2025 to commence construction on his much-touted ballroom. However, on March 31st, a federal judge temporarily paused the project and said that the president is not the owner of the building and a congressional approval was needed, but the whole thing's been torn down. It's got to be built back up. As the East Wing is already demolished, the next steps will likely involve the president seeking approval from Congress to continue the project and construct the ballroom as he has planned, with private funds from his own money and also from donors. If it is completed before President Trump leaves office in 2029, oh my God, we're stuck with him till 2029. It could potentially be a viable venue for Don Jr. and Anderson's wedding, wherever they end up marrying. A social source told People that Anderson, this is the fiance, the girl, will fit right in with the first family. Whatever role is expected of her now that she's marrying into America's current royalty, she will do it well. She is stunning, graceful, gracious, and eager to please. She will follow Don to the ends of the earth. That is their dynamic. Ozempic ass menu. Indeed. That menu sucks. I wonder if they got charged to cut the cake. Seriously, I wonder if a Trump model jumped out of the cake. All right, y'all. We are on 5.5 hours of a live stream that I only want it to be about 4 hours. So I got to go. I'm tired. I'm thirsty. I know I did not drink enough water again. But we're definitely going to have to do a part 4. And maybe part 4 will be the last. I was saying earlier, like part 5, whatever. I mean, we'll get into it as long as y'all are interested. I research so much of this stuff on my own time that I never bring to y'all. This is probably one of those if y'all don't want to hear more about it. But make sure if you do want to hear more about it, that you put in the comments section, not the live chat. You say in live chat too, but put in the comment section, because after I'm done and I kind of like reorient to reality after these long haul live streams, I do go back and read the comments. So if it's like a lot of like, yes, part 4, I'll most likely do it. If it's like, no, I'm kind of over this story, talk about Ruby Rose and Katy Perry or something else, I'll do that. Usually I don't really be asking for that much audience participation, but on this one I do, because this is just so by the seat of my pants on this one. I don't even really know. Like, I did not know that I was going to be doing this long story like this. I was literally were 15 hours, like pretty much 15 hours into this investigation that was only supposed to be one segment of one episode 3 shows ago. So I'm kind of feeling out how much more of this I really want to do. Like, are we doing this for the next several months? Thank you so much to Luna Marie for the $4.99 super chat. Part 4, love you. Yes, live stream research is fun. Yes, please, more parts. Y'all put it in the comments. We're writing you in. Yes, only way I'm ever. Do you ever get off and then have to retell all of it to Prim? No, but a lot of times I tell him before. Like if I find something like, oh my God, look what I got found, I have to do a live about this. Sometimes I do that, but not as much. Like if he needs to know, he can go watch the stream, or I can find the part of it. You stop your day for this channel. Well, girl, that's a long time to stop your day today. Thank y'all for the super chats. Thank y'all for the signing up for memberships. Thank you to the mods for being in here. Thank you for your patience, for, y'all waiting this whole thing out. And that's really all I had for this one. In the meantime, opinions are not defamation. Facts are not defamation. And everybody's innocent until proven guilty. I'm not accusing anybody of a crime except the ones that already got convicted of crimes or had pled guilty. All right. Love you, Mina K. Bye.